We live.
There we are.
We live.
That should have brought us in, yep. Oh, loaded up another ad on everybody. Sorry about that. There we go.
There we are.
All right. I think after another transition, we are in there. Nunya, good morning. MIA, good morning.
Odie Fro, good morning.
Odie Fro, MIA.
Cheers on that coffee, by the way. It's too good. It's too good on this Sunday morning.
I like that hat, Odie Fro.
Yeah? It's like a Raider-style Chiefs hat.
Yeah. Nanya, I like that hat too, but I'm not a fan of either of those teams or you guys. They've consecutive weeks beat me. That's just another example of how we live in a simulation. What are the odds that the two co-host teams beat the third co-host back-to-back week? Yeah, that's all pre-written.
Right.
That's just another example of
And the stars.
what are the odds that the two co-host teams beat.
All right, we got
What's up, Trader fan? So let's go. It's fantastic, fabulous, Super Sunday football fabuloso. Let's go.
The last Sunday before the holiday season. The rest of the way this year is nothing but holidays, so everybody should get pumped up. We're about to turn the corner into the year of 2021. We're about done with it. Get pumped up.
Yeah, and I don't know about you guys. I always looked at, ever since I was a kid, I've always looked at the Thanksgiving football games. That's when things start really heating up.
Right.
That's when we get into playoff watch. Yeah.
Well, and
So
this year's a little different because it moved the center of the season back 1 week. But even more this year, it's like if you can get to Thanksgiving with a winning record, you're in a pretty good position, at least looking forward, that you might be able to get a playoff spot. So, yeah, it's watching this. And I think they expanded the playoffs again this year, didn't they? They go to a 7-team playoff, I believe.
Yes.
It'll be interesting.
Only the number one seed gets a bye this year, right?
That's what it is, right? And everybody else plays, and then they whittle it down to 4 teams or 3 teams until the bye. I think that's what it is. 6 teams play. Bye week, 1 team sits. They whittle it down to 3 teams. Bye week plays the worst record of those, probably. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
So I guess that changes things up
A little bit.
kind of as far as home field advantage. We may see some weird scenarios. We may see some guys sitting a little bit earlier, or we may at the same time see later games that may have been not as meaningful, more meaningful this year with more teams involved, things like that.
True. Very true.
Birdie Hunter. Good morning, Birdie.
What's up, Birdie? Yes, we'll enjoy our football today. Freaking football. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you. Go over a little bit of weather today, Mr. Odie Fro.
Oh yeah, let's see here. It's not raining anywhere. it's not bad again this week. It's really not bad again this week. Last week we saw some decent weather, some decent football temperatures, but we haven't seen any freezing snow the last couple of weeks. If we look to the east, no, I'm just playing. Couple dome games again this week. You can see the Raiders are playing in their dome, Chargers are playing in their dome in LA, and the Vikings are playing at home against the Packers. That's an interdivisional. That's going to be pretty good game right there. Let's see here. Light rain possible in Cleveland against Detroit. Both those teams have had trouble holding on to the ball, so that'll be interesting in that one. Houston, Tennessee, 58 and overcast. Shouldn't be bad. New York Jets. I expect that one to be windy. It says 5 miles an hour, but it's in the New York Jets Stadium. That East Rutherford's always considered windy most of the time. None of you can probably back that up. New Orleans and Philly. up there. It's not the Vet no more, right? It's Lincoln Financial, but 52, mostly cloudy. Everywhere's kind of got overcast going today. Carolina's playing at home against Washington, 53, overcast. Jaguars are down in Florida. That's probably the warmest game of the day down there, 78, partly cloudy. Chiefs at home, I can personally tell you it's supposed to be beautiful out here in Kansas City today. They've moved that to the late game, probably because it's the Troy Aikman, Joe Buck game, whatnot. But it's usually a noon game for us, but this is a 4:25 game out here. And then you got Seattle. Who knows what can happen in Seattle? Rain can pop in any moment up there. And again, the Buccaneers are hosting on Monday night. Yeah, that's the Monday night game, so we'll see if any weather changes happen there. Everything looking cool in Buffalo this morning, MIA?
Yeah, it's a beautiful day here. A little cold, but nothing that should be any problems.
Is Buffalo
always got a chance with wind there too. That's a stadium that gets windy either way.
Am I losing Buffalo on the bye this week?
No, they're playing Indy at home.
So that's the Sunday night game here then. No, maybe I got one of the games cut.
Buffalo Indy is 1 o'clock.
Oh,
yeah,
I must have one of the games cut. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
It's all right. There's no.
If it's at Indy, it's in a dome. Yeah.
And it's in Buffalo.
Like
it is.
MIA is our local weatherman. We're good.
Nice.
Yeah,
right. He's on the scene.
There.
He's on the scene.
And so let me ask you this then, real quick. Both of you guys, take a team like Buffalo who plays today and then plays again on Thanksgiving. Now I know we see that week in, week out with Thursday games, but do you think teams this week that are also playing on Thanksgiving, being with the hectic week, travel and stuff, travel's probably a little harder for these teams, I imagine, Thanksgiving week than a typical Thursday night game that they're preparing for? Do you think we see anything today, like just hypothetically? Now, I don't think that game's going to be a blowout, but do you think, say, like a guy like Josh Allen, Buffalo hypothetically gets a big lead?
Yes.
Do you think we see them pull back, especially with the Thanksgiving game coming up?
Let's say the Raiders.
Raiders
who are
too,
playing,
yeah.
Who are the Raiders playing today? They're playing in. That's
In
right.
Dallas.
Cincinnati.
Yep.
We play Cincinnati
They're playing
today,
a
then we play
divisional
Dallas
game.
on
They're playing a
Thursday.
divisional game and then have to play against Dallas on Thursday. So, in your sense of question is, I think this game is more important for the Raiders than next week's Thursday game. So I think they give it all, and this works only for the Raiders in this situation. I think they give it all to this game because they know they're playing a non-divisional game that they can afford to lose, if they can afford to lose any, but of all of them, next week's game is the thing. Now, other situation, maybe there's an NFC team who's playing on, who are the other games that are playing? Houston's playing late in the night, I think. I don't think that game matters because they're not making the playoffs. Detroit ain't making the playoffs.
Buffalo plays the 8 o'clock game.
Yeah.
Chicago, Detroit, Las Vegas, Dallas, and then Buffalo, New Orleans.
Okay, so Buffalo in that sense, or let's look at it this way. I'll look at it just in the sense of the same game. Dallas, who needs certain wins, they're going to win their division, but to get home field advantage, they need this win against the Raiders, but they can afford to lose it too. So when they play today, they may play more importantly against the Chiefs to try to get a win against the Chiefs in name only, and then sit their players. Let's say they get up 30 points on the Chiefs today. They may sit Pollard, they may sit Ezekiel, they may sit Dak, and then start, getting them rest because of the Thursday game coming up against the Raiders. You know what I mean? The short rest time.
Yeah.
But
now, like the Bills, I think New England showing on Thursday put the Bills into a different situation.
Right. They know they're pushing.
I think this is and then you got Indy, who's right in the thick over there, and in the South or whatever division that is, right? The South.
Yeah. Yep. AFC South.
Tennessee's running away with.
Maybe. Maybe. Which they have won 6 straight and are about to reel off their 7th. I think that's what it is, right?
And 5 monster games. They beat
5 playoffs.
Big teams.
Well, and I don't think anybody expected to see this kind of performance after Henry went down.
And injuries at Julio Jones and Jay Brown and back and forth. Like, wow. People's doing a great job.
Good morning, Birdie.
Chris Goulas, you guys want to hit this one? Hey,
Sure.
guys, should I start Jeff Wilson Jr. or James Robinson?
Ooh. James Robinson's coming off an injury, whereas Jeff Wilson Jr. is just being handed the ball. So I might take my gamble on an unknown. I don't know about what would you guys do?
Yeah, I would. I would take my gamble on the team, right? We think Jacksonville. We thought that they made some headway against the Bills a couple weeks ago. Then last week came out and laid a dud. To me, I like Robinson. I think he's a phenomenal running back, but I like San Francisco schemes. I like the way San Francisco runs the ball much better. I would take the shot on Wilson.
Yep.
That makes it all three of us. I think Robinson has maybe one or two injuries, and I like the situation. I like they are going to try and run downhill all game, and they have a better opponent. So Wilson Jr. for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they play each other. So I think the 49ers can get them out of their game plan. I mean, the 49ers, look at what they did to LA last week. They looked phenomenal.
Right?
Running. Just running the ball. So I think
weird season. Like, there's no team that is like stepping up and just escalating to a better team. They're all playing up to good teams and then crapping down to bad teams. It's just been so weird to watch what's going on here because at least in the AFC, nobody wants to be the front runner. And then you saw the Rams poop out twice in a row now, or 3 times in a row now, I think. And just
now Kyler Murray's hurt again.
Yeah, the Arizona Raiders. Cardinals are just falling down. Yeah, who's gonna take it? Minnesota looks like the most complete team on paper, but can't win their division. You know what I mean? They got a defense, they got an offense on paper, but they can't seem to do anything. Then you got the Rams, who look like a complete team on paper, can't do anything. They're looking good. All of a sudden, they look like Matt Stafford looked like Joe Montana for the first 7 games of the season. Now all of a sudden, he can't complete a pass. And it's like, what's going on? But I don't know. I'm just looking at it from afar, and it's just kind of a weird season.
Oh, traded Chubb for James Robinson and Judy. I hate to say it, funny meme guy. I think you may have got the short end of the stick there, buddy. I don't mean that with any
Chubb
disrespect.
Got activated and is back today, whereas Judy just watched Tim Patrick sign a brand new contract. And
I mean, I think if you made that trade when Chubb was hurt because you needed somebody that was in, and it was when Robinson was healthy, I guess I could see why you would make that. But that's tough.
Yeah.
Chubb's a stud. I mean, obviously, anytime you have any injury, we want to see how he comes back from it today. But it wasn't anything career-threatening or anything like that. So,
Chris Goulas, which Mitchell you're talking about? Is Mitchell out 100%?
Elijah Mitchell was doubtful, but more than likely he is not going to play today. That's what we've been seeing all weekend.
Let's see if we got anything official.
The Schefter.
Jamal Williams in Detroit will be back today. I did see that. Matter of fact.
You got a heist going on, everybody, if anybody's lurking.
Get in on that hoist.
Get that heist. Yeah, I'm still seeing them listed as doubtful, but broken finger. I don't think that they will. I don't think that they'll try to push that, especially when they have talent back there. Wilson isn't any just that they're throwing like a fourth stringer in there.
Yeah. So.
That's a good point, funny meme guy. You like Robinson rest of the season schedule over Chubb and Kareem back soon? Okay, I can get on board with that. Like I said, I think Robinson is a phenomenal talent. I think he's a top-notch talent. Just that team, it's tough. It's tough to really back that team, and I like what Lawrence is doing. I thought they made some headway. Like I said, that big upset of the Bills,
right?
And then they came out and kind of laid an egg last week.
Sorry, I'm actually having to race to do some moves because so many players have got listed as out here. It's ridiculous, guys.
It's hard to judge a trade in a vacuum. We don't know how many teams in that league or if he's got somebody on a buy or anything. So
absolutely,
there's probably,
and like I said, if you made that trade when Chubb was hurt or something like that, and you were getting a starting running back for a guy that was injured, that's totally understandable. And I haven't really compared the two schedule from here on out, so that's a great point too. Plus, you got to think with Cleveland, whereas Jacksonville, they didn't have playoff hopes from the beginning of the year. So I think the way that they play Robinson the rest of the year was already determined, right? They're not going to bench him, because they're out of it. Whereas I think Cleveland, if Cleveland does get pushed out of it and they're not in the race down the stretch, I think Chubb will definitely see his time limited.
Yeah.
Especially with Kareem Hunt coming back, you know what I mean? And how long can they keep both of those guys is the question, too. So do they start to try to work somebody else in? I'm not sure their contract situation. I'd have to look into that. But it seems like they're paying for two top-notch running backs and not getting the output and still paying for a second-tier quarterback. So I think we could see some moves there or something. So
I think it's pretty expected that Cleveland starts to look different quarterback if they tend to keep both those running backs, which both those running backs are the wheel and cog of that offense. They can
right, but do you think that they seen with what's his name having that big game? Now he didn't do it last week. He did it. What was it, 3 weeks ago? Do you think that they'll get that impression that they can go with just a Chubb?
Oh, they know they can go with just a Chubb. They just grabbed what's his name because he was a luxury at a cheap cost, and they'd already seen what he can do to AFC.
Well, yeah, and that's what I mean. Do you think that he's got that? Because they got him coming off of his legal issues and things like that. Do you think that's all behind him now, and he's in line for a big contract somewhere else? Like I said, I'm not sure.
I don't know if anybody's going to give him the trust to be a starting running back for a while. But, I mean, how many more years can he not be a starting running back? Because otherwise he's going to just be wasted talent. There might be teams like Jacksonville who throw a contract at Hunt himself that are over the top of what Cleveland might want to try to re-sign him at. But I don't know. I think Cleveland tries to re-sign him and lets Baker walk, and they go find a replacement for Baker. But that's down the line. For right now, let's just get Kareem back on the field and see what they can do because Chubb by himself can get it done. You don't have to have Kareem, but it sure is a very nice luxury to be able to run Chubb 20 times and then have him for that. Because they did a couple years ago in the playoffs where they had Kareem, but they just ran Chubb like for 130 yards in the playoffs and just Chubb. Like they know that they've got a churner. They can churn with him. And then they can sprinkle in Hunt whenever they want,
Yeah, have you guys? I'm looking right now. I haven't seen any new news on Lamar.
Either he's a 1:00 game. I was just looking at that. So probably at 11 or certainly at 11:30 we'll have a better update for you. But usually that's when that game time decisions come in.
Yeah, and it's just to let you know what's going on with him. He missed practice Wednesday and Thursday before returning to the field as a full participant on Friday. But then Saturday, he was reportedly still feeling ill and was declared questionable. I think that some Imodium, maybe some Pepto, if we could do the one-chip challenge and drink all that stuff and then play for a couple hours, I think he'll be fine.
Yep. Yeah, everything I'm seeing from Field Yates here is from 18 hours ago, just talking about, and quote, illness. So
not the reason Amari Cooper's out. He's got a bellyache or something, so
yeah.
It's leaning towards he's going to play.
Yeah, I think so.
Nothing from Adam Schefter.
DJ Moore or Devontae Smith?
Ooh.
Funny meme guy says DJ Moore for sure. I don't know. I don't like that quarterback situation there. Cam Newton can't throw a ball until he proves me otherwise. Right, 1 yard touchdown runs and screen passes to McCaffrey, that stuff's all great. But
get the ball 15 yards on and out. Show me a 10-yard button hook.
Jalen Hurts is starting to throw the ball to Devontae Smith. I agree. I think Newton kind of shot puts the ball now. He does not have a shoulder. He throws it kind of funny. If it's me,
and with what's his name returning there in Philly, he's slated to return today, right? Why is he losing my mind?
Mr.
Running back
Sanders.
Yes, Miles Sanders.
I don't know how much that's going to affect their offense this week, but it may be a good decoy for receivers downfield in that sense.
Yeah, I think it opens up Smith, and I think, like you said, Nunya, I think Hurts is getting a better connection with him. I just think he has more upside. DJ Moore started out so hot this year, the first 3, 4, or 5 games, and I don't know. I'm not sold on who's throwing the ball over there. I wasn't sold when it was Darnold. I'm not sold with Newton or the other guy.
PJ
CMC. I like CMC. I think because of Cam's lack of being able to throw the ball downfield, I think he's in line to be the top. I would be very surprised if CMC isn't the top fantasy scorer this week. Put it that way.
We got 30 watching. You see that poll, guys? 30 watching.
Very nice. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday morning. Just to let everyone know, we do have crypto in stock on Monday through Friday, and crypto every night, all night, until the stock market opens back up each weekday. Saturdays as well. All right.
Okay. Funny meme guy says, do you suggest streaming any Lions wide receivers?
Okay. Khalif Raymond's had a couple good weeks. They've thrown around a lot with that backup quarterback, and you got Boyle coming in, which we'll be talking about here later today. But we know Goff is out and Boyle is starting. So there could be an upside to Detroit receivers who may have been getting practice time with Boyle in the second string practice.
That's what I was just going to ask you guys. What's your take on that? When you have a backup quarterback coming in, do you look, there's not really a star wide receiver.
Oh, just a happy guy.
Okay.
Oh, just
But
look at that. Happy.
Do you look for that number one receiver to have the good game with the backup quarterback? Or like you just said, do you look for somebody that's more of a second, third stringer that quarterback would have been working with on the second team?
May have had chemistry.
Something like that.
Possibility there, yeah.
Funny meme guy, Toes, thank you so much for that super chat, my friend. Much appreciated.
Much appreciated, thank you.
And for the questions and the conversation, that is just as appreciated.
Yep. And if you guys are down there typing in the chat with any questions, feel free to hit that like button and maybe that subscribe. We'd really appreciate that. We do appreciate everyone here watching today. Again,
very nice.
Any questions you like, daily fantasy football, we got you covered here, guys. We're just going through it.
Got a question here from Simplistic Grace.
Awesome.
From Robbie Anderson.
He's very nice.
Emmanuel
Sanders, Cole Beasley, and Rashad Bateman.
Ooh, man, that's a good one.
Okay,
you guys
so
go first.
Robbie Anderson got a little upside last week. We do have to admit that. I think he caught a pass from the shot putter. So Robbie Anderson points went up there, or possibility of a touchdown went up. Oh, I see redeem spicy fro. Cole Beasley, I'm not big on. I was big on Cole Beasley before the beginning of the season. It's like Josh Allen forgot about Cole Beasley this year for some reason. He's just not throwing underneath to him. Maybe its teams aren't allowing it to happen. Sanders, Manuel, I think I'd play him over Cole Beasley because at least you've seen Emmanuel Sanders in the end zone.
He's one of the reasons why I think Beasley. I think him and Knox are a big reason why Beasley's not.
They've found other uses for those guys, so they haven't needed Beasley as the 5-yard turner.
Yeah, I don't think defenses have necessarily keyed in on him or anything like that. I think it's just a matter of other options.
I think I'm going the first two he listed there are my two choices. E. Sanders and Robbie Anderson. I like the upside on both those today.
I think it's probably Simplistic Grace, but yes, I agree.
Wow, he's very nice.
That's how
maybe Bateman. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on Bateman? With what's his name out, Bateman has to become more valuable, right, in that offense?
And that step up is always going to be, anytime you can get more targets and more looks, it's always going to be more valuable. But I don't know. We already saw Anderson hit the end zone as soon as Cam got there, and Emmanuel Sanders has seen the end zone before. So and
I like Robbie. I think Robbie Anderson he can, if you get the ball in his hands, that's why I like him over DJ Moore. I think Anderson can make bigger plays just by getting the ball in his hands. And Sanders, you may get a dud out of him, but I think it's going to be a shootout up there today. I like the way that Indianapolis's offense has been playing. I think Jonathan Taylor comes out and has a huge game on Buffalo's defense.
Again.
Susceptible to the run.
Right, yeah.
So I would go Sanders. Sanders.
What the dog doing?
You know, when you have a guy of that caliber who has arguably a top 5 receiver lined up next to him in Stephon Diggs, you know what you're getting, and he can take the top off the defense. And it's all about Josh Allen, who hasn't impressed me much this year, but we'll talk about that a little later.
Yeah, right. We've got some.
So yeah, I would go with the same. I would agree with you guys on that. Anderson and Sanders.
Definitely have some MVP candidates at the beginning of the year that you would have thought would have been MVP candidates playing well under par for those places this year. That might be some of the upswing and downswing of the league. But I'm going to go ahead and roll this one into the old running backs.
Real quick, we have the gray area came in with a trade deadline question in
Okay.
a 14-team dynasty half-point PPR. In a very interesting situation. He's in rebuilding. 16 has 6 2022 first-round picks. And is sending Hunt and Hollywood Brown for Travis Henry, to bolster the running back spot and draft a wide receiver this year.
A good friend of ours, Mr. Matt's Market, always says, or at least he said this to me twice now, always have a rookie receiver on your team. So I'm going to take that to heart and use that as good advice, because he drafted Jamar Chase this year, knew what he was doing.
He's in
worked
first
out,
place.
right? So the gray area, I think that's a good move to draft at least one wide receiver. Trading Hunt and Hollywood.
Oh, just a happy guy.
Before you pull that draft, you might want to research and do your DD on what that injury was, because an older running back like Henry may not come back from it at 100%, and he might not be as useful the next couple years if this is a bad injury and he has to try to rebuild. That being said, if he's all right, it might be a good trade in my opinion. What do you guys think?
I like it.
I like it a lot,
with
especially if you're in rebuild mode. For a dynasty league, you can change everything up quick. So yeah, a little caution for Henry. If you could throw something and somebody is willing to give up Jonathan Taylor, that's the guy I'd be shooting for long term.
True.
Dynasty, but if you're in rebuild mode, that's a really good sound strategy.
Thank you, Funny Meme Guys, Toes. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, and we are glad you will be here every Sunday.
And hey, funny meme guy, we are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week too. Just so you know, not always fantasy football. We also cover crypto and the stock market. So feel free to drop by and say hi anytime.
Absolutely. Fun,
And thank
positivity,
you.
and we're just keeping it real here all the time. Oh, sorry.
What was the question?
I saw
seen
Caesar
we got-
coming in with with Kyler likely out. Should I start Hurts versus New Orleans or Wentz at Buffalo? Nunya, what are your thoughts on that one? This is a pretty good question.
It's kind of disappointed me last week. This has been coming together. I like the fact that they've been running the ball consistently. Maybe they are getting things together. I lean Hurts in that. He might be running the ball, leaning heavy on the run. I'm gonna go Hurts.
I'm gonna go Hurts as well. New Orleans DBs have been kind of decimated this year. So that as far as defense on that end, they haven't been playing up to snuff. And I think Buffalo, although susceptible to the run, I think that's the only way that Indy beats them. So I think it's going to be a run heavy. I think it's going to be the Jonathan Taylor show there today. So I would go Hurts with Miles Sanders coming back. That gives him another threat. Their running game hasn't been, it's been a Boston Scott, this guy. We've talked about it before. They don't use Miles Sanders correctly, but I would go Hurts here.
All right, before I give my answer, I'm going to give a shout out to TikTok TikTok Marcus. Morning.
TikTok. Clown baby.
All right, so
clown baby out there.
Oh, Clown Baby's out there too. Good
Clown
morning.
Baby shouting us out too. What's up, guys?
Just to kind of counter what you guys are both saying, and I do like the hurts for both of you guys. I'm going Wentz.
What the dog doing?
I think Wentz and Jonathan Taylor are able to possibly keep Josh Allen off the field long enough. I do like that game they've been playing there in Indianapolis the last couple of weeks. I think they're getting better at it. I don't know which tight end shows up for Indianapolis today, but I think they're going to get a lot of use out of either Doyle or Mo Alley Cox. So I'm going to go with Wentz in this one and say I'd be swinging the Wentz ride, not the Hurts there, Caesar. But you got 2 against 1. Take your choice. See which one it is. Did MIA just call New Orleans a bunch of DBs?
Are you throwing him a curveball? Do you happen to be playing each other this week, UNC?
We do, but I don't think he's in that league that he's using that decision. I don't think it's.
I'm just playing.
Doesn't matter. I just had to start a third-string running back against him, so I don't think I've got any problems losing to him this week. Don't worry. He's got me.
One of them, People Jones, just downgraded to out. Thank you, funny meme guy.
Darn it, man! I was kind of hoping on him this week, coming through and bringing Cleveland out of the hoop. Caesar throwing some love. Yeah, it's another league. Don't worry, you'll get wins in all your leagues this week, Caesar.
I'm rooting for Caesar.
I'm just handing them a win this week with the 9 players that are out on my roster.
Oh, funny meme guy, you still got time to swap them out in daily though, right?
Yes.
I know it kind of throws everything off when you have to go in.
Yes, Clown Baby. Latavius Murray is expected to play. Adam Schefter was reporting on that earlier this week, and it's probably going to roll up on the Twitter here. Scroll. Marquise Brown, by the way, is out on the other side of that.
Yeah, that was the only reason I was saying that it might upgrade Bateman in that one question earlier.
Yeah,
but we'll see. Tough to then take him. Not
because
saying
Marquise
that,
Brown is out, Bateman's value goes up.
Yeah, but then you have the Lamar Jackson question. You know what I mean?
Who's the
as far as that goes?
Yeah, it's painful. No team wants to step up. No team wants to step up and take the reins of the AFC right now. Even the NFC, really, for that matter. I mean, you got Green Bay that might end up doing something, but.
Okay, Odie, you can help with this one. Pollard or Collins, half-point PPR. I would take a snap. I would take a shot on Collins this week with Carson out for the year. This is kind of Collins' opportunity. Let's see what he has. But do you think, kind of playing off what we played with earlier, with Dallas playing KC today, and then playing again on Thursday?
Okay, I'm gonna give you 2 quick scenarios.
Do we see more of a split time today between Zeke and Pollard?
Yes, I do think that they'll use more Pollard. I think they'll try to bury Ezekiel at first, realize they can't get through Chris Jones, Ingram, and the Chiefs' defensive line, so they'll try to sprinkle out Pollard more eventually, and I think they'll get a lot more usage out of Pollard in third down, screen passes, and things like that. That being said, on the other side of that one, what was the other guy? Alex Collins is going against Carson, or Carson's out. He's not going against anything. But last week, Russell Wilson did not look good, and they were going to trot him out there again this week. So they're going to have to give him situations that he can throw easy passes, which means you have to run the ball because you have to get those linebackers up close so that Russell Wilson can just rainbow it over the top of the linebackers to easy passes to, receivers in that second level. So I'm looking more usage out of Collins probably this week just because Russell Wilson's hand is still gimpy that we all know of, or that's what I'm assuming will happen. But
I agree with that.
I would lean to Collins for that exact reason. Have Russ Wilson. I didn't start him last week because I wanted to see how the finger went. I'm not starting him again this week. I think they're going to be run heavy. I go Alex Collins.
Okay, so that's a consensus.
I think
Funny meme guy,
gets used,
Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman or Gallup in daily?
Ooh, okay. So Gallup, this is an interesting
I
question right
I
here.
like Gallup.
Both
I
these
like
guys
Gallup,
have
yeah.
great upside right now. Both of them could literally come out and basically be a number one receiver this week when it comes to points. Ooh,
Yeah.
Who's going to be better? You got
Like the
pretty
quarterback
good
throwing
DBs.
at Gallup better than the quarterback throwing at Bateman.
Yeah, I like a healthy Dak.
Chiefs
Better
defensive
than
backs
a,
are pretty good if the defensive line can get a pass rush. And I guess you could say that about
Amari
anybody's
Cooper on one
defense,
side.
but
Right.
Hollywood Brown on the other.
oh man, that's a good one.
I'm
Bateman.
going Gallup there. We always talk
Going
about
Gallup.
these opportunities with Amari Cooper hurt.
Yeah.
CD Lamb will be seeing the bulk of the coverage. I think it opens things up a little bit for Gallup.
It's true, but I think we're going to talk about this later. There's a couple other guys there in Dallas that may get some upside, and the same for the M in Baltimore. I don't know that Lamar has any kind of chemistry with Bateman as well as he has Marquise Brown or what's the tight end and Mark Andrews. So,
Again,
Well,
Yeah.
and
I've
if
seen Dak throw
Jackson
Gallup a lot.
plays and he's not 100% healthy, you think it'll be a more run involved game than having him throw the ball. I would think,
Right.
but who knows?
All right, I think we got a bunch of questions here.
I've seen Kadarius Toney come through a couple times. Giants fan, admittedly. I have him. I think it's a great situation. So I'm biased, but I'm bullish big time.
If you have Mitchell, change it if he will not play this week. TikTok saying, yeah, Eli Mitchell more than likely not going to play. Lee Artescu, sorry, I have a hard time seeing that name. Best bet of the week, Tampa Bay -11 over New York. You heard it here first, live from Vegas. Thank you, Lee. Appreciate that. What's that? Clown Baby coming in with I'm starting Tony on my flex Monday night. Okay, I'm with you on that one. You guys good with Tony this week against the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think so too. All right, and then Rashad Bateman. Go, you guys already got that one. Ikram throwing some love to Robin, whatever. Good morning, Robin. All right. And then funny meme guy Toes. Yes, sir. Tony Primetime is still a good call. Yep. So let's start with the running back recap here. I'm a Chiefs fan. I had no idea this was coming. We drafted Clyde Edwards to do this, and we still don't throw the ball to him when he is healthy. All of a sudden, Darrell Williams is swing pass extraordinaire. Might have just been the Raiders' defense. Sorry, MIA, but yeah, that was a ridiculous output from Darrell Williams. Hopefully, any of you that had him were playing him. Don't ever expect it again. It's not going to happen again. What do you guys think about Darrell Williams' output last week? Sorry, MIA again.
I think the Raiders' defense gave up on bad play from Carr. Carr turned the ball over. Carr didn't look great. It happens. The defense, I don't think was as bad as the final score. They were just worn down. They were on the field. And we got our asses kicked. There's no real nice way to say it. It happens. I think this was an anomaly. I think with Edwards-Helaire coming back this week, I don't know how involved he's going to be, but I think this was kind of an anomaly. But that's not to say that he didn't show us something of what he's capable of.
True. Yeah.
I think it's definitely situational. If Kansas City gets humming and Mahomes is running his checkdowns and he's going to Kelsey and he's getting Rick-Hill, opens things up for Williams. It'll open it up for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It just, when things are ticking and clicking for them, there's no mistake. They've been winning for a while now. When that offense is humming, I don't care who the running back is.
Yeah, they're going to get theirs one way or another.
Clown Baby, I would lean Lamar too. If Lamar hurts, he's asking. If Lamar plays,
unless
regardless
he's
of it,
out, I'm playing Lamar.
Yeah, unless because especially with it being an illness, it's not something that's gonna hamper him per se. It's not a finger or anything like that that's gonna affect. So I would still go with him.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you covered that one. I like Hurts this week, but Hurts, they never have a game plan for the poor kid. He just runs his butt off for an hour and a half of the game, and he never seems like he does anything. Luckily, they've been starting to pass to the young receiver a little bit and started to run the ball with Scott and stuff a little bit more, but I still don't trust their game plan over what Lamar can get done just on his own. So, yeah, I'm swinging towards Lamar. Caesar coming in with something here. Super chat, guys. I'm starting Tannehill, Alex Gibson, Scary McLaurin, and A.J. Dillon at flex, benching Wilson, Thielen, and Michael Carter. Would you guys change anything? Thank you so much, Caesar, for that super chat. You know you don't need to super chat that in, but we appreciate it very much. Nunya, what are your answers on that one to start with?
No, I'm high on Michael Carter, and I think in that divisional game against the Dolphins, he's going to get some run. He's going to get some pass for sure. But I think Dillon's opportunity at flex, like if there's only a chance to change something at flex, if he's set with Gibson in a running back spot and McLaurin in a wide receiver spot, like Carter would be the only possible question mark, and I'm really high on Dillon's opportunity this week. So I like right where you're at, Caesar.
Yeah, I like it. If anything, I'm a Gibson holder. He's a tough one to hold. Because he, as good as he is, he has a vulture there.
Yeah.
But I think I would probably still say the same. The only thing that I don't like is having, I might spread only because you got Scary Terry. I may go with somebody over Gibson just to not go too heavy on Washington. That would be maybe my only criticism is maybe a Michael Carter there, but I like it. I like where you're at, and Gibson has that upside. Like I think Gibson, he still is the man over there. He just isn't the. He gets vultured by McKissick. It happens.
Yeah. My only, I'd look at A.J. Dillon against Minnesota's D-line versus, I kind of like the Thielen versus Green Bay's defense. I think Thielen gets a lot of passes against Green Bay's porous defense today. So that's the only thing I would possibly look at switching is the Dillon over Thielen. But Dillon's going to get all the touches because Aaron Jones is gone. So on the other hand, you're going to get runs and passes to Dillon in most cases. So I kind of almost like that original lineup better than anything there, Caesar, to tell you the truth. But TikTok, yeah, I think he was talking about Antonio Gibson, not Brown. He's been ruled out, I think, for the 4th straight time this week, Antonio Brown. Clown Baby says he's had Dillon stashed all season. Smart move.
Nice.
Jones gets used a lot. He can go down real quick, and if you have that backup, it's not a bad thing to hold. All
Funny
right.
meme guy too. One quick, we missed you, Michael Pruitt or Troutman in daily fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably trying to squeeze budget right there because those are some lower guys. But this week, I guess. What you guys' opinion on there?
Let's see, look at these matchups.
Michael Pruitt or
Yeah,
Troutman.
those are deep. Those are trying to.
I said he's stretching budget. That's good. That's the way you play daily fantasy.
I'm probably go
Oh
Pruitt.
yes.
Well, he saw a touchdown last week, or at least saw some passes last week. Oh, I might go Pruitt there. That's the
probably Pruitt. It's a
Tennessee
coin toss.
tight end, Pruitt. I believe so. I think I'm remembering that correctly. Doing the old deep dive search here. Did we lose audio?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
We're good.
Sorry. I didn't hear you guys. Yeah, Tennessee tight end.
We
Michael
good.
Pruitt. He's caught 3 touchdowns. He's had 12 targets all season with 11 receptions for 129 yards. And they're playing Houston today. I'd probably go Pruitt. You're going to get him for a low value, and at least he's seen targets in the end zone. You might have an upside there.
Yeah, Troutman, I don't know a lot about, but the upside from what I'm seeing here is that it seems like he's getting more involved with Simeon under center since week 8. Troutman has averaged 6.33 targets per game and has logged season highs in receptions in each of the last 2 outings, but has gone scoreless.
Yep. Yeah, they're basically
And the
tied
Philadelphia Eagles defense has coughed up the most touchdowns and the most fantasy points to tight ends this season.
Ooh, okay.
So I go Troutman there.
That might be a good extra thing. Plus, you've got
And that's not me.
quarterback
That's just
this
me
week still,
reading
right?
that.
Simeon's still
Yeah,
a
I believe
quarterback,
so.
so you're going to have a quarterback who's still trying to find himself in that offense, who needs an outlet. And they're going to be bringing in Taysom Hill to run a lot of 3 tight end weird plays. So this could be a good tackle eligible type kind of situation for this guy in the end zone. Yeah, you might take a swing on Troutman there. That might not be a bad move. Not a bad move at all. All right. Just to get caught up here, we talked about the Darrell Williams. I don't think anybody expected that out of them. Let me see here real quick. Clown Baby coming in with this Chiefs question. As a Chiefs fan, do you prefer Williams or CEH as the primary running back? As a Chiefs fan, non-fantasy point person, I'm all about CEH because we drafted him high. Hopefully we can start using him like they used Williams last week. Start throwing to CEH more. He got 100 yards rushing multiple times this year, so hopefully he can become more of an all side back there. LaDainian Tomlinson, Austin Eckler type back. Heidenreich coming in with another question. You guys might want to hit this one up. Russell Wilson or Carson Wentz this week for QB? I have both. Not sure who to play. I have Wilson in as of now. Go ahead.
Morning, Heidenreich.
Heidenreich.
Yes, thank you for the coffee, by the way. Good morning.
Always. Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
That's a tough one. I got Russell Wilson starting. I'm going to give him another week. That's tough because I think Wentz has some upside there, but I still think it's going to be a run-heavy game unless Buffalo gets way out in front. I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be the star there. Hyde, I'm going Wilson, but it's a very, very tight window there. It can really go either way. I wish I could give you a more definitive answer there, brother.
Agree, real close, but I think Indy's going to lean on Jonathan Taylor. I think they're going to try and run the ball, eat the clock, and beat up Buffalo's defense a little bit. So,
and Russ is still Russ. You know what I mean? One game coming back from an injury again, and we talked about this going into it. This is the first time that he's ever missed a game in the NFL. The first injury he had to deal with.
I think
what about you, Odie?
I think they rushed him back. I think we're going to see that again this week. Like I said earlier, I'm with Wentz this week. I think Jonathan Taylor creates a good situation where they can do play action and Wentz can stay healthy.
that's true.
It's Buffalo.
As
it's
good
not
as
indoor.
Taylor's playing.
Yeah, it's not indoor. Again, I think they make soft situations for Wentz to throw the ball against Buffalo and try to keep Allen off the field. So Russell looked horrible last week, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I don't expect that situation to just be solved in 1 week. So I'm probably going with Wentz. You can play Wilson, and you'll probably get 200 yards and maybe a couple touchdowns. I just don't expect the spectacular Wilson game to be back at all. And I don't think he's going to try running it ever because he's got to protect that hand from getting hit. So he's just going to take sacks when he's back in the pocket and trouble starts to come at him. But
well, and that's when we see him succeed too, right?
Normally, it's when the pocket
he's
crumbles.
Yeah.
Funny memes guy said I sold Dylan to I missed it. I sold Dylan to a guy with Kamara and Jones out and got Waddle. With Kamara. Oh, he sold Dylan to a guy with Kamara and Jones out and got Waddle. Okay, that's not a bad move. Waddle might be a decent receiver for the rest of the year down there in Miami, but.
Okay, old Raven. He's all in on Mario Lemieux.
Ooh,
all right.
Nice.
Hey, congrats on that perfect regular season, Caesar. And yeah, I was watching the notes in poker.
His alma mater went 11-0.
Sir.
Wow. Well done. Congrats on
Yes.
that. That's pretty cool.
Fantastic.
Your school goes 11-0. He's getting to
Oh,
do a
yeah.
little peacocking, and now I'm gonna segue that. I'm gonna segue that peacocking into our peacocking. So last week we talked about this gentleman quite a little bit about his possibility in taking over the role in New England and being the point getter, and then you watched it happen. So if you were listening to the show last week and you were able to snag this guy, you possibly made a nice little move on fantasy advice that we are allowed to give here.
You're welcome.
Ramondre Stevenson, fellas, what'd you think about that performance last week? And like I said, we called that bad boy out. We were here in the channel last week.
We called both out. We don't usually make a lot of predictions as far as games go, but I think we, we've been kind of riding that Patriots wave as this has been happening.
Yep.
And I even said it Thursday in the stock show. I said, yes, financial advice or betting advice. Bet New England tonight. And they crushed. To me, they're the hottest team in football. And I had some people kind of say, well, Dallas, and I mean the hottest overperforming team. With Dallas, we thought that they would be where they are. Sure, they're playing a little bit better than maybe some people expected.
Nobody expected New England.
Nobody gave them this chance.
No, not to be better than Buffalo at this point in the season.
And again, if you're a Raider fan, you're not a New England fan. So for me to say that, it's genuine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, here's a good question. Funny meme guy coming in again. I have Dak and CD. Is there any scenario where you trade Dak for Kyler with the Cardinals trying to make a playoff push? Man, that's tough. That's because I think the Cowboys are in a great spot with their playoff push, and I think you have a healthy quarterback. I think Kyler Murray, until he shows me that he's back and healthy and able to do what he does, I don't think I would make that play. I think, I love having the double points. Now, it's again, you're putting kind of all your eggs in the basket when you have the quarterback receiver. But boy, when you get those, when you're going to have a game where CD has 2 touchdowns and you're getting, a total of 4 touchdowns out of that on your fantasy team, hard to not have it.
Benny on that one.
Just saw a great little response there from Clown Baby down bottom. That was about what I was going to say. If you were asking for any scenario where I might do that Dak for Kyler, if Hopkins comes back next week and is good, I might consider it, but that's the only way. I think Dak is doing great. I think that game plan it was last year too. When he was healthy, they were throwing for high 300 yards a game, 400 yards a game. Doing it again this year, and CD's only better. That's a great combo. So
I think the only downside, Nunya, do you see is that the Cowboys have a much better run game, and especially with Chase Edmonds out, do you think that's kind of the only negative that I see as far as Dak goes, is with 2 premier running backs in Zeke and Pollard. We've seen a few games this year where the run game has just dominated, and but like you said, he has the ability to throw for 400 on any given day, and I would go. I don't think I would make that trade, but I like what you said. It's got, if D-Hop came back, showed some signs that he's back, Murray shows that he's healthy, then I may think about it. But I like that. I like that combination. And I think with Amari Cooper out, CeeDee Lamb, it's going to be his time to shine. I'm looking for him to absolutely annihilate the Raiders on Thursday. I hate to say it, but if you are if you're a CeeDee Lamb holder, come Thursday next week, you're going to be a happy guy.
Thanksgiving Day. He's going to get the turkey.
I hate to admit that I do the look ahead lines, but Dallas is already favored by 7 over Las Vegas.
It's Thanksgiving. Vegas has never played on Thanksgiving before, that I know of. I'm just gonna do this real quick.
Not as Vegas.
There is a scenario in which I would be switching to Dak or trading to Kyler. Trading Dak for Kyler, and that's if, let's say, the Cowboys win the next 2 games in division and they're already up, and Dak's gonna be sitting the last 2 weeks of the real season. Kyler more than likely is going to be in a scramble against the Rams. It's the 49ers. Everybody in that division is going to be fighting for that division, so you're going to see Kyler play through Week 17 if he's healthy when he returns. But
well, we may see what we talked about earlier play out there, though, too, Odie.
Deadline may be past that point where you can't trade for him, so you got to start making that decision and looking ahead at your the rosters and everything now, because it's getting close usually for trade deadline. Sorry, Amari, what were you saying there?
No, I was just saying it may, what we talked about kind of in the beginning of the show with the only one team getting the bye.
Yes,
that may keep Dak in it. True. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where typically
because Green Bay is going to be ahead of them.
It can go both ways.
Yeah.
Yep. It can go both ways. It's going to be really interesting down the stretch. It's going to be a lot more.
This is a new scenario coaches have to play with, and we're going to see different coaches handling it in new ways where we've never seen it done like that before. Yeah. It might be more. And NBA,
one extra game
LeBron
is a big deal in the NFL. It's not. This isn't like in the NBA. Say they added 5 games to the season. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. One extra game is grueling. It's another thing on these people's body, especially when that game's leading into the playoffs. So It's going to be interesting.
Yep.
Here comes in a tweet right now from Ian Rappaport that is picture thinking for next week. We were kind of talking about before the left tackle for Dallas.
Yeah.
Tyron Smith is sitting this week for sure. It's a big picture move, hoping to have him for next week.
Yep.
It may affect Dak. It may affect the running game, but they are sitting him today to play him Thursday.
That tells me
that they're more afraid of the Raiders than the Chiefs.
It tells you that, but maybe they're going to try to go with a different game plan against the Chiefs than what they're going to employ against the Raiders, meaning they may go heavy run against the Raiders, and they may try to do screen passes this week against Pollard. So just off of that news, if I'm a Pollard owner, I might be looking to possibly move Pollard into a flex position this week if he wasn't starting in my league. They're going to probably stick away from running Dak up the middle and try to play outside more maybe now. But that also, you got to say this, no left tackle for them is a big deal because you got Ingram, Jones, and Jared Reed. They got and Frank Clark now coming at Dak running for his life. That's a big deal. That could be a huge pass rush help for the Chiefs today. I don't know if anybody's
I agree. Left tackle, we all know that's
it's the blind side.
It's the blind side with Frank Clark coming at you on a rookie or whoever's backing up this guy. Yeah. All right. So AJ Dillon was another guy we all called out last week. We said he's a possibility, and he did exactly what we kind of expected. He stepped into the role and played well. Played very well. Is there anybody you guys are thinking right off the top? I know we got buy or sell coming up here in a minute or two, but is there anybody you're thinking just right now that might be that same lightning in a bottle right off the top of your head? And I know, again, we got buy or sell, so we may not want to give away the secret. But
I don't want to expose it, but I'm thinking of one Jeff Wilson Jr. might have a shot.
Maybe that was the name I was
thinking.
Yeah,
I'm thinking that too.
I would say CEH is returning for the Chiefs today. Saquon may or may not play for the New York Giants. He may be returning.
It's looking like he will.
It appears.
Deontay Foreman over there in Tennessee. I'll be keeping an eye on him.
Because Kendricks is out. Adrian Peterson's been a dud. And we all know Henry's gone. So they're going to be leaning on that little kid down there in Tennessee.
Little kid.
Little kid.
Is.
Little kid. Very little. All right. Let's move into our projections for the week. As we all can see there, we're back to normal, led by one Christian McCaffrey. You got to add that little twist to it.
Surprise.
Yeah, and we talked about that last week too. We said that they're just gonna, at this point, I think, use him to every extent.
I think he's getting used even more now that you have Cam Newton that cannot throw the ball. I expect Chubb Hubbard to be starting in 2 weeks minimum. Let's put it that way. That's kind of a bad way to look at the outlook, but hand off this way, hand off that way. Then Cam's going to run it, and then hand off this way, hand off that way. Okay, bring in Chubb Hubbard. Bring him in. I actually, not going to lie, all truthfulness, I picked up Chubb Hubbard in any league I could because I expect McCaffrey to be done before week 13. Sorry. That might be FUD, but FUD's allowed in the
And before everybody else runs to the waiver wire a week early.
Right? Yeah. Yep. Well, he's already been out there because people were cutting him as soon as McCaffrey came back, and it was like, oh, I'm going to hold on to that. I'm going to get that Hub dude or Chubb Hubbard dude because I don't expect this to last very long, but I don't know. That's just me, maybe.
I always carry 2 defenses because I try to stream a week ahead. I try to look at 2 weeks ahead's defense for that very reason because other people waiver wire them up and I can't get them. So, great move.
Smart. Very smart.
And Robinson. Not so sure about Robinson's health, but that's 2 very good starters there. Funny meme guy.
Yeah. I'm just not big on Robinson ever. And I'm not going to be big on any running back in Jacksonville until they show me they can consistently run the ball, which is something they haven't been able to do since like Maurice Jones-Drew's second season.
Right.
I mean, no matter who they
I've had Robinson, and I start Robinson in one of my bigger leagues, but
60 yards maybe at most.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, his talent is his talent's there. His health has been an issue this year, the team, things like that. Hey, you got it, funny meme guy. My pleasure. So I like him. I just, if you're not stuck with him, okay, I wouldn't be out looking for him, or I wouldn't be, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things. I drafted him kind of high, and he hasn't been a complete bust for me, but he's there's definitely other options out there.
So, number 2 on our list here is Najee Harris going up against the LA Chargers today for Pittsburgh. They're in LA in a dome. I don't think we've seen Najee on turf or in a dome yet. I may have missed it if Pittsburgh was in. I think maybe they played Detroit earlier this season in a dome, but I probably missed that game. But I'm interested to see what Najee can do in the dome with Ben Roethlisberger, I believe, coming back. And I think they're going to lean on Najee a lot just because... Why not? What's Detroit really?
I think so too.
Yeah, I think this might be a big game for Najee.
Our next 2 guys are in the same game, and I think they're both going to be leaned on extremely heavily.
That's a good point.
We're going to see a lot of running out of both of those. And I'm a big fan.
There's an upside to both of these quarterbacks if they lean on their run game healthy, and that's meaning Herbert and Roethlisberger. Yeah. Probably a little bit more for Herbert because his arm's a heck of a lot better than what Roethlisberger has left in the tank. But both of them lean hard on the running game.
I think it'll, by the second half, I think that'll open up the passing game for both of those quarterbacks. So I think we'll see a run-heavy early game that'll open up some play action for both of them.
Funny meme guy, Toes, coming with a question here that's pretty... This one's definitely fantasy advice-driven. So they got 3 of them.
And I don't think this is a dumb question by any means.
I don't think it's a dumb question.
If CMC is a keeper.
At all. In a keeper league, I'm going to give you my opinion straight up. It's very short and sweet. Is he a keeper? Nope.
I would say that too, because what you're going to spend to keep him, way too much question with his health. I agree on that.
I would see what I could get for him in a trade. I would not keep him.
I love Alvin Kamara. I love Dalvin Cook. I'm not keeping any of those 3. They are all great at catching the ball, getting you rushing yards and passing yards. Not a 3 of them can stay healthy for 16 games or 17 games now in a season. And the worst part about CMC is he gets multiple injuries. So I'm staying away from him farther than Dalvin or Kamara.
You know what? I don't. Yeah, like Dalvin or Kamara, I could see them adjusting their game to not take the hits that they take.
Right.
I don't see CMC ever doing that. I think he's a different kind of beast. I think he's a guy that's gonna knock himself out. You know what I mean? He doesn't know how to go out of bounds. He doesn't know, and I'm sure part of that stems from his dad and the type of player his dad was, and things like that. So yeah, but number one thing you did wrong there, funny meme guy. There are no such thing as dumb questions around here,
point.
brother.
Good point. Especially
That's it.
in this channel, we accept all questions.
Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely. So don't ever, if there's something that you feel like is going to maybe come off like a dumb question, don't ever worry about that here. You're going to be treated with the respect that you deserve.
Mm-hmm.
You might be helping three or four more people in the chat who want to ask the question, and they're afraid it might be, whatever, a silly question. So please ask away.
This next running back is interesting to me because of what's going on in Detroit this week, and there's two things that are kind of either pushing Swift up or Swift down here. You've got Goff out and Boyle in as the starting quarterback. We'll talk about that in quarterbacks later on. But also, Jamal Williams is coming back this week. So Swift, projected for those points, now gets leaned on more because of a backup quarterback. But does his time get diminished because Jamal Williams comes in and maybe gets some of those carries? Not all. I don't expect Jamal to be healthy and running for 100 yards or anything, but I'm a little interested in what Swift does here today, whether or not he picks up his game to try to say, nope, I'm the starter, you're not coming here, Jamal, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be interesting how it plays out in Detroit today. Not really a big game to pay attention to in that sense, but you got two decent running backs in Detroit. One of them is not going to be there next year. They're going to have to get rid of one of them, so I'm interested to see what the Swift does up there. None your MIA. What do you?
Yeah, and is Jamar Jefferson playing? Do we know?
He is.
The other
Also,
running back there.
Yeah, it's really hard to play in the dog pound. Cleveland's front line and linebackers are the strength of their D. He's gonna get his swing passes for sure.
Yeah.
But I think this might be tough running for any and all of them.
Sure.
Yeah, so do I. He's the only one on this list that I would say the projection that he's maybe over projected. Not that he can't get that, but if I'm looking at this top five, he's the only one that really I would be. A lot of times with these guys, they're always going to be must starts. So I wouldn't be not starting him or anything if he's in my lineup, but maybe for daily or something, I might look elsewhere. That's just me. I think the new quarterback kind of bodes well, but like we talked about earlier, is he even little screen passes, things like that? People, you got to remember, you got to be on the same page to throw those just as well as any other kind of routes. So I don't know what we'll see. Maybe we'll see Jamal Williams brought more into it. I don't know. I really don't know what to expect.
Yeah. Usually when they're coming off of injury like this, they're not necessarily going to be brought in 100%. They get sprinkled in. They want to see how their reaction is when they step on the field, their ankle cuts and stuff like that before they actually bring them into an actual game plan. So I think Swift still gets action, but I think it's more impacted by the fact that Goff is getting the sit today. So if Boyle can play good or at least control the ball, you might see a lot more handoffs to Swift and a lot more screen passes just to keep him safe. So,
or do they unleash him to see what they have in him? Do they let him throw the ball all over the field? Yeah, just to see what they have, just to instead of like where you're looking at like maybe a team that's in the playoff hunt, something like that.
Might be weather reliant. If the winds are in Cleveland are pretty strong today, they may say go run. If the winds are light, they may say, hey, try it. Because Cleveland's got a pretty good
place
pass
to
rush.
Cut your teeth in the dog pound.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. That's a tough stadium to go into and play.
Of all the things Cleveland has problems with, Cleveland's pass rush and Cleveland's run stop, not that big of a problem for them. They do have a good, strong D line, so we'll see what happens there. But, yeah, you're right. They might let him wing it. They might let him, hey, do we have a quarterback here? Do we waste our money on Goff? Let's check and see. It might be that week because Detroit ain't got nothing to lose. They're not getting to the playoffs. They haven't won a game yet. They just had that ridiculous tie to Pittsburgh last week. They may be just trying something, see what happens. To finish up running backs here, projections, I kind of already mentioned him about being one of those top tier running backs. Dalvin Cook is playing against Green Bay, projected here for 18 points. Just to be honest with everyone, again, we always mention this, that we do take our projections from an aggregate site that takes a large aggregate of all the projections amongst different sites. and that's how we build our show here, is with that aggregate. We don't always agree with everything that's on the screen, so we give you our opinion on it. Dalvin Cook going up against Green Bay. I honestly think Dalvin Cook is the main wheel and show in Minnesota today. I think that's what gets their thing going. You might see some Jefferson catching some passes over the top, but I think they try to keep Aaron Rodgers off the field. Nunya, where are you at on that one? Dalvin Cook today.
I think for sure he's what it all starts with, and then you take your shots downfield to Justin Jefferson and possibly Thielen. If you take a look, Green Bay's been try to bring the sports book in here. Green Bay's hit the under on just about every single game.
Okay.
Their defense is better than people are giving them credit for. Cook's the man. You never don't start him, but I think he does. Whatever. He's absolutely a start, but I'm not as bullish on him this week as I typically am.
Okay. Because the Green Bay.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing with that. You never don't start him. That's it. If I got Dalvin Cook, I'm playing him.
Yeah, I agree. You're starting him. He's getting you 6 receptions.
Maybe not the best matchup here though, because like you said, with this could be a low-scoring game. I don't know.
Dalvin Cook is going to get you more receptions than any tight end on your roster is going to get you. Period. That's why you start Dalvin Cook. Like, he's going to get you 6 to 7 receptions, whereas a tight end on your roster might only get you 5. That being said, I kind of blinked into tight ends there. Conklin alert. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
we
yeah.
got.
Let's get a couple of these questions.
Yes,
Let's go back. Funny meme guy says, while we're still on running backs, my Super Bowl is week 17. Do you suggest I trade late or what? I think it all depends. I think with your Super Bowl being that last week, running backs are going to be tough because those will be the guys that sit. You know what I mean? So I think you got to pay a lot of attention down the stretch and around week 13, 14, kind of start looking at the matchups for your guys and kind of start looking at where you see in their teams being around then, and
where
come talk to us
that week, those 2 weeks, those last couple weeks, and if they have their own playoff chances.
Absolutely. Caesar C asking how dynasty leagues work. They work different ways, Caesar. It's basically you're keeping people till the next year at a cost. You know what I mean? It depends on different rules, but it's stuff that carries over year to year, and you basically pay a cost to keep some of your higher guys. Like I said, they're all structured differently, but I'll shoot you an example of one, Caesar. They're kind of cool, and maybe we'll turn one of these into one down the line.
We got
something
a lot
like
of questions here. Okay, hold on. Where are you at? You're on the Caesar C one. Keep going, MI. Keep rolling.
Okay. Do I start Adam Thielen, Miles Sanders, or Barkley at the flex this week? I'm going Thielen there. Sanders, I don't know how they'll use him in this role. Barkley,
we don't know.
Upside, what's the health on him, Nunya?
He's questionable still.
He's questionable, but I
Practice
do read all the Giants boards weekly, and it seems like he is definitely heavily involved in the game plan.
Okay.
I'd almost take the chance on Barkley. If you can time it out correctly, you might be able to start Thielen or have Thielen in the starting position, but know if Barkley's going to play, but you need to be on top of it. You still got about 3 hours.
I wish Barkley was playing on Sunday and not Monday, but
yes,
I would go to the upside of Barkley, and I don't know if you can.
If you can have Booker or find Booker,
I was just gonna say
you might have Booker and Barkley waiting for a Monday night late game play. That's a possibility there. Bulldog coming in with that Mo Alley Cox Evan Ingram play. This is a hard one. Man, I'm going to say Mo Alley Cox just because I'm kind of big on Carson Wentz this week, but Evan Ingram's getting better each week with Daniel Jones. They're starting to use him a little bit more. I think he's had end zone targets and touchdowns in the last 3 weeks for Evan Ingram. I might be going with Evan Ingram becoming a new property of Daniel Jones up there.
I like Ingram there.
I like Ingram there. I thought earlier in the year there was a lot of talk in the camp that he was a troublemaker in the locker room. They tried heavily to trade him at the trade deadline, and they didn't. So I think instantly he became a zone target, and they're going to try and trade him in the offseason. Yeah. So I lean.
All sports reactions: Landry, Galladay, or Davis?
I got to go Landry there.
Yeah.
Don't know about Galladay's health back yet. Landry's going to be heavily involved.
And especially with Peoples-Jones out.
Yeah.
BJ gone, Peoples-Jones gone.
Yeah.
Out.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
You know, the other side of that is they could double Landry and he could see nothing all day with Chubb coming back, but I think he has the most upside there.
I think between Chubb and Uzoma, I like Landry. I don't know. Maybe it's a feel.
All right, Mitchell Loya, Gallup or Pittman Jr.? I'm going Pittman.
Gallup.
Oh, okay. You're going Gallup? All right. Well, Atlanta already played. We can't even answer that, right? Yeah. So Gallup. Yeah.
Which one?
Sure. All right.
Pittman's on Indy.
Oh, I'm thinking of the kid Pittman on Atlanta. Sorry.
You're thinking Kyle Pitts, yeah.
There you go. All right, Deacon.
Yeah, I like Gallup.
You like Gallup? Yeah.
Yeah.
Deacon, do I start Adam Thielen or Barkley at flex this week? We kind of just shot on that Barkley thing. You're up in the air until Monday night, more than likely with that one, whereas Thielen's starting today in Minnesota, so you're taking a guess. If you're going to play that, you might want to try to find an optionable player on Monday night, whether it's on another team or not, on the other team on Monday night game. But find somebody, if you're going to basically go with that Barkley, that you can make an emergency start. It's going to be a position loss for you, but if you're thinking about playing Barkley, you need to be ready for him not going.
I agree. I think Barkley has the more upside. But always that chance.
That's one of the big moves when you're doing these Monday night games. If you've got a really important player, you need to be able to always have a roster space, or maybe think of having a roster space for a backup player that you might have to use on Monday night, even if it's a third string wide receiver, so you get some kind of points and you're not getting an over. There's a nice question coming in here. Start two, fellas, from Brock Goose. I'm 9-1. I got a lot of good options. Full PPR. Godwin, Deandre, Terry, Dylan, Monty. Brady is my QB. Okay, so you got two running backs, it looks like there, Dylan and Montgomery, and three wide receivers, Godwin, Deandre, and Scary Terry. Get to take two this week with Brady as my QB. I'm trying to double up. I'm taking Godwin and Terry. You guys go.
I'm taking the same thing. PPR.
I may switch Godwin for Dylan.
I was just going to say, as much as I like Dylan, I like that double up with Godwin and Brady. I think this is a get-right game for Tampa.
If it wasn't full PPR, possibly Dylan, but I'm in lockstep with you guys. Godwin and Terry for sure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, Terry for sure. Terry, just for me, is a must-start every time. I put him ahead of all those guys. I even kind of maybe would look at Deontay with Ben coming back. But I would probably go Godwin and try to get those double ups.
Yeah. Hit this one up from Max Newman, then, yeah. See that one?
I've got Barkley, Zeke, and Darrell Henderson. Should I trade one to upgrade my team? Got Brady, Cup, Cooper, OBJ, Hollywood, and Goodare. Sitting up there 9-1 so far. Ooh. Yeah, well, 9-1's a great accomplishment.
Good job to both of these 9-1 teams. Yeah.
Yes, congrats.
I'm not so high on Henderson for the rest of the way, so I don't know if you need to start 2 or 3, depending on your league, Barkley and Zeke, but I'm in the camp of don't trust Barkley's health completely to stay for a long time, and the Giants' offensive line is kind of trashed again. So if you can get something good for Barkley, but again, I don't know if you have to start 2 running backs. How many flex do you have? Because Henderson, while I love the Rams, he did not get the complete role that I thought he was going to get earlier in the season.
No.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
If I've got to trade one of them, it's D. Henderson. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but I just don't know. Do you get a bucket of milk for him, or do you get a good play?
I mean, I'd probably try to grab maybe a second string wide receiver or a tight end maybe for him since he is a starting running back, but I don't think anybody's going to come off anything more than that.
Trying to get
All right, I got a different take on this.
Okay.
I'm not trading any of them unless I'm getting another running back in return. You've got Barkley, whose health is going to be questionable. Zeke, who maybe not his health being questionable, but down the line, we could see Pollard used. So if you're in a league, if that's a league that you have to start 2 running backs, I'm not getting rid of any of them. If anything, I'm looking to pick up maybe another something to not be caught with my pants down if any of those guys kind of go out for any of which reason.
Okay, it looks like Caesar's catching us up here. 808
Thank you,
DOL
Caesar.
L3 said he has running backs Jonathan Taylor, Dalvin Cook, James Conner, and Edwards-Helaire.
Wow.
Wide receiver
What is
Diggs,
this?
AJ Brown,
5-person league.
1 flex position. Who do I start there? So 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex real quick. I'll go through mine real quick. I'm going to run with Jonathan Taylor and Dalvin Cook. Then I'm going to run for my 2 wide receivers. Oh, I'm going to run Tyreek Hill and A.J. Brown. And then my flex position, I'm going to go ahead and start Clyde Allaire. Go ahead, Nunya.
Okay, so Jonathan Taylor and Dalvin Cook, real quick and easy for my wide receivers. If that's Tyreek Hill and Steph Diggs, that's what I do, not A.J. Brown. And I make A.J. Brown my flex.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Yeah, I do about the same. Taylor and Cook, no doubt. Diggs and Hill, no doubt. Maybe John Connor as my flex. Probably Connor. I think he'll still be a workhorse over there. And Edwards-Helaire, I don't know how much they're going to use him with what Williams did last week. Obviously, he's going to be the feature back once he gets back and at him. But I would probably go Connor in the flex there.
Come with me if you want to win. Sorry, that was cheesy. All right.
Start 2, McLaurin, Brandon Cooks, or Bateman. I'm going McLaurin and Bateman there. What about you guys? And
Bateman does seem a little bit better now that you're looking at a situation with no Marquise Brown. Of course, you're going to go with Scary Terry and...
Just don't like Houston, period.
I'm rolling Ertz.
I like Cooks' potential.
Mm-hmm.
But I like McLaurin for sure. I like Bateman. And then for Troutman or Ertz at tight end.
I still go Ertz.
I'm going Ertz with Colt or Murray. Doesn't matter. I'm going Ertz.
Yeah, I go with the veteran as far as that goes. But
ooh, Scary Terry has Gilmore covering him. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a good point, but you also got to remember there's a reason why New England got rid of him.
Didn't Washington already play New England earlier this season?
Oh, but Terry's like one of those other guys. Like,
right.
Unless he's on the IR, you got to start him. He's that uncoverable guy.
I think one of Washington. I may be wrong about this, but I thought Washington already played New England this season, so I'd almost want to go back and look and see what Terry's stats were. But I might be wrong about that.
Preseason, that should be
before we get into buy or sell.
Yeah, let's get this. Josh Jacobs, Mike Williams, Jeff Wilson, or AJ Green. I'm going Jeff Wilson there. I like the upside. I say let's give the kid a chance, see what he could do. What do you guys think?
I agree. I think he's got the largest upside and full opportunity there, especially off of what San Fran's game plan was last week, and then going in and playing a 4th team. I like the opportunity. I
think it's a good segue to.
And I don't think Gilmore covering him has no effect. But I don't think that there's. I don't think that makes me think any different of where I'm playing Terry. I think he's. And again, I'm not saying Gilmore's washed up. And I know there was more to it. The reason why New England got rid of him, as far as money and stuff like that. But when it comes to Terry, I don't think that. I don't think any one player is going to make me put him on my bench.
Yeah,
they'll game plan to get him the ball.
But yeah, to segue right here into our buy or sell, that was a perfect little run here. So our very first guy is going to be the starter, appears in San Francisco. And that's Mr. Jeff Wilson Jr. of the San Francisco Niners gang. Trey Sermon's supposed to be the backup. Supposedly McHasty and Elijah Mitchell both doubtful, probably listed as out in about an hour or two from now, from all intents and purposes that we're seeing. I don't know why I said intent and purposes, but from all intentions that we're seeing, it looks like they're not going to be playing. So what are you guys thinking on Jeff Wilson if you saw him on your free agency list? Because most people did not own this dude from what I saw on any league. Not very many people were on top of this. Are you picking him up and trying to take a chance on him? I know we keep saying we take a chance on him right now, but would you make that roster move if you didn't have him going forward? I'll start with MIA here.
It would depend on what kind of slots I had open. I would, it's not like Mitchell's out for the year and this guy has the spot for a weekly fill-in play. I love him this week, but how far, what I would spend on him or what I would give up for him, probably not a whole lot, just because we don't know what his role is going to be, after this week.
More than likely, you wouldn't have to trade because he's going to be a waiver wire grab. I doubt anybody had him on their roster and would be willing to trade him or want to trade him. They might be willing because they could get something better in return, but I doubt anybody.
Right.
Yeah. Nunya, where are you at on that one?
I happen to be an Amari Cooper holder. So when I found out the bad news that he is out for not one but 2 games last night, I also happened to find out the Jeff Wilson Jr. news. So I did take a chance on him. I moved a wide receiver up from flex into Amari Cooper's spot, and I put Wilson Jr. into a flex. So not only did I take a chance on him, I have him in my starting lineup this week, and I like his opportunity.
Excellent. Ben Schuler coming in here. A quick question: should I start Gronk or Cedric Wilson? I didn't even think Gronk was hot today. I didn't think he was playing, so don't go with Gronk.
Don't go with Gronk.
No, don't go with Gronk.
And Wilson, you should see some upside from Wilson with Amari Cooper out. He might step into the 3rd position there in Dallas. TikTok says I have him and he will start. Yes, if you're talking about the running back Jeff Wilson Jr., he is going to start for San Francisco today. John Sullivan in my basketball game at the Jewish Community Center today. And should I start Joey Goldstein? Oh, wow, okay. John Sullivan.
I say Goldstein.
Classic. One of my favorite Chiefs fans here on the stream. Classic Sullivan. Nice, very well. Sorry, got nose itch. That was good. All right. Okay, here's another.
How about Mark Ingram?
Yes. Shout out Mark Ingram here. Holy moly. So we got Kamara out today. Killing me. Like, I've got barely any running backs again. Week 2 of the no running back saga in Odie Fro's playbook. But Mark Ingram was recently just traded there. Got a little bit of love last week. And now, because Kamara's out, he's thrown right into the starting spot again with the most prolific offense I think he's been with. The Saints, he has records there and stuff. So, you think he's a good start? Would you go and grab him if you saw him sitting around on a waiver wire? Most people probably already made that move last week when they saw the trade. But where are you at if he's on your roster, MIA? He's a must start.
I like him, but right now he's a must start. I kind of put him almost in the same category as Wilson, right? We don't know what his role is going to be when Kamara comes back. So I'm using him as a Band-Aid. Hopefully, if you're a Kamara holder, you were able to get him when the move was made if he wasn't already rostered out there. But other than that, I'm not going out and really looking for him. I think this is just a fill-in until Kamara's back. But for weekly, I think he's got huge upside.
He is one of the original vultures.
Yes, he is. He is definitely a vulture. What about you, Nunya?
I like him certainly this week. He's familiar with the offense. He's familiar with Coach Payton. They go back, so that's all real good. He will be worked in. Kamara's a stud. He's obviously hurt often. I don't want to sell a lot for Ingram. He'll get his touches. He'll have his weeks when he's great. And if it happens to be when you have a bye week or something and you need to fill in, it's awesome. he is what he is. You're going to get some good weeks when Kamara's healthy. You might get a vulture touchdown. But even some of those are going to go to Taysom Hill now.
Yep. None yet. Or MIA, hit them questions up. You see them?
All right. Let me say good morning to ADACDC first.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Morning, ADAC.
All right. Bateman or Emmanuel Sanders? Tough one. I might take a flyer on Bateman with him being the number one guy over there. Depends on what we end up finding out about Lamar.
Yeah.
But Emmanuel Sanders as a secondary thought there isn't the worst thing. I would wait and see if Lamar plays and we don't get any kind of negative update on him. I would probably take a shot on Bateman there. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm probably. I might take a swing on Bateman, but otherwise, I mean, you know what you're going to get with Emmanuel Sanders. You might see 5 catches, maybe a touchdown. Bateman, because Marquise Brown's gone, you might get 8 catches out of him, a couple extra targets. So I'd be interested to take the gamble. Nunya?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're one of those 5-5 teams right now, when you really need to swing and you're trying to get in the playoffs, or you're 9-1, it may be different. I think I'm starting Emmanuel Sanders if I just need some plug-in points, and I'm going to count on it. But if I need to make some noise, I could lose by 1 or I could lose by 1,000. I want to make some noise. I'm going to start Bateman.
Oh, I like it. I like that.
Okay. Yeah, I like that too. All right on to Alex Santos. Pick 2 PPR, Pittman, T. Higgins, Devontae Smith. I'm going Pittman and Devontae.
Ooh, okay.
Me too. I think there's a lot of mouths to feed in Cincinnati, and T. Higgins might be number 4 or 5 possibly, and I think Pittman and Smith may fall as 1 or 2 or at worst 3 in their offenses. So, I just think even on opportunity cost or however you say that, I like Pittman and Devontae Smith.
I'm a little different this week. I am definitely for Devontae Smith this week, but I think the Raiders overplay their hand trying to go after Chase and leave T. Higgins wide open this week. I do like T. Higgins this week. I don't like him for the rest of the season, but for this week alone, I do feel like Higgins is the play over Pittman there, just for possibilities reasons.
Okay. Moving on, Brady Zebludil, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jeff Wilson Jr., or Miles Sanders. I'm going Jeff Wilson. The other 2 coming off injuries. We're not sure what their roles are going to be.
Yeah.
That's not to say that can't change by kickoff, but I'm going Jeff Wilson there.
I got nothing to add, Nunya.
Completely agree. Yeah, you can't tell about Edwards-Helaire, and
not with what
Philly's
Williams
gonna
did last week. Yeah.
Philly's going to be running 3 or 4 running backs.
TikTok. What about Khalif Raymond, wide receiver? That's a guy in Detroit. I don't like anything over there in Detroit right now. I don't like anybody that's throwing the ball.
Yep.
It could be huge upside with Boyle. I think for me that's a similar to what Nunya said. If you're in a situation where you need to make a splash and you're trying to get something going with some high upside, maybe something like that. But other than that, I would stay away from it, TikTok, unless you're in a situation that you have to.
All right, let's take one little quick thing right here. Alex Collins, our final little buy sell here. He has now been listed basically as the starting running back for the rest of the season for Seattle. Carson is out for the remainder of the season. If you have an Alex Collins holder, you might think about picking up his new backup, find out who that is, and have him ready, because Alex Collins has been nursing. Where are you guys at with Alex Collins for the rest of the season? If you got him on your roster, you feel good about playing him every week, maybe as a running back 3, flex 1. Where are you at?
Yeah, I like him. I would just. Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just.
I'm staying away from Seattle's running backs just for the time being, even though he's going to be probably the workhorse. I want to see. I want to know another week. If I have him, I'm playing him. I'm not going out and looking for him. I want to see what Russell Wilson does today to kind of give me something to gauge it on, because he did not look good last week. But give him a little bit of leeway. Like we said, first time coming back from an injury in his career. Let's see how he performs. And not that, obviously, if he can't perform, they're going to abandon the running game much sooner. because they're going to be playing from behind. So that's my problem with the running game right now on that. Nunya?
I happen to actually have Alex Collins every once in a while. You might get in a league where either somebody just makes 100 transactions and you get lucky.
Absolutely.
Or you're in a league where somebody has a whole bunch of bye weeks or somebody coming off IR and they just have to drop a very good player.
Right.
I was scouting the waiver wire and somebody dropped Alex Collins this. So I picked him up. He's on my bench. I'm really hoping he does well, and I want to sell.
Okay.
For some of the same reasons.
Okay.
I don't really believe in Seattle. I got lucky. I picked him up, and I'm hoping he does well.
Yeah, gets well, and maybe you can get him off in a late trade to get you a build-up for the rest of the season. That's not a bad move. With that being said, I'm big on Alex Collins right now. Like, I think he's going to be running. I don't necessarily want to have him on my roster, but if I walk across him like Nunya did, I'm going to accept it. And then I'll probably sell if he does do good too. But that being said, I'm not hunting him down, trying to find him out. I think it's your lucky play if you get him at this point because he's already been rostered on most teams and stuff. All right, so we cleared that. I'm gonna give you guys an opportunity to go check them dogs out real quick. What the
Yeah,
hell are
let's
you doing?
just catch up on these questions real quick before we go. Deluxe, this is a good one. This is a trade opportunity. Zeke and Mark Andrews for Kelsey and Dylan. Oh man, that's a man, that's a. I don't think I'm doing
Two
that
starters
only
for,
because
yeah.
You know what? I just on positional scarcity. I think Kelsey's dominance over Andrews and the fact that Dylan is now workhorse. I take Kelsey and Dylan. I take that trade.
okay, yeah, it's.
Zeke is
I don't
splitting.
think. I don't think one team really benefits too much more. It's not a lopsided trade by any means. I don't think.
Oh, but I think that Zeke is not getting all the carries. I think some of the carries and some of the throws are going to Pollard. And I think Dylan is going to be more dominant. And I think Kelsey throws it over because while Mark Andrews is great, I think Kelsey is head and shoulders above.
It's true.
Yes, I agree with that. I can get on board with that. I would probably, depending on the situation, take that trade either way, like depending on the other team. You know what I mean? It's probably a mutually beneficial trade. Odie, any thoughts on that?
I'm Kelsey Dillon probably on that one. You know me.
I think what you're getting with Kelsey, you're getting the clear-cut number one tight end in the NFL, week in, week out. Like you're not losing that by giving up Zeke or Andrew. So yeah, I think. All right, Mark says, do I start Kittle or Mark Ingram at the flex half-point PPR? Mark Ingram for me all day. What about you guys?
Yeah. You know you got love from Kittle. You know you're going to get some targets from Kittle, but it's a half-point PPR, whereas Mark Ingram's the one and only running back now in New Orleans until Kamara returns. Go with the running back. In a half-point PPR, go with the running back. If it was 1 point, it'd be a different story. You might be able to leverage out Kittle's score and catches, but I don't think so in the half point.
What do you think, Nunya?
Yeah, I agree, and also the fact that I think they're going to run like crazy. Kittle is more of a traditional blocking tight end. I think that might take some out of the game plan. I like Ingram.
Awesome. Trades for free. Good morning, trades for free, my man. I know you got to get back to work, but great to see you. Thank you for always stopping out. ISO, if that's a real question, Cam, Rodgers, or Fields?
Okay.
Rodgers?
Is this a trick question?
What's a Cam? What's a Cam? I don't know what a Cam is. Oh, a Cam Newton?
Cam Newton, yeah.
Yeah.
Are those tasty cookies that you get at the
Rodgers.
store? No, yeah. Yeah, I'm not playing
Rodgers.
Cam Newton in any league. I don't care what. Yeah.
Right now, if you turn those letters around, I might take Mac over Cam. I like the New England quarterback more than the Carolina quarterback, if it tells you anything.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, AR-12.
Yeah.
Go with Rodgers.
Sports nutrition gnosis. Deandre, Collins, or Pollard. Pick two. I'm going Pollard and Collins.
Collins, yeah.
Chubb is back.
Chubb is back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Clown
would
Baby.
go Cow
Those guys are
Power,
killing
no
it.
doubt.
They are. We seen them. They were doing great. No, thank you though, Clown Baby. We appreciate that. All right, Deluxe Craig Plains. I have Joe Mixon, David Montgomery, James Robinson, James Conner, and Josh Jacobs. Okay.
No,
Are we
that's a
starting
nice
two of
staple to
those
have.
three, or or two of those five? And you've got quite a few running backs there.
Now in that situation, Mixon for me is a must start.
Absolutely.
Then I think across the board after that, it's a little bit hairy depending on how many. So let us
Yeah.
know if you need two of those guys.
Yeah.
And Montgomery's
know.
playing Baltimore. That's a tough run defense to play against.
Yeah.
Las Vegas is
Yep.
playing Cincinnati, so Josh Jacobs.
Robinson playing San Fran.
All right, you guys
I
go.
would probably go Connor there.
Go let the dogs out, because then I gotta let the dogs
Oh,
out.
okay. No, he was referring to the Zeke trade. Okay, yeah,
Oh.
then you unload. Yes, all day. If you're unloading Zeke to get Kelsey
Oh, yeah.
in that trade,
yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, let me go. I gotta feed those dogs
Yeah.
first. I didn't
Go
feed
let
those
them
dogs yet.
out. Woot, woot, woot. You too, Nanya. Go do your thing.
Be right back.
I'll
Thank you.
answer any questions. Keep the chat rolling, and then we'll swap it out. There we go. Boom.
Awesome.
All right. So again, guys, we are here 24/7. If you're new to the chat, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe. If you really want to, you can hit that notification anytime we bring up a new channel or a new stream or any kind of video for you. You'll get a notification for it. Like I said, we are here 24/7 doing stock and crypto, but on the Sundays we offer a nice fantasy show here. It's kind of cool. Something fun we get to do on the side. I just want to say welcome and thank you to everybody there. I see Deluxe Crane. No, that's the trade. Okay, showing my running back depth. You have some great running back depth there, Deluxe. That's nice. Sports nutritionist saying Browns playing Detroit though. We'll be going back to that question before. Which one was that? Collins, D'Ernesto, and Tony Pollard. Yeah, the Browns are playing Detroit, but Chubb is more than likely going to get most of the runs there. Collins is going to be the starter. Pollard, the only reason I went with him is because I think they're going to use him more in the screen pass against KC. Dallas is probably going to get pushed away from running much Zeke and more or less be pushed into screen passes to Pollard. Just my opinion. Let's see here. It is currently 9:50 a.m. on the East Coast, so we are about an hour and a half out from the first run of updates on players who will be starting and sitting. We'll be keeping an eye out on that. I'm kind of scoping on Twitter at the moment currently just to see if anything new's coming out. Ian Rappaport, just a couple different things. They do have Jared Goff. Detroit Lions do have Jared Goff active, but he's still not going to start. Tim Boyle will get the start, so they'll have Jared Goff on backup. Aaron Rodgers is injured. Slight toe turf, I guess, going on here, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And then let me look over at Adam Schefter to see if he's got anything new. Nothing much on that. Colt McCoy more than likely getting his third start for the Arizona Cardinals, it seems. We're not getting too much new stuff. I'm not. Oh, is Cooper Kupp out today, or the Rams are on bye? Maybe that's what the problem is. Yeah, the Rams are on bye. So yeah, not much else new going on right at the moment, but we'll be keeping our eyes open for any new starts or anything like that. Yeah, they're saying Goff won't play on Thanksgiving either now. Ooh, Detroit might be done with Goff. All right, Caesar coming in here with questions. CEH, Miles Sanders, or Pollard? Not Hall of Fame. Okay. I'm probably still going to go with CEH and... Oh, is it just one? Pollard. I mean, CEH is going to get some action today, but Darrell Williams is probably going to get a chance to back up his game. Pollard is going to definitely see some screen passes coming out against the Chiefs defense to try to keep him honest. Herbert. You like Herbert? Russell Wilson or Justin Herbert? Yeah, I'm rolling with Herbert there. Clown Baby. Malachi, I definitely... I'm going with the more proven commodity as of this season. Russell Wilson, of course, is great, but he's probably still kind of injured. So I might be rolling with Justin Herbert there. Yeah, no doubt, sports nutritionists. Yeah, hit that like and subscribe, and we are definitely here. And actually, at about noon Central Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard, they will switch back. The channel here will switch back to a crypto channel, and we'll move into our 100% free Discord, and we'll be doing Red Zone football the rest of the day. Come chill with us, hang out, and talk football if you'd like. It's, again, a 100% free Discord. I can get a link up for you in the chat there. Do that real quick. Ronnie Daniel, what's up? Bills or Cards defense? Ooh, Bills going against Indianapolis. Cards going against who? Cards playing against. I gotta go check that one out. Sorry. Seahawks with a weak Russell Wilson. Okay. That's questionable. You know what? I think I got to go with the Cards defense there. I don't see the Seahawks doing much more than trying to run the ball. Bucks defense or Cowboys defense, Malachi? Cowboys defense against the Chiefs. I think that mystique wears off. I might go Bucks defense. I think the Cowboys defense gets exposed this week against the Chiefs offense and Pat Mahomes. Might be wrong there, but I think I'm going to squeeze out the Bucks defense on that one. MIA says Bills defense at home, in my opinion. Okay. Did I miss a question? I might be wrong. Oh, okay. I did miss a question. Bills or Cards defense? Yeah, I think I said the Cards. Yep, and MIA was answering with the Bills. Gotcha. Murray or Burrow? Ryan Pearson. Burrow is definitely starting, where we are not 100% sure with Murray. Play it close to the vest on Murray. If not, Colt McCoy is going to get his third start there in Arizona, so definitely pay attention to that. Otherwise, I'm personally going Burrow. Emery, Fisher, Gronk, or Muth, whatever the guy's name, Muth or Breyer or whatever in Pittsburgh. I'm definitely not playing Gronk. I don't even think he's starting right now, so I'm going to go with Muth. Ingram, DJ Moore in a flex position. Mark Ingram for sure, Randy Wills. DJ Moore, decent, going to get some catches, but look who's throwing him the ball. It's not the same guy, whereas Mark Ingram's going to be getting handoffs all day long today. Clown Baby coming in saying, that's a tough one. I lean Ingram slightly. I don't even think it's a slight lean. I think it's a big lean to Ingram. DJ Moore's got a guy that's throwing an 80-pound shot put to him, or at least that's what his shoulder feels like when he tries to throw the ball now. So DJ Moore's worth, even with, because now you got to look at the other receiver on the other side, Robert Anderson's taking some of those catches, so I'm going Ingram. Do you think that Mike Williams will be a bust for the rest of the season? If we're talking about the Los Angeles Chargers, Mike Williams, I'd say yes, Mike Williams is always a bust in Los Angeles. So that's why I'm agreeing with that one. Let's see here. I'm hearing some noises. Some chairs being returned.
Back.
All right. You seeing some of these questions? Maybe throw a couple
Sure.
of opinions. Go ahead. I've already answered most of them, but yeah, you probably give your opinion on a couple of them. I'll bring you back into camera mode here.
The Ryan Pearson is what I can see on my screen. Mario Burrow, I'm sure you covered this.
Yep.
And we are not sure of Kyler Murray's health.
Yeah, I got through the Ingram and DJ Moore. I'm going to leave you to it for a moment. And
Sir, Caesar, cheers, brother.
All right. I'll be right back, Nunya. Thank you for the break. Appreciate it.
Then Gronk or Freiermuth, I'm sure that was covered, but Gronkowski is highly doubtful, so most likely not playing. So that's Freiermuth. Mark Ingram or DJ Moore in flex PPR. I am going to go with Ingram's opportunity role, especially in a flex role, and especially because of Cam Newton. I just don't trust DJ Moore as much anymore. I lean Ingram, but just like Clown Baby. That's a tough one. Do I think Mike Williams will be a bust for the rest of the season? Not necessarily a bust, but clearly, unless Keenan Allen goes down, He's not a top option, so I don't think a bust, but I don't love him. I'm not trading for him.
I agree with everything you said there, Nanya.
Go. MIA back from taking care of his dog. He's freshening up that coffee.
Yeah, my dogs are chowing down there. They're like, "What's up, dude? You waited like an extra hour to feed us today." They weren't too
My
happy.
dogs don't want to go out. I could tell you what, if there was a home game in Cincinnati today, we would have weather on the map. It is pouring at my house.
Oh, I seen that Murray or Burrow question. I would go with the safe bet in Burrow. If Murray does play, for me, I gotta wait and see what he's doing. Burrow coming off a bye in Vegas. Mahomes destroyed us last week. I see a lot of upside there for Burrow today.
And I really don't think that they're going to chance it. I think that they want to err on the side of caution. I don't think Murray starts. I mean, we'll have a better answer in an hour and a half, but I go with the upside of Burrow and the sure thing that he's going to play. Let's see. We have Myles Gaskin or David Montgomery in a full PPR. So Gaskin's going against the terrible Jets. So that is a nice advantage there, but he has had a terrible yard. I mean, if he had any competition, I don't know if he'd still be carrying the rock. He's just the only one in Miami right now. David Montgomery's playing Baltimore. Really good run defense, but I like his skill set better. So if it's me, I like Montgomery over Gaskin, even though Gaskin's playing the Jets. Like that. The thing is that may get a couple of just easy touchdowns, Gaskin, because the Jets cough up the ball. Give Miami easy field position.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I that's a tough one because I think Montgomery's the far better back.
Agree, he's superior talent.
But number one, I think the coaching is awful in Chicago. I think game planning is awful, and the Jets aren't the best team in the NFL, so I can see I would go Gaskin there.
I think we just talked ourselves logically into Gaskin there for you.
Yeah. Cassie, your cat thought he was starving because you slept in. Isn't that the worst? I guess we forget sometimes how reliant they are on us.
Sports nutrition. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Quick. We have it on the screen right now, MIA. Do we have Bulldog's number on the screen or not?
I don't think it's up there right now.
Okay, so typically we have a number posted on the screen. Right now we're having an issue with Discord, and we have to privately message to get an invite into Discord. We're working on fixing it, but if you tune in right after 1 o'clock, that number should be on the screen, and we can update with that. But right now we're having just a little issue with Discord. So if you text that number, we'll send you a private invite. Again, it's completely free. It's a blast. We have so much information, DD in there. There's stuff about people who hang out here. There's, obviously the football stuff. We play poker there. There's all kinds of great stuff. So don't miss out on it. Just having a little issue. But if you come back and
we'll get that to you. Hopefully, maybe we can get it on the screen before we get off here. We'll see where that yellow badge is. Christian Kirk or Rashad Bateman? I'm going to go Bateman there just because of the upside. I think that, they're kind of both in similar situations where it depends on quarterback situations, but I think I'm probably going to go Bateman there either way. What about you, Nunya?
Yeah, I don't really like Colt McCoy. Right? Kirk just got that, I guess more opportunity still because Hopkins is out. So is that, but I think I like the I don't like Colt McCoy. I like the quarterback throwing in the other one. I do think even though he's got a bellyache or whatever he's got, I think when Lamar Jackson starts, that makes a difference.
I agree. Brett says Drake, Foreman, Landry, Freeman, or Tony for the flex half-point PPR. That's a really interesting question because I want to go Tony in that, but I think I'm leaning in Deontay Foreman. Playing against Houston, weak defense. Seems to be the leader in the backfield right now. Deontay Foreman. I'm going to go Foreman there.
Those would be the two that I would choose from, even though it's half PPR, and Landry might be what some people might look to immediately. Me, from what I've seen, the couple of games he's played, Tony's electric. Can really make things happen. I think Tampa Bay on a Monday night might try to get out and force the Giants' hand and make it a one-sided game. I think they're going to have to try and get the ball in Tony's hands. Personally, I go with Kadarius Toney. Ooh, Caesar is dropping Dearness and McKissick. Yeah, they were great for you for a long time. You have rocked a long way with them, so you must be in a bad situation that you have to drop them, where you're in bye week situation or other people are hurt and you need to drop some good players to pick up some other players. But I know they've been good for a while. Baby agrees with Kadarius Toney.
I like it. I just in that situation, I got to go with the better team there. With Tennessee playing the way that they're playing, I think there's going to be some opportunities there, especially against Houston.
Okay, we have Mark coming in with: do I start Kittle or Mark Ingram at flex? 1.5 point PPR. I like Ingram's situation in New Orleans. I think he's, this week, Kamara's there. It's completely different. And I think San Francisco's going to run the ball a lot this week. So I think for two reasons, I lean more on Ingram this particular week. I do like Kittle a lot. In this week,
I go Ingram. I think you hit the nail on the head earlier. The biggest upside for Kittle is his blocking. And I think that's going to be a run heavy. We're going to see him get the ball in Debo's hands, but I think outside of that, it's going to be a run heavy day for San Fran.
I think we kind of already answered this exact question a couple minutes ago, at least in my opinion, because it's the half point PPR and Ingram's getting the handoffs. I'm going Ingram all day, whereas think Kittle might maybe catch 5 passes, if that, and then they have the chance of being yards after the catch, but that all relies on Kittle and not the actual game plan. So I'm going with the half-point PPR game plan of Mark Ingram's getting the handoff. So, yeah, I'm going to roll with Mark Ingram for sure there.
Emmanuel Sanders or Michael Gallup. Diggs is definitely the main guy in Buffalo, but CD Lamb is going to be the main guy in Dallas. So you kind of have both there.
We have Amari Cooper out for a medical reason, so I like Gallup's new opportunity, especially the next, this weekend, Thursday.
Yeah.
I do, but in that one I'm going Sanders. And the only reason why is because Dak missed most of the season last year. Gallup's missed most of the season this year. I think the chemistry between Sanders and Allen is going to be a little bit on a better pace, and that's the only reason I would put Sanders just slightly ahead in my book.
Okay. I'd have to look at matchups and stuff to really dice this one up, but just off the top of my head, I do think that Emmanuel Sanders has probably a better connection for this week, just because I know the Chiefs defense is going to, what I believe is going to give them a fit in the passing game today. So I don't look at the Dallas receivers doing that great. Probably be a couple chances for CD Lamb to expose deep, but that'll be choice positionals both with Spagnola's defense. So I'm kind of leaning towards Emmanuel Sanders.
We'll see. I mean the Raiders showed some. If Carr could have made some passes, if Deshaun Jackson remembered where he was, when he caught the ball, there was some weaknesses. So we can. I still, like I said, I think.
Have you seen any of the memes for that? By the way, I know this is off topic.
Of course I have.
Deshaun Jackson,
fantastic,
memes. Just great.
And a lot of people counted that as an incident, so our thing flipped back to 0.
Right.
On days without incident.
Yeah. Right. It sure did. Clown Baby coming in saying, I hate the Giants, Nunya, but for what they did to the Patriots twice. But I love Tony.
Sorry, but I don't feel bad.
Okay, Myles Gaskin, Deontay Foreman, Devontae Freeman. I'm going Gaskin, Foreman there. You got him start too. What do you guys think?
I'm going Gaskin and Foreman because Devontae Freeman very well may just be totally eclipsed by Saquon.
Yeah, and Dante Foreman is essentially the starter now in Tennessee, at least for today. Gaskin is essentially the starter, in Miami. So you've got two starters versus a guy fighting for third string in Baltimore.
You have two. You also have two starters that are going up against the Jets and
not
Houston.
Baltimore, sorry, you're right.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, Daffy, I like that name, needs two wide receivers and a flex out of Waddle, Thielen, Brandon Cooks, Josh Jacobs, and Myles Gaskin. I'm going to go Waddle. Man, I'm going to go Waddle, Thielen, and Jacobs.
Okay, I've got a complete different take on this one.
So I would go Waddle, Thielen, and Gaskin, and the only reason why I take Gaskin over Jacobs is the opponent. I definitely agree on Waddle and Thielen as the wide receivers. I'm just I'm back and forth whether I would take Jacobs or Gaskin.
Definitely better matchup for
this
Gaskin,
many players.
100%.
This many players that I'm going with the proven commodity: Thielen, Cooks, Gaskin.
Okay, I like that. It's Cooks gets overlooked by me, and I'll admit that I'm biased against him or Houston.
It's the quarterback that's throwing to him. It's Houston.
Not to diminish anything from him though,
Cook's
because he's still a tremendous talent. Yeah,
but he's in Houston. Who's throwing to him? But I will say this: he is getting 10 targets a week on average. So I'm going with him, and then I'm going with Thielen because we know they're going to have to throw all around in that game today in Minnesota. And then Gaskin, of course, has been the entire ground offense for Miami basically the whole season, besides Tuilaboa or whatever his name is. So, yeah, all right.
Okay, Ronnie Daniel says, "What's good, fellas? You're good, Ronnie Daniel. Start 6 full PPR. Demont, Darrell Williams, Ingram, Foreman, Diggs, McLaurin, Bateman, Hockenson, Uzoma." I'm going Uzoma, McLaurin, Diggs, Foreman, Ingram.
Good Montgomery.
This is a peep.
Yes, and
DFS
Montgomery.
pick, I'm assuming. All right.
So I'd go Demont, Ingram, Foreman, Diggs, McLaurin, Uzoma. If anyone tuned in and seen what Kelsey did to the Raiders last week, I think Uzoma is going to do the same thing against us this week.
Nunya, is that what your picks are? You got anything you're changing?
So let me just make sure I have 6 on there. I have Montgomery, Ingram, Diggs, McLaurin, Uzoma. I have 5. Bateman would be my 6th.
All right, here we go. You ready? McLaurin, Bateman, Ingram, Foreman, Diggs, and Hockenson. That's my 6.
Okay. And we're going to touch on why Hockenson is your 6th in here just in a minute when we get to tight end. So I think we can leave that for that.
Yep. Daffy, Kirk Cousins or Tua? I'm going Kirk Cousins. Where are you guys at on that one?
Kirk Cousins. We talk about this week in, week out, and Nunya is just on the same page as me of not liking the guy, not thinking he's there, but the numbers don't lie. I'm going Cousins there.
Proven commodity, basically, in this situation. Tua,
what do you think, Nunya?
I don't like him in the playoffs ever, but he's really good in the regular season.
Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with Kirk Cousins anywhere post Week 17. Nothing to do with Kirk Cousins. Nothing. Neil Stewart, what's going on this morning? He's asking a good question here. I think we all should cover this one since it's so important to everything I love about my team. Yes, Are the Raiders going to win this week? Nunya, let's go to you first.
Let's just say that Las Vegas has them losing to the Cincinnati Bengals. So, I like the Bengals.
All right, someone's going to win that game.
I'm going to say, are the Raiders going to win this week? I like Joe Mixon. I like Jamar Chase. I like Joe Burrow. Yeah, I'm going to go Raiders no win. MIA to you.
This is the Raiders season today. You know, we've talked about these games the last couple of weeks being
to be
big
all
games.
legit. You're 100% truthful there, man. It is.
This is 100% our season. And I think even beyond this, I think this could be,
True telling who your coach might be. If your coach,
I think this could tell who our quarterback might be. As much as I love Derek Carr and I hype him, there's a lot of games that we lose that Carr and I respect him for doing it, that he comes out and he takes the blame. But eventually that blame's got to catch up with you. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to say it like that, but that's the way of the world today, the way of the NFL. It's win now. And I think this is a big game for Derek Carr. And unfortunately, I think we may see him come out and try to overperform. So if I come out and I see Carr skying balls over Waller's head because he's a little too amped up, trying to do too much early in the game, that's going to scare the hell out of me.
Okay.
Neil also asks Bucks or New York Giants tomorrow. I got to go the Bucks there. Although the Giants have been outperforming, I think that defense can disrupt Brady, and we may see this be a lot closer game than I think some people are going to anticipate.
Yep. Right before him, Laura and Jim Cooperman coming in a PPR, need one wide receiver, Chenault or Pascal, one running back, Pollard or AP, and one flex, Gronk, Jay Howard, or any other of the foregoing. Am I hearing something wrong here? I've seen a lot of Gronk questions today. Is Gronk going to be...
Let me try and look this up again, because I keep saying he's not just questionable, but highly questionable. So
yeah, I haven't seen anything about Gronk.
Okay, so I'll start out here with the wide receiver question, Chenault or Pascal. Pascal is a hit or miss. You don't know what you're going to get in Indy right now when it comes to wide receiver because T.Y. stepped back in and they've got the other guy on the other side. So you got to be careful with the Pascal play. Chenault, it's all up on whether or not they're using him in the game plan down there in Jacksonville. They seem to stay away from him one week and then they'll bring him in the next week. So both those wide receiver plays, risky. It's kind of, in my opinion, choose your poison on that one. Running backs, Pollard or AP. I'll go Pollard over Adrian Peterson every single day of the week. I don't care who they're playing, what they're playing. Pollard going to get more touches, more looks, and AP is going to get you 20 yards and nothing. One flex, Gronk, Jay Howard, or any of the other foregoing. Might go Jay Howard here, or I might play the other wide receiver in this situation. If I play
that's
Pascal
what I was thinking.
starting, I might put Chenault in the flex there, or again might run Jay Howard depending on who Philly is playing. I think Philly's playing. Who's Philly?
Well, and with
well, you don't know what the running back situation in Philly where you're going to get very many running attempts either. You got Scott, you got Sanders coming back in the mix, and then you got Howard. You're kind of you're basing between three different running backs there, whereas Chenault is going to be one of the starting receivers on the field at least, and so is Pascal in the 3 wide. So
and I would probably go with the other receiver in the flex, whichever one. Okay. I think they both have upside. I've been on Chenault since the preseason. He hasn't lived up to any of my expectations.
Like Robbie Anderson, right?
But you don't know what you're getting with Jacksonville. And then you have Pascal and Indy. You got Pittman. You got T.Y. Hilton back. Still think he's a better play. I think he's a better play than AP. I think he's a better play than Howard. Howard essentially going to be playing the third fiddle in the backfield today. Regardless of what role Miles Sanders has coming back, you still have Boston Scott kind of ahead of him. So I'm not liking that. I think he would be 100% touchdown reliant from Howard to give you any kind of numbers.
All right, Nunya, let's let you, the New York insider, take that question from Ben Schuler there.
Dude, I trade Saquon for Carter and Gallup. I have Cooper out for 2 weeks. So again, if you're 9-1 or you're 5-5, that helps us. I don't know, but I'm telling you, when the Giants drafted Saquon, I was disappointed, and it's a shame. They didn't have the offensive line to support him then. They have swung and missed a couple times and have injuries. He's injury prone. If I can get, Carter seems to be good. The Jets are relying on him. He's getting a lot of pass attempts every week, and he's getting the rock on the ground. He's getting the goal line. Maybe if you can get a little better than Gallup, I'd like that. But Gallup is absolutely going to fill in for you. Cooper, miss. You have Cooper out for 2 weeks. He's not injured. He's ill.
Yeah.
So, depending on the rest of your lineup, I take that trade. I mean, in the beginning of the season, people might think you're a little weird because Saquon was drafted a lot higher. But value is value, man. Right now, I push go. What you guys say?
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's I don't know. I would trade Saquon for. Should I trade Saquon for Carter and Gallup? I would do that all day.
Ooh, I
But
don't know
that's
if
just
I'm
me.
trading that for that. Like, I might sit on Saquon for one more season, see what he's worth or not. If he can come back healthy next year and actually produce a full season. But in the mark of this season, depends on where you're at. Like Nunya was saying, if you're 9-1 and you've already got other things that can help you on your team, I think you're safe. If you're 5-5 and you're trying to make a move to get you might make a move like that to see if you can spark something later on. But
Yeah, I think you add Gallup there. Plus, I think Saquon better talent than Carter, but I think if you look at the odds of either one finishing out the season as a QB or a running back one on their team, health wise and everything else, I think Carter has just as much upside for the rest of the year as Saquon.
yeah. Good morning, El Snap. TikTok has him stressed. But we just want to say good morning to both you guys. Good luck also. We'll see you guys playing it out. And I will try to get all the leagues posted in the Discord fantasy channel so everybody can see where everybody's sitting. We're getting closer to the playoffs now. Zuhab Egal, I think I said that. I think I said that correctly. T. Higgins, Bateman, or Mark Ingram. I'm rolling with if it's just one, I'm rolling Mark Ingram over all three of those. I think I already said my reason on T. Higgins a little bit earlier. If it was two of the three, I'd go T. Higgins and Mark Ingram. Nunya, where are you going out of those three real quick?
Got to assume that's a flex because of the position, receivers and running backs there. And I'm going Ingram, even if it is a half or a full point PPR out of that mix there without, again, I don't know if you were watching a little earlier, Zuhaib, if you know that Kamara is not playing, but Ingram has a great opportunity this week.
Yeah, I like Ingram there
Ingram too
as well.
Thank you, Ronnie. We appreciate that, and your BA too, man. We appreciate you coming in and joining us today. Caesar,
sir.
Clown Baby, see you guys there. Let me go down.
Why don't you read Caesar's comment?
Clown, Caesar, yes, brain,
Let's
yes,
ask Malachi,
hearts.
how do we feel about Justin Jr.? Eye on him.
Oh, go Raiders. Oh, I didn't see that one. I'm sorry. I couldn't read that one. My eyes were deceiving me. Malachi, how do we feel about Jeff Wilson Jr.? I think all three of us are on top of the Jeff Wilson Jr. train. Like, we were riding it this week because we know there's a good possibility for an upside there with the plan that they had last week. San Francisco ran the ball really tough and really strong, and now they're going to Jacksonville. They can't go down there and have a clown game like everybody else has seemed to do in Jacksonville. So I think San Francisco is going to just push Jeff Wilson to see what he has, what he can give them.
I agree. I like him. Renfro or Gallup?
Yep. Hold on, I just want to say something real quick. Cassie, good luck. Get your second win this season. Go get him. And yeah, I hope Renfro does score you some points today. I do. I'm saying that as a Chiefs fan. I hope the Raiders player can get you some more points.
So that plays right into this question that Adam has: Renfro or Gallup.
Good
I think higher ceiling Gallup. If you're in a situation where you need, you need to get 10 points, I think Renfro. But if you're looking for a breakout game, I think you go Gallup there.
I think Nunya pointed this out earlier this year that was it Baltimore that had problems with tight ends, or was it Cincinnati? It was Uzomah against Baltimore, right?
Baltimore
Okay,
just gets trashed against tight
And
ends.
this take wasn't going to be hot, then it wasn't going to work. I look at Renfro over the middle on Cincinnati as their only weak spot in Cincinnati's defense right now, and that they might try to use that to their advantage and just take what's given to them. So Renfro might actually have a hot day, considering B. Edwards kind of went hot last week and people are going to start defending against him. Maybe Renfro's open over the underneath. But on the other side of that, Gallup could have a hot day today, being the number. He's probably going to be the one that gets the one-on-one because Lamb's going to be bracketed. So Gallup
At
could be
least the
one
rest
on
of
one.
corner coverage, right?
Yeah.
And Renfro's a possession receiver, man.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
he's getting you. You know what I mean? Gallup is he has the potential for bigger plays.
touchdown
That's why I
strikes.
say, yes, he has the higher ceiling. I think if you need something guaranteed with points, I would go Renfro. But other than that, I would go Gallup.
I'd look for 10 to 15 points out of Renfro guaranteed, and maybe 23 possible. You know what I mean with Gallup. But there's also the other possibility that Gallup only gets you 7.
Yeah.
So, but you're going to get 10 to 15 out of Renfro, I believe, today, no matter what. I really do.
What do you think on that one, Nunya?
Yeah. I think if you need air upside, I hate to echo you guys, but Gallup's the guy with Amari Cooper out. I like Renfro for you're going to get your steady points. If you look at his week over week, he's pretty darn consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we're all on the same page pretty much there. Yeah. Mr. Skywalker live, what a name. Cam or Russell Wilson? I say Russell Wilson all day, every day, even with those injuries. You guys have any disagreements there?
No. Nope.
Okay, and this is non-PPR, remember. Gibson, Carter, or Foreman? I'm going to go Gibson there. I think the non-PPR bodes well for Gibson. But I think any of those selections are actually good. I think the non-PPR affects Carter the most. So I would go Gibson, and then I would put Foreman next in line, and then Carter in the non-PPR. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I wouldn't move the list from how he has it. I would have it Gibson, Carter, Foreman. If it was PPR, I would probably right now make it Carter, Gibson, Foreman.
Okay.
So Foreman's the last on your list, no matter what, none, you right? On running back wise, Foreman is.
Just prove it. I'm not quite sure yet, and he's tiny. That offensive line is kind of built to go big.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure about that. Tannehill's got a great arm, so just prove it to me still.
Okay.
Great point.
I'm not. When it comes to the running backs, I'm with you in agreement, but I'm putting Cam behind all those. Like, Cam's the last guy on the list behind 14 other people and 17 other people. So Russell Wilson all day, no Cam.
I don't know if you heard his message, Odie, after he scored that touchdown.
He's back. We'll see how good he's back when he plays against a real defense that's going to be like, oh, you're back? Okay, yeah. We'll see, but who knows? Don't sleep on my Jacks now.
Carter over Gibson.
Oh, okay. Caesar is starting Carter over Gibson.
It's in a PPR. That's what I makes sense. At least in my eyes, it does, Caesar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think the biggest thing in Mr. Skywalker's is that it's non-PPR. I think that elevates Gibson because he's a true workhorse back when it comes to carrying the ball.
We're crossing the 10:30 Eastern hour, Nunya and MIA. If you can, take a look. I'm also taking a look. We're just going to see if we can find a couple start-'em, sit-'em updates before we jump into defense here. Also, anybody out there, if you have any questions, feel free to load them into the chat, and we'll go over them for sure. Looking right now, and I don't see anything on Field Yates or Adam Scheft. Let's see about that.
Rappaport either. Roto World updated yet?
Just some stuff that we already know.
Mm-hmm.
I like the stream defense, Clown Baby, and I like the Dolphins against the Jets. I think that's a strong start.
I believe I've got Dolphins in one of my leagues starting somewhere while I'm still sitting on Dallas because I don't like Dallas against the Chiefs this week. So, yeah. I went with Miami.
I think it's looking more and more like Colt McCoy is going to be the quarterback for Arizona today.
Right.
Especially with Arizona having a bye next week. It looks like they're going to hold Murray out and into the bye. Nothing official yet on that, though. The Jared Goff was official. He was officially ruled out.
So we are seeing that Jamal Williams will play this week. It should take some carries off of Deandre Swift, who had over 33 carries last week for 130 yards. but they are saying Jamal Williams will carry some of it. I don't know how much for, but Yahoo's listing him as a risky RB3. I don't know if that means he's only get 5 carries maybe through the game, but if you're a Deandre Swift holder or user or player, however you want to say it, be careful. He might get some vultured away from him a little bit. I don't know how healthy he necessarily is, but Jamal Williams has been out for the last 2 games.
Latavius Murray is coming back, which kind of gets into Devontae Freeman's workload a little bit in Baltimore.
Did you guys see they cut Bell this week?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He only got 2 carries last week. Basically threw me an offer, and then they were like, "Get him out of here later."
Curtis Samuel, I see there's a chance he can suit up for Washington today. He hasn't played since week 5, and I don't think he has any impact as far as picking him up or anything like that, but I think him on the field helps Scary Terry a little bit. If he happens to be out there.
That, and I think I put that in one of our floating tweets over there that Samuel will be returning this week. It does bring him a little bit more of a stretched out field, gives him a little bit more of an option. I don't know if Hinky's had any time to work with him that much this year and see how it's going, but
awesome, Caesar. 2 years old, right? That's that birthday?
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday.
I hope I'm getting that right.
Happy birthday. Have a great time.
We'll be sure
Definitely miss you on Discord.
Send the thoughts and happiness your way, Caesar, for sure, man. That's awesome.
Yes,
Congratulations.
sir.
Make sure to have a nice football cheers for the son.
It's awesome. He's always here. He's always with us in the football. Usually every night we're watching football. He's always here for poker.
What did I tell you? Was it yesterday
Strength in
when
the
we
family.
were messing around? What did I tell you? The one guy that I want to meet in real life is
Caesar,
Caesar.
that's right. That's 100% true. He did say that. Yeah, we were just sitting around chilling yesterday, working on all this stuff, and we were talking about who we want to meet, and it's like Caesar. Yep, it's true.
Guy's awesome. And Nunya quickly corrected me and said it's not if, it's when. So
That's right. I
that's
sure
what
did.
Mr. Skywalker Live. Who do you trust in the Chiefs backfield, CEH or Williams? Neither. I trust that Gore kid, and I'm a Chiefs fan. I don't like how they use CEH. He was drafted to be a receiver, yet they don't throw to him. Then you bring in Williams. He's supposed to be the beast, and they throw to him. Maybe it's Andy Reid just trying to play decoy and mind games with defenses, but to me, running backs are brought in to do their purpose. So do their purpose. Don't get cute with it. Otherwise, let's just run the Gore kid because the Gore look a lot better than any of the other running backs we've seen all year. So that's my opinion on that.
He's a Chiefs fan. Look at that hanging in the background behind him.
That's right. If Coach would have put me in, we pointed out, if Coach would have put me in, we'd have won the Super Bowl against Brady last year. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I would trust anybody in that backfield now. These guys, when they come off injured reserve, it's a lot harder to gauge where they're at, right? Because the designations are a little bit strange. So I'd stay away from that if I could, but I don't know. Do you go with the hot hand? Do you go, if you have to start somebody there, do you start?
I mean, if you had
Williams?
to start one of the two, I'd probably start Williams, knowing that CEH is going to take half of the carries. But on the other hand, you might have an upside for next week because you're going to know you're going to be watching it and you're going to know. You might take a gamble with CEH this week just because they are talking about trying to get him into the game plan this week. But why would you rush a guy back when you just had a dude run or catch for 130 yards and a touchdown and he's capable running back? It's like, well, don't rush him back. Just kind of ease him in. Just ease it up. Just tap it in, so.
Give it a little tappy tap.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Andy Reid always seems to do counter what everybody's expecting, and it's a big game for the Chiefs because if they win this game and Raiders go down and Chargers, maybe even if Chargers win, the Chiefs will still be one game up going into basically the bye week for us. So it'll be interesting. It'll be like a 2.5 week bye week, I think, for the Chiefs. I think we get the Thanksgiving break as our bye, and it starts this week.
No, you think that's a coincidence? The NFL's got to keep their little
come on.
golden boy.
That's right. We earned that position.
Perspective.
We got 3 AFC championships in this stadium alone. They got to give us a 4th one for free. Buy 3, get 1 for free. All right. Any questions coming through? Miss anything? No.
Looks like we have a TikTok Marcus, and I think he's asking about Dalton Schultz. I believe. What about Schultz?
Is that the tight end of the old Dallas Cowboys?
It's your Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep. Chiefs defense been playing much better. I'm not going to tell you he's not going to have a game. He could catch you 80 yards and a touchdown, to be honest. But I think the Chiefs have been playing bend or don't break the last couple of weeks, and they've been keeping points down. And the Chiefs have been able to keep their offense on the field. So we'll see what Dallas is capable of doing. Again, I'm more of Pollard prone today. That could play well for Schultz if they're doing double screens or RPOs. But we'll see how Dak responds in the throwing game early on. Where are you guys at on Schultz?
On your other options, why you're starting Schultz? I mean, there are plenty of tight ends out there. He's probably barely cracks my top 10.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my thought. It's I think he's in that tier of tight ends that you have 5 or 6 other guys around that are just as beneficial. I don't see him. If you're in a position where you're starting him, odds are you probably don't have a better option. And I'm fine with somebody like that if it's a lower echelon tight end.
Hey, thanks for that subscription, Mr. Skywalker Live. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, sorry.
All right, should we get into defenses?
Let's get started with those bad mama jammas. All right, so Baltimore.
TikTok has Hopkinson. I start Hopkinson. I'm sorry to jump in as soon as I said that.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Yeah, I would start Hopkinson there too. Yeah. He's been underperforming a little bit lately, but new quarterback starting there today may rely on that tight end is the check down.
All right, so let's see here. We got Baltimore at Chicago. They're projected for 8.8 points. I'm looking at that to possibly be, especially if it's windy in Baltimore, that could be an interesting game for turnovers. Lamar tends to have problems with throwing it, but more importantly, I think Justin Fields playing against that defense.
I think they're going to blitz him like crazy.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, the only thing I see with that defense is we could see just a complete ground attack on both sides today.
Yeah. Montgomery Herbert.
Yeah, which bodes well maybe for your points against as far as the defense goes, but as far as turnovers and stuff,
yeah,
I think Fields is getting a little bit better each week, and I think we'll see his legs used a little bit today too, as far as in the running game.
That's a good point.
And
yeah.
But I still think Baltimore. I think in the end, Chicago Nagy will do something stupid to cause some turnovers. So I like that Baltimore play there.
What are you thinking, Nanya?
Yeah, I agree. I don't like Nagy at all, and I just think I think that Baltimore's defense is. I don't trust Fields yet. I think I've seen the look in his eyes. Quarterbacks, and maybe he'll get the poise. Look, Peyton Manning was 1-15 his first year and threw a ton of interceptions. So it can happen, but I've seen the look in his eyes, and it's awful. I think they're going to rattle him. I like Baltimore's D this week.
Yeah, I'm kind of bigger on Baltimore's D than most of the other teams, just because I do, like you guys saying, I don't care for Nagy. I don't know what the game plan is. Anytime I've seen anything out of Chicago, I really have no clue. It's just RPO to death. RPO to death. They just literally RPO this kid and then, okay, go make something magic, but then they get mad at him for not throwing the ball on time. Well, they've never given him 3 to 5 seconds. You know what I mean? To do it.
A tough kid.
Oh, he's taking some mad hits, and when he does throw the ball, he's actually pretty good at putting it in the right position, making sure it's getting over the DB's head, but also dropping into the basket. So he's pretty good, but Baltimore's defense is hit or miss sometimes. Sometimes they play great. And sometimes they're just not they're not there. So I'm hoping to see the normal Baltimore D show up. Rain aside, snow aside, whatever. Let's see them. Let's get some real turnovers. We don't need no weather related turnovers. Let's see them hunt for the ball again like they used to. All right. That being said, Tennessee is at home against Houston. Tennessee has been on a tear the last couple of weeks. Their defense quietly has been destroying some of the top offenses in the AFC. Now they've got Houston, who hasn't been able to produce any offense. This could be setting up for a surplus of just that defense just mass handling them big time. It could be a shutout, really. You're looking at what they've done to the AFC already. But where are you at, Nunya, on Tennessee-Houston game?
Yeah, I could probably 100% echo your sentiment there. Tennessee has been on an absolute tear. I think Vrabel has them running a great game. Houston is kind of bad. The only thing I look at, and again, I look at next week a lot when I'm playing this week. Tennessee has New England next week. That's Vrabel and Belichick. They're playing a crummy team this week. The classic trap look. It's the trap look ahead game. That's the only thing that has me a little bit worried, but they should crush them.
Knowing that, who would you say could hurt Tennessee's offense the most besides Brandon Cooks, or Tennessee's defense the most besides Brandon Cook? Who is the Houston player that might be able to hurt Tennessee's defense? This is kind of off the wall question here.
I think the only Tennessee or the only Houston player that can affect it is Houston's defense. I think if they can force Tannehill into mistakes, other than that, I think the only way that they have any kind of chance is with turnovers.
There's no one on Houston besides Brandon Cooks that can hurt Houston in any way, possibly, really. I know the other receiver is garbage. That's Chris Conley. He was an ex-Chief. I don't have a running back down there at all, right? They don't have a real tight end that I know of.
Real quickly, anonymity. Good morning, anonymity. And then we have Lieutenant Likes coming in with that Susu super chat. Says another Sunday morning of straight awesomeness. There's not a better combination on the internet than these three amazing hosts. Thank you so much for that, Adam E.
Love you, Adam E.
Thank you.
My Care Bear cousin, anonymity, brother from another.
And Adam E. Welcome. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So, yeah, I think we're all pretty much on the same page with Tennessee here. I don't see this game being an issue unless I think Nunya hit it on the head, unless we see a trap game type situation.
Yeah. All right, so we got Tampa Bay, New York. This one interests me a lot, not just for the defensive side of it, but because I actually did pick this in weekly pick'ems as the New York Giants winning this game. I feel like Tampa Bay's in disarray right now. They don't know what they're doing. Their defense is slacking really bad. And New York seems to be on the upside swing of things. They're putting it together, even without Saquon. When they've got the plethora of receivers just working down the strip of the field and, a quick style offense, they seem to be moving the ball. So I'm rolling with New York, sorry. I hated saying New England. I'm rolling with New York Giants here. But Tampa Bay's defense is scheduled for 8 points. I'm assuming on the faith of Daniel Jones' turnover numbers. And, it's a possibility of the case there. But I think Tampa Bay's defense is about to get lit up. And, again, this is an aggregate that does our scores for us here mostly. But I think Tampa Bay's about to give up 400 yards offense. Am I crazy in that? I don't know.
Back to you, Nunya.
New York insider. None of your business.
Yeah, the Giants are built on defense, and they've been playing great defense for a number of weeks lately. And although Tampa seems to be an offensive juggernaut, their defense has been letting them down. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm excited to watch the Giants defense and see what they can do. I'm just a little scared. The Tampa's front seven is strong, and the main weakness for the Giants is that O-line. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm excited to see what the Giants defense can do.
Where are you with that one?
I could see Daniel Jones just fumbling 3 times tonight. Tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. So your possibility that like Tampa Bay could score 14 points, like they might have turnovers and pick sixes and all.
I think I think it's going to be a game. I think it's going to. I think the Giants have a chance to win. I don't think it's going to be anything like that, but I think there'll be turnovers on both sides.
Okay. So we've answered all the stuff on the board here, and because
they need to answer this question. I'm seeing that too, Nunya. What did we miss, Clown Baby? Why wasn't I alerted? Let's get to the bottom of that.
What?
Yeah. Apparently, Clown Baby was broadcasting something last night that Adam E was having a party with him, but I don't know. We didn't get any alerts.
Whoa.
Missed out.
Not cool. All
right, so Pooter Poot's in the chat. Good morning, Pooter. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm Ray the dog. All right.
Oh, you were at the market last night. Okay.
I will absolutely tune in again. I'm so sorry I missed that, Clown Baby.
Yes, all things disclosed, Clown Baby. I fell asleep in my chair playing Halo online with 3 of my friends last night, and I woke up like 2 hours later with drool and a dead controller and a Halo dude looking at me like, "What you doing, kid?" But I will be sure to tune in next time for sure.
Yes. Oh, the Clown Baby was on the episode of Matt's Market last night? Very nice.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We got Reefer Fish in the house. We got Robert Harris in the house.
Reefer Fishing.
Nice.
Robert Harris.
Nice. Okay. I was snoring on the mic, too, until my controller died.
All right, real quick question here before we get into all these other questions. So we got 3 defenses up here that are some are questionable, some are not. We've had a lot of changes in the news this week. What is one defense that one of you guys is looking at that's not listed up here? And I can tell you one right off the bat that I'm really interested in because of the new news that's came out this week.
I'm looking at Cleveland.
Yeah. You caught in line. Yeah. Going against Boyle there. Don't know what's going on.
But I'm also looking Washington, too, because if Carolina gets a little cheeky.
Washington put it on Tampa Bay.
Yes,
Washington put it on Tampa Bay, and now they got a Cam Newton coming at them.
Yes. So those 2 I would have on my radar this week as big ones. What about you, Nunya?
That one was a little sneaky. I was looking at Cleveland for sure, especially at home. With the Boyle news.
I'll give you 2 more. You got Cincinnati against Las Vegas that you might be able to catch them on a downward swing. Cincinnati's had some good turnover games early on in the season. And then you got Miami against the Jets. Right? It's in New York. It's in East Rutherford, so it could be a worse game for Miami. But I could see Miami going up there and making New York Jets pitch a shutout. It's possible.
I can, but those division games are so tough. I could see both defenses
Low
playing
scoring,
good.
Low yardage. Those are good 10-point games for your defenses usually. You could usually come out of there with a 9 or 10 points, not lose anything in the game when it's a divisional game like that.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm really interested in that Cleveland game today against Boyle. I'll be watching that Cleveland defense. And I hate to say it could be right. What the dog doing? But Dallas has been on a tear. What if Pat Mahomes goes back to Pat Mahomes 3 weeks ago and throws 3 picks today to Dallas's defense? It's very possible.
Yeah.
I hold Dallas in a couple of my leagues, so I'm not playing them, but whatever.
I think Dallas will give up points today, but I think they may force some turnovers.
Okay. Take the ball away
all year.
Right. Yeah, it's true. All right. So let's move into everybody's favorite category here.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna let you.
Okay, gotcha.
Just do the if you guys want to do the recap. What are we moving into? Tight ends here now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you guys want to cover the recap real quick, let me go let these dogs out. Grab a fresh cup.
Who?
Mr. Boom Boom in the house. He loves to redeem dogs. He lives for the redeemed dogs. Redeeming dogs is his life here at Bulldog Trading. So welcome, Mr. Boom Boom. And I'll be right back with you guys in just 1 second.
Gotcha, Nunya, if you need to. Here's your opportunity. If you like. Let me see here. We got the tight ends getting ready. I will load up the recap.
A quick second, and I'll just reheat my coffee.
Okay.
I don't need to take the dogs now, so I'll be back quick, but just give me a quick second. I'll be back.
Who let the doggies out? Who. All right. Adam E's, good to see you here, buddy. Hope you're having a good one. Again, Cassie, Pooter Poots, I'm very glad to see everybody here. Mr. Boom Boom, what's that dog doing? What's that dog doing? Can I get the voice very close there? I don't know if I did or not. What's that dog doing? I would redeem Spicy Fro, but it isn't coming up on the screen. Yes, that was part of the deal that I made when I was signing my new ESPN contract with Bulldog this week. I had to make sure that Spicy Fro would not come through on the stream. So I got what I wanted. The Players Association won on that one. Clown Baby BTK back over 59,000. Thank you for that update. Appreciate that. Let's get it back to 64. That's what I'm hoping for. Not 60. Let's get it back to 64. The Fantasy Hall of Fame League over here would much appreciate that. Pooter Poots, injuries decimated me. I'm friggin' 3-7 and still getting screwed with injuries. I know that feeling, Pooter. I got like 4 players out this week on one of my, I think my Hall of Fame leagues got like 4 players out. I'm having to start Jamal Williams in Detroit because of it. Schultz or Hawkinson for tight ends. L Snap, if you give us about 4 minutes, we'll go ahead and answer that one for you. But if you need a quick answer, wink wink, it ain't Schultz. Cassie, better than me, Pooter Poots, LOL. I'm 1-9. That's about to change this week, Cassie. When you roll into 2-9 with a back-to-back win this week, I feel good. We're gonna do it. Clown Baby saying BTC to 100,000 would be good. 100% agree with that. 100% agree. Congratulations, by the way. If you were stepping on to the Matt's Market channel yesterday, I wish I would have heard that. I'm sorry I didn't. Next time, though, hit me up, send me a notification in the Discord, and I will run over there and check it out. Yes, Cassie does the fantasy. Pooter Pooch, you ain't been around. You could have been in the league with her, but you disappeared. I know you've been busy, though, bro. I know you have. You could have been handing out Poot coins every week in fantasy. Every week. But she's learning. She's doing good. It's been a tough season for her, but she got her first win last week, and we're going for 2 in a row this week, and we're all very proud of her. She's figuring it out, though. She's starting to understand it. That's a good thing. That's what the Rookie League was all about, was letting new players come in, join, and then next year, move them up into the next league. Caesar coming in with Sit 1, Singletary, CEH, or Miles Sanders. Singletary's going to get action. CEH is going to get action. I'm not 100% sure if Miles Sanders actually gets action today. I'm probably sitting Miles Sanders just because I don't know if he's going to get action or not. Pooter Poot's my first year playing because of this channel. That's right, Cassie. We bringing them in. We're reeling them in. Like fishing. We're reeling them in. No, that's kind of the wrong way of putting it. No, we wanted to have fun with everybody, so we made a fantasy league. We thought it would be cool. Definitely, Clown Baby. Anytime, just send me a message in the Discord or something, and I'll be there. I'll make sure you got some fans there for sure. Keep the conversation rolling on, and just make sure you got some support. That's right, Odie versus Westside in the Pro League. It's not looking good in the Pro League or the Hall of Fame League. Adam, I will be putting up posts this week because I know we're getting closer and closer to the Hall of Fame League. So later on this week, if not Monday, straight up, I'll get league pictures, snaps of, or screen caps of all the leagues that we're running here at Bulldog Fantasy, Bulldog Trading Fantasy, and I'll get those put up in the Discord so everybody can see what's going on in all the leagues. Why are you bringing me into that, Adam? What did we get brought into? All right. Pooter Poot's coming in with a Carson, Hopkins, Gronk, top 5 picks, and have been constantly out. Also, yeah. Yep. I feel you there, Pooter. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's been a really off season for like the last 4 weeks. Just been garbage for me. I can't stream up 2 wins if I tried. I'll get a win 1 week and lose the next week. Win 1 week, lose the next week. Need to stream some wins. Clown Baby with that good morning for L Snap. And Caesar says, I'm picking up a kicker not because I want to put him in, Odie, but because I want to keep up with Nufo. Oh, I see how it is. Yeah. You want to deliver a butt whooping on me so you can keep up with Nufo is the nice way of putting it. That was a nice way of putting it. No mercy, Caesar. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Mr. LaRusso, do you have a problem with that? All right. We're just having some fun here, guys. Just having some fun. My league got rid of kickers like 4 years ago, and nobody misses them. Yeah, kickers just hurt. They just hurt. They should do that in the real league too, probably. Let's see here. What else we got? I'm gonna check some YouTube, or not YouTube, some Twitter, some live Twitter action. See if anything's going on over there. Okay. With 37 scrimmage yards tonight, Steelers running back Najee Harris will become the first rookie in franchise history with at least 1,000 scrimmage yards in his first 10 career games. That's amazing. That's a lot of history in that. So go Najee Harris, get you 37 yards, and then be done, because I don't need you beating me in any leagues. All right. Adam Schefter, what do we got? Jaguars running back James Robinson is officially active today as of 3 minutes ago. 49ers running back Elijah Mitchell expected to be inactive today due to the finger he fractured on Monday night. That's as of 3 minutes ago. As of 4 minutes ago, Ravens had a non-COVID virus go through their organization last week, affecting a multitude of players, including Lamar Jackson, wide receiver Rashad Bateman, and center Bradley Boozman, amongst others. Jackson arrived at the stadium a short time ago, and teams soon will test him to see if he can play. So we're still not sure, but we're getting a couple minutes ago, Adam Schefter reporting that they're still testing Lamar Jackson. All right. Adam E says, got Hopkins starting? No, Adam. Drop Hopkins. He's not playing today. He's out. He's officially out. Odifro, who is Mitchell Wayne? Hard luck. That's Mitchell Wayne and his wife, Kat. MW and Kat is Mitchell Wayne and Kat, I believe. Twitter, that's how it's pronounced. Where I'm from, the Twitter. The Twitter. Yeah, get that Hopkins out of there if you're talking about DeAndre Hopkins, old nuke. Get him out of there. Let's see. TikTok Marcus says, these are my players. Hunt, Raymond, Judy, Sutton, Brown, Schultz, Wilson, Ingram, Hawkinson, McCaffrey, Green, Pittman, Brady. What you think? That's your team? And then nope. So wait a minute, that's Pooter Poots, not TikTok. Okay, yeah, TikTok. You got a pretty good team there. Yep. Be careful about starting both the Denver receivers at the same time. That could be hurting yourself on points. Let's see here. Oh, he's got Hopkins starting. Mitchell Wayne does? Okay. Gotcha. L Snaps like, horrible choices, TikTok. Horrible choices. Whatever, jerky. Whatever. You guys you're trying to play with each other's head. You're going after each other, guys. This is what fantasy football is all about.
Gamesmanship.
That's right. Talking trash and gamesmanship. Having fun, not doing nothing bad. Okay, so getting another report here out of Ian Rappaport 17 minutes ago. Ravens QB Lamar Jackson is arriving to the stadium soon, per Stacey Dales, but sounds like he's really not himself. Jackson will try to go, and they're working to keep him hydrated to play, but he's been hit very hard by this sickness. It sounds like we might get a Lamar Jackson flu game. The old Jordan flu game. But that was as of 17 minutes ago, so. All right. Nunya, are you back? I think you
am back.
All right, I'm going to bring your camera back in here. I am not going to refill my coffee. I'm going to go to the old Red Bull 30. Red Bull 30 alert.
There you go. Time to switch her up.
Yep, that's right. Gotta get that
Is it
other
peach this
form of
week?
caffeine. What's that?
Peach this week?
Oh, yeah, it's peach every week.
I thought so.
That's all there is. Get that stretch. Invest in yourself, guys. Make sure you're stretching. Sitting in front of the computer, loading up your fantasy rosters. Make sure you're getting a little.
Ronan Tarpey coming through. You go stretch. I have Hawkinson or Dan Arnold.
Good deal.
Through from
save that question. We're about to get into tight ends. Save that question. Tell them we'll answer that here in about 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
It is coming up. We're about to do the recap and the next week. So let me know if you need to run. I'll give you a quick, just myself. But we plan a lot for the show and we have some good stuff on tight ends. So if you got a couple minutes, hang on. Otherwise, let me know in the chat and I'll let you know right away. So if you see it on the screen, tight ends, that's the next thing we're about to cover. Hopkins or Davis? I like Watkins' opportunity this week, again, because Hollywood's out, so I'm probably going with Watkins. We'll do a little bit more wide receiver coming up soon, but just off the top of my head, he's got great opportunity. He pretty much becomes the default number one wide receiver there. So we're good for there. Let's see. Yeah, lines were in the chance. Yeah. Robert Harris, if Lamar Jackson doesn't go, do we trust the Ravens team? Amari or Rashad Bateman? Yeah, that's a tough question, Robert Harris. It's even tough, I mean, if he plays and they give him shots, what does he do there? I mean, is he fully healthy? Does he run out of gas? Is he tired? Does he make the right decisions? It's sounding more and more difficult to start Lamar Jackson, which you're right, the whole team runs around him. Llama Jackson, yep, sometimes he might be. He could be an animal. He's an animal, right? Just in a different way. He's a football beast. Clown Baby coming in with the 16 parlay. Patriots, Dolphins, Bills, Ravens, 49ers, and Chiefs. Is that all money line, or do you have heads involved in that? Because that is an awful lot of teams, and I imagine you have ridiculous odds, money line or the spread, but
I could see a Lamar flu game coming.
Yeah.
I think he's a competitor.
He's an absolute competitor. Right. And he'll lay it out all on the line and puke after the game if he has to.
Yeah, if he has to wear some oops, I crap my pants during the game, something like that, I think he'll be just fine. It's obviously, not to be gross, but it's obviously a stomach issue. If they're trying to keep him hydrated, that means stuff is leaving his body that needs to be replenished.
Exactly what it is. 10 to win 98. That's great, Clown Baby. And they're playing the Bears. I really think they're going to rattle the kid. I think he might be good down the road. He was great at Ohio State. I like his talent. I like what he does with his legs. When he gets some time, I like what he does with his arms. I ain't scared now.
And on a Ravens note, I think you have good coaching on that team. You have a great defense. And I think that team is 100% behind Lamar. So I expect that defense to pick up the slack today.
Needing to catch up to Tennessee.
Yeah, I think Fields hasn't had his cage rattled the way it's going to be rattled today, in my opinion. Pooter. Is Flacco starting today, isn't he? Flacco starting for the Jets?
Flacco is starting for the Jets, yes.
Yikes.
That might make Corey Davis valuable again. Somebody who can get him the ball, but he also might just exposed for why he's not playing anymore.
No, that's why the Miami defense is going to be balling out, is because Flacco is starting.
That could be. Yeah, that's a tough call, Clown Baby. It's really tough because, like I said, I think Lamar is such a competitor that if he's on the field, it's tough to not start him. but Hurts has some upside there.
Yeah, we still at 11 o'clock. We haven't gotten the real Lamar update other than what we just read to you. So that's a tough one.
Yeah, 17 and 4 minutes were the last two updates on those. And he's just getting tested by the team at this moment.
Yeah, Hurts has a terrible matchup.
Okay, so what was that question that we had skipped over while the three of us were taking breaks there a minute ago? It was a tight end question about Hockenson and Schultz?
No, it was...
It was before the Llama Jackson. I know that. Hockenson and Arnold.
or Dan Arnold?
Arnold. All right. So let's just get right into it. This is we'll get right into that question. Actually, we've got some recaps we can do, but just to answer that question real quickly, I'm for Hockenson this week. Arnold, again, the shot putter, is throwing him the ball, if any chance of actually catching the ball. So I'm with Hockenson, even though that's a backup quarterback who I think is going to lean on Hockenson, Mr. Boyle up there in Detroit. What are you feeling about that situation and that question? Hockenson or Dan Arnold?
I go Hockenson every time, regardless of last week. I just think he's a better player, and I think he's a more intricate part of the team.
Okay.
Especially with a backup quarterback in there. Jen Mag, good morning, Jen Mag. Happy Sunday. Mr. Milk, real quick. Do I start Lockett, Ayuk, or Pittman? No PPR. I go with Lockett there. I think Russ will have to find a way to get the ball in Lockett's hands today if they want any kind of success. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I don't know. Is DK Metcalf out because of the kick out last week, or is he back this week? I'm assuming he's back.
He's playing, but
playing,
Lockett went invisible without Russ, and Lockett and Russ have a combination. So those are my choices. I'm going with Lockett.
Last week he got a couple catches, but most of them were misfires. Russ was horrible throwing the ball last week. I don't think he has true grip on the ball yet, but we'll see if he's got it back maybe a little bit more this week. So if I'm a Lockett owner, I am shaking in my boots right now that he's not going to get you more than 2 or 3 catches. Maybe he's definitely not going to get no 40-yard bombs. They tried him last week; they didn't work.
Yeah, Clown Baby says Gainwell inactive for the Eagles. Yeah, that could be a healthy scratch too. That could be with that backfield.
They've got 4 backfields right now.
Miles Sanders coming back.
Scott, Howard, Gainwell, and Sanders now, and it sounds like Sanders is going to get some action. I don't know how much, but definitely. Gen Matt cruising in here. Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman, or Corey Davis? Pick 2 of them. Right now, I'm taking your first 2 that you listed.
Yeah, me too. I don't want nothing to do with, although Flacco, there's a reason why he's still around, I guess.
There's a reason Adrian Peterson and are still around too.
Davis was a lot younger and producing in Tennessee. He came for opportunity. I picked Toney and Davis there. I like Davis with Flacco.
Okay.
Just personal. Flacco has a big arm.
Yeah, I think I'll probably go with
flip like crazy.
That's the big difference. He's obviously not in his prime, Flacco, but he's not. His arm isn't a wet noodle at this point. He can still throw the big ball. So I think Corey Davis has bigger upside. Definitely Toney there. Bateman, we kind of like him. We kind of don't.
Lamar's not quarterback. Sorry, to cut you off.
That's a good question. Who is their backup over there?
Because otherwise, Bateman's worthless if it's not Lamar, in my opinion. I don't trust whoever the backup is, and they don't get enough play time. I believe it was...
Is it still RG3?
No. Wait a minute. Yeah, because Lamar was hurt already this year, and it was RG3, wasn't it?
Hold on, I'll get the depth chart right here.
Thank you, sir.
Tyler Huntley and then Trace McSorley, who is saying that he was activated today.
Ooh, because of this.
Activated from the practice squad today.
So Huntley is the backup, so be careful with that, Gen Matt. Be careful. Keep an eye on that Lamar Jackson play.
And yes, Matt, Brown is out. Hollywood Brown is out.
Yeah, he's down. So Bateman's gets up for that one, but yeah.
Yeah, so I would go Tony and Corey Davis there. Then Wow Meat Today says best pivot for Lamar PPR. I think we can all agree on this. Cam or Tua. I like Tua in the matchup anyways as it is against the Jets. But I don't like Cam for nothing. Yeah.
When I pull my shirt like this, it should say Tua underneath it, not Cam anymore. It shouldn't be an S. This should be a big T.
Mine should be the greatest running back to ever touch a
Mine should be the greatest dog. Oh, wait, it is the greatest dog that ever barked on the planet right there. Woo. All right, so anyways, got some love for Woo there. All right. Where are we at on the questions here? Because otherwise we'll start rolling into the recap, which y'all know who I want to talk about on that recap.
I think we're caught up.
Pooter says Eli coming out of retirement is possible. If Joe Flacco's got a job, the old mouth breather might come out of retirement.
I'll tell you what, if you guys aren't watching the Manning brothers on Monday night, you do not know what you're missing.
I haven't seen an episode, but they keep showing little clips, and I'm like, I want to watch that so bad. That looks so good.
It is amazing. I think it's amazing. I love it. There's great guests.
Absolute star.
Yes. They play off each other so well too. Him and Peyton.
They're brothers. Yeah.
It's just, and then whatever guest is on, they just kept having good guests. It's really an enjoyable thing to watch.
Both kind of have a dry, weird sense of humor, and they make it awkward. It's funny. I would definitely say give it a shot.
I will. I'll have to watch it sometime. I've seen all the little clips of it, but I never get to see it.
And it's uncensored, which is kind of weird. On a Disney affiliated channel, they can say whatever they want.
Dano may give him a run for his money. All right, so let's roll into the recaps. My boy, this is the one I will say is my boy, Travis Kelce over here, rolling in for. And how many times early into that game, Odie, did I tell you? We called it out. We talked about it earlier.
Exactly what was going to happen.
You were like, and they even announced the stat after something you had brought up in pregame last week. You were like, watch, Travis Kelce will be 3rd and 11, and they'll throw it to him. They'll get the first down. And then there come the stat where it's like, how many times has Travis Kelce caught a 3rd and long to get the Chiefs in a first down? And they're like, only 27 times against the Raiders in the last 5 years or something like that. Travis Kelce's caught a 3rd and long for first down. And it's like, yep, okay, MIA called it. And then it happened like 15 times last Monday night. Thus, you have 24.9 points for Mr. 1 Travis Kelce. I believe with 1 touchdown, that's all it was, if there was even a touchdown in that. I think he'll redo it again this week against Dallas's D, because Dallas is going to play back with their new cornerbacks trying to get picks. So it'll be underneath the Kelce and running backs all over again until the Chiefs make them switch their defense. So look for Kelce to have another big game this week, or I'm expecting it. You guys are doing the same here against Dallas's D.
Oh yeah, I don't see anything changing.
Oh, we'll talk about it even more in projections. I'm kind of jumping the boat here, jumping the gun here. Hunter Henry, that's right. Woot woot. I got him in a couple leagues. And
I think he's going to be dangerous over there.
Yep. Hunter Henry catching, I think, 2 touchdowns.
Dangerous, and Mac Jones is liking the hookup. Mac Jones finds them consistently.
It is his lean piece right now. When he needs to lean on something in the red zone, he's going to Hunter Henry most likely, or the running backs.
And we talked about that early in the season on here about that relationship with quarterback tight end, how big it could become, and we've seen it kind of all over the league this year. Whether it's somebody else we'll talk about in a minute, Dawson Knox with Josh Allen, Hunter Henry. We knew the skill Hunter Henry had. And we knew.
Still don't understand why San Diego let him walk, but I guess we'll figure that out.
Me neither. Me neither, unless they had high hopes in Parnham.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could have been a money thing, but like as soon as you see it, out of every team, take away the Kelce and the Tony Gonzalez, because Kansas City has a pretty damn good track record too. But New England has been what they do with tight ends is kind of unprecedented.
Yeah, not normal for what people have seen. All right, so moving into Mark Andrews here. We kind of called this last week. It happened, but now the situation completely changes if Lamar isn't playing today. If I'm a Mark Andrews holder, guys, I'm kind of a little weary of what the news might come out of Baltimore today, because he may not get the normal points, maybe the 10 or 11 points you're getting from him average, and then he has a good week where he catches a touchdown to get you 18. But what do you guys think about Mark Andrews today if Mr. Lamar Jackson is not playing due to bubble guts or whatever he's got? Bad sushi.
What do you think, Nanya?
The tight end is pretty lean, so if you have him, he's probably still the best option on your team.
Agreed.
His talent is unquestionable. Like, he has great hands. He runs really good routes. But you're right. I mean, it's really up in the air. I don't like, Tyler Huntley throwing the ball possibly. So that could be a real bad issue. But again, how many good tight ends are there? After you get through the top 4 or 5, roll the dice, it's the same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. If I have him, odds are you don't have another big name tight end. If you're rolling with Mark Andrews, he's kind of on that second tier of tight ends. It's not scaring me, whoever's throwing the ball. I think if Lamar doesn't play, Andrews' role changes and becomes the safety valve, becomes the check down. So I'm not concerned about him too much. Caesar C says Raiders win confirmed. Thank you, Caesar.
We missed a question from Danny Sim a little earlier, guys. Not to interrupt tight ends.
Go back and grab
he
it.
asked who should he start at flex between Foreman, Odell, or Dearness. So I'm just going to say real quick, I don't think Dearness has a role at all this week.
Who should he
Chubb's
start
back
at? A flex is what he said?
at flex.
Between Foreman,
Goddard,
Goddard, or Dearness. So
Dearness.
Dearness gone. Goddard is a starting tight end that you could get points from. And then the other one is a possible running back that might do something in Tennessee. But it will get the starting chance today.
got the workhorse load. I like his opportunity the best out of those 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Foreman there, and especially being that it's a game
Who's Philly
against
playing?
Houston. Philly is playing.
Is Jalen Hurts running for his life the whole game? If he is,
New
I might go
Orleans.
with Goddard there. Yeah. Ooh.
So yeah, it's but that, like I said, the DBs in New Orleans haven't been great this year, which doesn't so much affect the tight end. I think it bodes well for Hurts.
To throw more downfield instead underneath of the tight end. So yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Then
exactly.
yeah, I'm going back to the running back and maybe taking my chances on Foreman having a decent game. Unexpected.
Well, like I said, we're expecting this to be a blowout, right? Stranger things have happened. They happen every week in the NFL nowadays, but I expect
on
Tennessee. Yeah, I expect Tennessee to handle this nicely, and we'll see what kind of running back this guy is. And here's my question, Odie. I know you've been following Peterson, so to you and Nunya. Now, Nunya, you said he's not Peterson, but the other guy, Foreman, isn't the typical back that we might see in Tennessee. So
Peterson vultures goal line.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Is do we see them just use if they get a lead? Do we see heavy doses of Peterson today in the sense of let's get some value for our money? We're already up. We don't want to risk. They already had the other kid get hurt, Henry's original replacement.
Nichols.
You know what I mean? Do we think that if there's a big lead, we just see him say, okay, let's let Peterson have some time to shine. We've already spent the money on him. Let's get as much use out of him.
I don't think Peterson has the mileage left to even do that. I think Peterson is goal line short yardage only. Okay. Like, that's the only thing they can use him for, is that he's got still 220 pounds. Go ahead, sorry.
Clown Baby just said something. I went and checked, and there is a report coming Twitter from Ian Rappaport that Lamar Jackson is going to give it a try, quote unquote. He's not really himself.
We need that
Expect a
sounder.
lighter than usual workload for him.
We need that
So,
sounder.
does not sound good at all, but it does sound like he's going to give it a try. Hey,
I go Foreman over Peterson. Robert Harris. I think he's still going to be the bulk of it. You know, I think there is a unique situation that we can see Peterson outscore him. But I'm going to go Foreman there. We can see Peterson. And now what would you guys do if you're, you know what, we'll hold off on the Lamar until we get to quarterbacks.
It was just breaking news.
Yeah, no, awesome. I was just going to kind of reiterate on it, but we'll leave. I was going to say that, clown baby. That was my, that was going to be my suggestion to you, was if you do have a formidable backup. After this news, you know, it seems like it could go either way. Like it could, and especially if that defense does stand out, you know, and they're able to force a turnover or two early and get a lead, you know, we can see Lamar out of the game and onto the Imodium quicker than we might think.
Yeah. Sorry, Caesar, that was me, but good ears. T. Jones or Mark Ingram? Yeah.
Ingram.
Yeah,
for
I'm
me.
going Ingram. He's getting the touches. No doubt he's getting the touches this week.
Out. Yep. It's Ingram for sure.
All right, so let's move into projections. Again, it's my boy, the one and only time I'll be happy to accept that, my boy.
My boy's always my dude.
Travis Kelce. Up here projected against Dallas, 18.5 points. I think we all expect Travis Kelce to get his points, no problems today. It's not going to be an issue. But we'll move right in here to Darren Waller against Cincinnati. Las Vegas at home, bringing in a pretty prolific offense against their defense. So I would think this is going to be a shootout today, and they're going to need Waller to perform to make that happen. And they're also going to need Deshaun Jackson to catch the ball and continue to move towards the goal line when he catches said ball.
He was half right last week. That was a big step. Yeah, I think Waller, you know, he's going to get his if there's any chance of us winning. So, you know, he's a must start. And, you know, it's been the same week in, week out. Travis Kelce, the number one projection. Waller, the number two. And I think they've both lived up to it. I don't think it's anything. Yeah, I don't think it's anything that we need to be concerned about either way. If you have either one, you're starting them. If you can afford them in daily, you know, if you're trying to make a move there in daily, you're probably taking one of those two, depending on the prices. Nah, that's it.
Nunya? Waller, Kelce, thoughts?
I agree. That they're the most predictably drafted first. They're the most two predictably always up on the top. They are, in my opinion, changers sometimes. There's a big difference because of positional scarcity, and they're head and shoulders above everybody else. If you're going to look week over week over week, they just separate. So, you know, Pitts has a chance down the road. We don't know. He looks like that.
Yeah.
Kittle, we thought might have had a chance, but he excels more in blocking. So completely separate two guys, then maybe another bunch, and then the bucket of everybody else. But it's no mistake that Kelce and Waller are up there week after week after week. They're difference makers. They're completely different in the game. They're game planned for. Big fan of both.
Yeah. Real quickly, I'm going to mention this comment. Jen Matt says Shanahan and his backfield is the most complicated thing ever. I would counter that the backfield of New Orleans over the years of Deuce Staley and a couple other teams was very hard to deal with. And Priest Holmes, when he was first there, and they had a couple other running backs with them at one time with Blaylock and I can't remember the other guy, but they were real hard to pick because they would vulture each other's touchdowns all the time. It was real hard. Those are the early 2000s, though. All right.
And I think today there's a little bit more clarity than normal in that backfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like watching San Fran to watch all the motion.
Here's a good one that's coming up here. George Kittle. The 49ers had the perfect game plan last week. I think we all saw it. They ran the ball. They ran the ball well. They shoved it down their throat. But Eli Mitchell got hamped up in that game. Now they got to switch over to this other kid. This kid coming out of nowhere, basically, I think he's had a little bit of time. Jeff Wilson Jr. is going to start. But Kerry Kittle, or George Kittle, Kerry Kittle, thinking baseball. George Kittle is going to probably be left to protect the quarterback more because the running back's not going to have as much blocking history. And also, they're going to try to run the ball to keep it out of Garoppolo's hands like they did last week. So, can Kittle get his 15, and will he get you more than 15, I guess, is the real question. If he gets his 15, is there still an upside? He might get some touchdown possibility. I'm weary of what Kittle can produce this week. Nunya, what are you thinking about San Francisco at Jacksonville trying to get Kittle passing yards?
I think run heavy, Debo Samuel over the top. Opinion, Kittle is, that next tier of tight ends. If you have him in your lineup, you can't bench him. But I think run heavy specifically against Jacksonville and on how successful they were last week, I think Shanahan leans a lot. I think this is one of the weeks where I would be lower on Kittle than some other weeks.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I think the only way that we see Kittle get heavily involved in the passing game is if the run game isn't working. You know what I mean? If they're able to somehow shut it down and they have to get Kittle involved in the offense more that way. But again, I think Nunya nailed it with his blocking ability. Creates that's his best asset.
Okay.
At running, as a tight end, and I think he contributes so much to the running game that the running game will be successful because of him. But I think that limits his fantasy production.
All right. Shout out Pooter Poots. I know you're getting out of here, buddy. Thank you for joining us today, man. It's good to see you. Please stop in more often. We miss you.
Absolutely.
Everybody thinks about you when you're not around. I know you're busy and stuff, but definitely you're in our hearts all the time, Pooter.
Gotcha.
Enjoy that haircut and that birthday party.
That's right. Crisp and clean. All right. Clown Baby says the 49ers will destroy the Jags today, in his opinion. I kind of agree with you there, bro. I definitely do.
I think they will, but the Jags have
trap game.
They've pulled out some, and really only one. It was really only that game against the Bills.
You blow somebody out like you did the week before, and then you walk in there thinking, oh, the Jags? We just went 37 whatever it was the other night. Well, we got this. And then
and that Jags defense held the Bills to 6 points, just 2 weeks ago. So
trap game possibility there. Be careful, San Fran. Get your win, but be careful. All right. Kyle Pitts, New England, Atlanta. We just seen that, right? But that was Thursday night, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it's over. It's done.
That's right.
And Atlanta got just decimated. That was
talked about Mr. Andrews, but this week he's going up to an Alvin Mack-less Chicago Bears. Mack is done for the season. They put him on IR and is having season-ending injuries. So
all of a sudden, that Raider trade doesn't look so bad, eh?
Yeah, it's still a bad trade. But either way, I'm just playing. Bears still got somewhat of a decent D. I would still look, again, if Poopgate's going to happen today and Mr. Jackson doesn't play, I still think Andrews' value goes down in both cases because if Lamar's not 100%, he's not going to be thinking about, the greatest of plays all the time. So either way, watch out for Andrews. If you're a starter, I'm not saying don't start him. He's still a start if you're in a tight end league, but I don't know. I'm less than I'm bearish on Andrews. Let's put it, since we're in a stock channel here. I'm bearish on Andrews today. Nunya, where are you at? Bullish or bearish on Andrews today?
Bearish on Andrews today. Typically bullish on him. I like his skill set. I'm just scared of the week. Just way up in the air, and we just don't know what. Like you said, what a great name, Hootgate. We just might have an interesting week with Lamar.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Mitch Kumenstein.
I agree with that the same way. I'm like I said, if you have him where you got him, you probably don't have a better option at this point. So to me, I'm starting him either way.
All right, so we got a question quick here before we switch into buy or sell on tight ends. Swiss, Jeff Wilson coming in, or Jeff Wilson or Darrell Williams. I got Chubb and Gibson too, but Darrell has been my boy, so I'm sad to bench him. So the question is Jeff Wilson or Darrell Williams.
I go Jeff Wilson.
I think you're gonna get more upside, yeah, with that.
I think CEH. I think will have a role from what I'm seeing. Whether he starts or whatever, I just think. Worst team, I think number one, the matchup for Wilson against Jacksonville. And then with CEH coming back, I think that takes some away from Williams. And, still kind of on a shorter week, not quite a short week, but Williams had a bigger workload than he's used to on Sunday night at a night game, so a little bit less time to recover. I'm going Wilson there.
So I think you have it right. You start Chubb and Gibson. There you guys.
Yeah.
And Wilson isn't unknown yet, but Darrell Williams, like the other guy said, CEH is going to take some.
It's going to take some.
So it looks like Jeff Wilson has the opportunity to be lead back. So just for opportunity alone, I like what you have. Chubb and Gibson to start, Wilson as your flex.
Yeah, and Robert Harris is asking about Barkley. We believe he's going to play. I don't think anything's official yet on that. Nunya, is it?
No.
I don't see anything new. Every indication is that he was heavily involved in the game plan. He's looking to start.
They're probably just keeping it under wraps. They want the team to have to prepare for a couple different running backs. That way when they bring them, they haven't prepared fully for Saquon, more than likely. But, yeah, it's looking pretty good for Saquon to return. Adam E coming in, or first off, Claypool or Bateman from Robert Harris. Robert Harris.
Claypool.
Robert Harris. Claypool or Bateman, and you're saying Claypool? Am I?
I like Claypool. Yeah, I like Claypool there.
Like Claypool, he has been coming up consistently. And Bateman, again, we have an issue with quarterback. I like Claypool this week.
I gotta agree with you there too. Roethlisberger and Claypool know each other. Bateman, we don't know if he knows anybody besides Lamar Jackson, and that's still questionable because he's already a backup coming in. So I think I'm gonna go start the starter there and Claypool Roethlisberger.
It's a toss-up, Clown Baby. I know he says he likes Bateman there. The toss-up is Bateman will probably be the guy there, but also in these kind of things, I like to go with experience, so I think that might even bode better for Sammy Watkins over there.
Maybe. That's a good point.
I don't know that Coach Harbaugh is not going to make it like a 10 or 20 pass attempt game. He's just going to want to run.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's got three running backs he can use to run. He's got Latavius Murray back. He's got Dante Freeman, and now he's got the other guy back too, right? There's three of them that are back.
Oh, and that was a healthy scratch, Clown Baby? Yeah, I suspected that with that backfield loading up.
Yeah, they don't have enough spots.
Adam E., it happens. We all can feel bad about that. We make every attempt we can. You're a good dude. You're a stand-up dude.
Appreciate
you.
We try to. I mean, that's honorable to do. We all want to beat people with their best teams on the field. Hopefully he gets his change in time.
Swiss says, y'all think Tom Brady's the best fantasy QB this year? I don't.
Nope.
I think he's good.
Robert Harris, Murray or Barkley? Can you play? Oh, Murray, Latavius Murray. Okay. Murray is back. He's back, but how much action does he get versus Barkley is the starter if he comes back. So even if Murray's back, he's not the starter. Barkley comes back, Barkley is the starter. They're not going to put Barkley in as a backup.
The only upside there is that if this is with Lamar's status, this could be a huge run-heavy game. I think that bodes a little bit well for Murray, but again, I think you're really touchdown reliant if you're starting him. Whereas Barkley, you're going to get he's going to be the offense, if not, highly, highly involved if he plays.
Catches and runs, yeah. All right, that being said, let's looking at 11:30 Eastern Standard, so we should be getting the very first last
now we should get
start and sit-ems just about now.
Now's the time to hit Twitter and all those sites, so give us just a second, guys, because we should get some some real updates for your start sits. Some health updates coming in right now in the next minute or 3.
Yeah, you guys want to just run through this buy sell real quick here?
Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson officially inactive today versus Chicago Bears. Per source, Tyler Huntley will start as of 4 minutes ago from Adam Schefter.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, that's big.
Yep,
that's kind of big. So we're
Tyler Huntley, the 23-year-old second-year undrafted free agent, has attempted 16 career regular season passes. Good luck.
I like it.
Yeah, that's
going into Soldier Field, man. That's you know, I guess he's not at the age of us where, like, as a 41-year-old, if I was going into Soldier Field, I would be scared just because it brings up memories of the monsters of the Midway, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting. I mean, hey,
that's huge for Cincinnati. That's huge for Cleveland. That's huge for Pittsburgh. That division is just as tied up as the Chiefs division.
Oh yeah, that's huge for it's huge for really anybody in contention. Just as far as playoffs, even outside of the division, and everybody in the conference.
We've got a list of them here. Officially active: James Robinson, Latavius Murray, and Taysom Hill is active for New Orleans. Officially inactive: Lamar Jackson, Elijah Mitchell, Jared Goff, Zach Wilson. So there's no Zach Wilson in New York Giants or Jets today. Curtis Samuel and Kenneth Gainwell all inactive as of 53 seconds ago. So we're starting.
We
to
pretty
see
much
these
knew
roll
it.
in. Yeah, most of those were well known.
Elijah Mitchell.
Yep.
Hey, thank you, Clown Baby. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Clown Baby. That means a lot.
Bills standout linebacker Tremaine Edmonds, listed as questionable with a hamstring, is out today. So that hurts the Bills' defense. Let's see.
I don't know who I want to win that game.
A.J. Dillon is getting the start against the Packers today. No other running backs are mentioned there. All right. So we're looking pretty good. It looks like we got all the info.
It's everything I have on updates now.
Mm-hmm.
That's big. That's the Lamar thing is big.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Man, we did the one chip challenge and showed up the next morning. This guy got the bubble guts.
He's soft.
This fool can't take some vitamin C and some Pedialyte and get out there and play a football game. Come on.
No, you know what?
Before the game, at halftime.
It must be bad. I think if he's with everything that they have access to, I think he could. It's got to be bad for him. He's not playing Bulldog Trading, and Bulldog Trading. While you're here, if you can drop that number in the chat, because we don't have it up on the screen, we had a few people looking to get Discord invites. And because of the screen, we didn't have that number up there. If you can, if you're free, yellow badge, and can throw that number in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated.
Please keep personal photos sent to that number to a minimum. He only likes to get 1 or 2 photos. Anything over 3, he doesn't like to respond to. But
oh, that's so callous, Jen, man. He has a tummy ache.
So true, so true. It's in y'all's phones. Oh, okay. Well, we wanted you to put it in the chat. That way it looked official and stuff.
I didn't want to put Lindsay's. I don't know who I have, what number I have saved as what, so I didn't want to put the wrong one in there.
I've got the separate number, but I know I'm not putting the hotline in there, but I didn't want to put Bulldog's number in there without him doing
That's me. That's what I'm saying is I didn't want to put the wrong one.
Guys, Genman has a question of Titans or Cardinals, D.
Ooh, okay.
And
so
Tennessee's playing Houston, and the Cardinals are playing Seattle, so that alone leans me towards Tennessee. And Tennessee's just been on a tear on defense, so if it's to me, I like Tennessee. Cardinals were on fire earlier in the year when they had their full complement of offense. Just don't anymore. I lean heavy on that one towards Tennessee.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It's the offense that breeds defense type thing, right? Where it's I don't think anything's fundamentally changed on Arizona's defense. I think just that their offense has been decimated.
Tennessee.
So I'm going Tennessee.
Tennessee. What's that song, Tennessee, back in the day? I can't remember how it goes, but yeah, I'm going with Tennessee on that one because it does seem like it's the right one. Oh, and we have got the phone number up in the Discord, or not in the Discord, in the chat here, guys. 503-208-5646, and if you call that number right now, you will get an entry into our 100% free Discord. That's right, our 100% free Discord. Call, text now. Sorry, I had to get my announcement.
Yeah, Bulldog, your best bet would be to start Lamar anyways.
Yes. Yeah. right. Yeah. What's up with Lamar? Lamar is out. You're going to need to put up some more points, bro. You're going to have to find someone else to start today immediately. Do it within the next hour and 22 minutes, sir. Find another quarterback. All right. Adam E coming in with the GenMat greatest moment of U of K fan playing against Lamar as after he was doing Heisman poses during his first touchdown and then watching him fumble on his own 10-yard line and costing U of L the game. Oh, wow.
A Heisman Trophy winner coming from Louisville.
Seriously, Bulldog. Lamar's out. He's done. He's not playing today.
Out.
You got to find another game or another quarterback. I can actually help you with that real quickly. All right, so let's get started on our tight ends. We're kind of running close on time. We still got 2 more categories to go here. Buy or sell. Mr. Knox up there in Buffalo today. He's been looking
Buy
pretty
or
good.
sell.
Buy or sell.
I like him. I'm buying him. I think he was limited last week. He came back from an injury. He's back. He's on the same page with Josh Allen. I like him down the stretch.
Okay. Kind of
Completely agree. I'll sprinkle on top a little bit that Diggs really kind of broke out last week, which has been lacking for a little while.
Salt baited.
They might rotate even more coverage. So Knox.
Yeah, that's right, Bulldog. Mac Jones already played, so don't pick him up to throw him in. He played on Thursday.
All right, so I'm with you guys on the Dawson Knox thing. It's been getting better and better each week. It seems like he's getting more reliable on him and less reliable on one Mr. Colliard Beasley or whatever his full name is. So, yeah, I'm kind of bullish on Dawson Knox there. All right.
Rothelisberger is back. He's playing today.
Rothelisberger.
Every day.
Yes, I would.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely. Yeah. Going on in Detroit with Mr. Jared Goff again, and now Boyle is starting for the Detroit Lions. What are Hopkinson's play now that you have a quarterback that is going to have to rely on somebody because they really don't have much else in Detroit besides the running backs? You think Hopkinson's a hot play this week for you there, am I?
I kind of do. You know, we've talked about this in a few situations with a new quarterback coming in. I think he's talented, Hockenson. I think he's shown that. Now, maybe his production was up because Goff was so terrible and so tight end reliant that we see this kid, like I said earlier, maybe they let this kid throw it all over the field just to see what they got. Detroit isn't in any kind of situation where they're going anywhere. So I like him. I put him in the exact same boat as I do with Andrews. If you had him, he's that tier of a tight end that odds are you're not holding another tight end. If you got him, you're starting him. Gotcha. The new quarterback, to me, doesn't move the needle either which way for me.
I just want to point out real quick before we go to Nunya here. Cassie, that's smart. I see what you're doing there, and I'm so glad that you're learning how to start phasing that in and preparing for the next week on your buys. So that's awesome. Good job. It'll show next season.
Great. That's real smart.
Yep. It'll show next season, I promise. Nunya, what are you thinking?
Yeah, like Hawkinson. He's obviously in the game plan. I think we're going to see a lot of short passes to Hawkinson and Swift and even Williams this week. I think that has to be the game plan. Maybe they try to.
Freaking Newfo. Every week he's benching Mahomes.
I love it, Newfo. Happy birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday, Newfo.
That's what you're like. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry, no, I didn't mean to cut you off, dude. I was just like,
I was pretty much wrapped up there. I like his opportunity. I think it's going to be mostly Hawkinson and Swift, and maybe mix in a little bit of Williams of short swing pass type stuff.
Yeah.
Or zone over the middle type stuff. So yeah, I like Hawkinson.
Right. Odie Farrell, I didn't even notice that beard you got over there. You look like the casual undercover cop dude in Call of Duty or something.
Oh,
I like
no.
it. You're like, nah. I like it. Good stuff.
It's getting out of hand. I'm about to cut that bad boy off here. It's getting annoying. It's starting to itch. I have to do insulation sometimes, so it gets insulation stuck in it. It sucks.
Oh.
Yeah, not fun. All right, so here's my boy. I'm gonna call this guy out too. I like this guy. He's been quietly doing his job all season long. He's been getting about 10 points average, if not 12, all season. He's averaging about 8 to 9 receptions over targets. Conklin up there in Minnesota. Nobody's really talking about him much. He's not like a flare guy. He's not gonna get you a bunch of touchdowns or anything, but he's just keeping the chains moving. If you see this guy sitting on your roster or you see him on the free agency list and you're on a bye week or something, I just think it's a safe pickup. He's going to look at him at least 8 to 10 times a week.
Yeah, I like him. I think anytime you have a team that has a triple threat as far as 2 solid wide receivers, an amazing running back, I think the tight end, regardless of his skill, has huge potential, and I think this guy's shown that he's developed a relationship with Cousins, and I think he'll continue to be the safety valve over there because you can't let Jefferson run free. Thielen, we know the kind of hands he has. You have Cook coming out of the backfield. It's a lot to cover, and I think he finds a lot of holes in the defense because of that.
Yeah.
Nunya?
I completely agree. I think he's starting to get that rapport with Cousins, which is nice. I think they're relying on him in red zone more often. Honestly, I mean, it might sound a little strange, but if I'm looking at flex, I might start him over Thielen. I think that Cousins looks at him more. So
yeah,
I like him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I noticed, and I do kind of track targets and receptions and targets over attempts. Excuse me. And yeah, you're right. He has been seeing more than Thielen's been getting lately, mainly because they've been going to a 2 running back set as well, where we're going between Madison and Cook, maybe to keep Cook a little bit healthier. So they'll bring Madison in and not necessarily throw as much to Thielen. They'll do out passes to Madison or other little things. But yeah, his numbers have been going down, and Conklin's been going up. So yeah, it's an interesting comparison there. We got a couple questions before we move into wide receivers here. Jen Matt asked, that was MIA answered that one, and that wasn't Jen Matt. Sorry.
Yeah, we had MES, Darrell Williams or Jeff Wilson. We've kind of touched on that one communally. That's kind of why I just answered it there. Right, but I think we're all in agreement with Jeff Wilson there.
Yeah, Darrell's sharing
this
time.
This next one I'll answer for you guys as well. Right. Cam Newton or Tua. I think we're all in agreement with Tua over Cam Newton.
You could put a bag over my head, and Tua would still be my quarterback.
Yeah, Jeff Wilson or T. Higgins, though, now. I know I'm going Wilson there. One of you guys may have a different view on that. I know, Odie, was it you that was kind of high on T. Higgins this week?
I think the Raiders will try to play close to Chase, maybe bracket Chase, and that's going to leave Higgins open or even Uzomah open. But more likely it's going to be T. Higgins because I think they're going to try to separate levels just like they did with the Chiefs, where they try to separate the tight ends level and separate the number one wide receivers, thus leaving the other receiver wide open or at least one-on-one. So
PPR, does that still give you more? Does that give you more confidence to start him over this Jeff Wilson, or are you still going? Who you choosing there? Obviously,
I think I'm still going Jeff Wilson. I think San Francisco's game plan today is use the running backs. I think there's upside with Higgins. Maybe if you got a flex or a second flex position and you need somebody to fill, you go T. Higgins. But I think you're getting a starting running back with Jeff Wilson this week. So I'll go with him.
So there, AJ has James Robinson or Jeff Wilson. Now they're playing against each other. What do you guys think there? I'm starting James Robinson in 2 leagues, but if I had the opportunity to start Wilson over him today, I would.
I like the unknown commodity. What about you, Nanya?
Wilson's role, I like who he's playing against, and I'm just a little bit scared of how banged up Robinson is. Ultimately, I know more about kind of heavy. But yeah, this week especially.
I'd kick myself in the butt if I watched Wilson get 26 points and I started.
Don't slip on Robinson. He's got that potential.
He does.
But in a situation, especially when they're playing head, to think San Francisco is going to pound the ball, possibly with a lead. How long will Robinson be in the game plan before they have to?
True.
What else we have? Herbert or Cam? Herbert. Over 85% of other quarterbacks, and I would start
90% over Cam.
Yeah, I would.
I would take Herbert throwing the. I'm serious. Cam is
Gesicki or Gronk? I'm going Gesicki there. Nufo.
Yeah, Gesicki.
Gronk is still up in the air if he's playing. It's not. I doubt he will, and if he does, I could see him in more of a decoy role.
Feel free to bench Mahomes for Gronk, though. Feel free for that. That'll work.
May have missed. Jen Matt had a question about our thoughts on Tyler Boyd.
Oh, okay.
That's yet another mouth to feed in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So, a deep flex if you need him. But he's on my bench or waiverable in my eyes, Jen.
I mean, he's the number 2, but he doesn't catch the ball like a number 2 hardly ever. They go somewhere else. He's usually
many mouths to feed here.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere you look, these offenses that are good offenses, they have tons of mouths. They have a number 1 receiver, but then they got like 4 guys that are capable of lightning striking from anywhere on the field, and it's hard to keep them fed. It really is, and that's when they go and bounce around. Ooh, we just had a Raider disappearance. A Raider disappearance.
I gotta just take this phone call.
This is much like the Raiders' chances of the playoffs. It would just poof.
Get all your bad comments out while I'm on the phone. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Sorry. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. All right, so we've gone through the tight ends. We'll go ahead and load up the screen for one of our favorite topics here on the channel, and that is wide receivers. But before we do that, I just want to thank everyone for joining us again today. If you are new, welcome. Please hit that like and subscribe. It really helps us get this channel out farther into the world of YouTube, and it lets people know that we're not only here just for fantasy football, but a lot of other things as well. The crypto and stock market first and foremost, and then building an entire community here that we love to call the Trader Fam. Again, welcome and thank you. And Nunya, I hope you are having a good day today so far. We are about an hour and 10 minutes away from kickoff, so I'm getting pumped up.
Yes, I'm getting excited. Having a good day so far. I'm glad to be here and glad we got some people watching and enjoying this. But I am more excited for tomorrow night's game and cautiously optimistic that the Giants can at least make it a physical, fun game to watch, and they don't get slapped around.
Who'd you pick for tomorrow night in weekly pick'ems?
Yeah, I picked against the Giants, but I regularly do.
Okay.
I have a heart, yeah.
Right.
even when they're winning, I generally pick against them. In the day.
Yeah, I picked with them. I'm not gonna lie. I do think they have a chance of beating Tampa Bay. I don't know how much, but I do kind of feel like they got a chance. Oh, I missed the heist. They had a heist going on. Darn it. Yep. Oh, Clown Baby says.
Got left behind. So.
Clown Baby saying BTC is rising. That's right, guys. We are. Thank you, Clown Baby, for bringing that to me. I'm going to take a little peek while we have a couple moments. Check my Bitcoin wallet. Trade some. 59,676. All right, let's go. Shiba down. 88, 188.
Ethereum over 43. Yeah.
All right.
Just to let Bitcoin back over 60.
Just to let y'all. And XLM still tracking 10 cents apart, as always. Still tracking 10 cents apart. Never. I won't understand it.
Always consistent. Bitcoin running too. I know you're on that big time, Clown Baby. Have been checking it out.
All right. Got any new questions coming through or not? Not so much.
Avalanche up another 11% too. Avalanche running mad. Still.
Just to let you guys know, we've got about 45 minutes left here, probably about 35, 45 minutes left here today, and then we will switch back to the crypto stream. We got these two categories left, and we'll take any questions you guys have, and then we'll jump off here, get the stream back up, and everybody can go get themselves a snack, a beverage, and get ready for some Red Zone football over there in the Discord the rest of the evening and day here. Finish out our day tough. We play hard just as much as we work hard here on the Bulldog Trading Channel. And we welcome anyone who's wanting to. We'll be over there watching football all day long. I'm going to be folding laundry along with it, so, getting them chores done.
Chores getting away sometimes, but we can do it all.
Yes, they do. All right, so get a recap here. Diggs actually had a good week for the first time in a long time last week. It's been a little while since he started to step out as the number one receiver up there in Buffalo. It's been other people usually every week this year. Every once in a while he'll have a good game, but nothing great. What do you think of his chances of repeating that this week are in Buffalo?
And he's always got a chance, and they seem to be that's the combo, but they're not effective as they were last year. So teams have caught on. Teams are game planning towards it. You may just want to get ahead and run. Again, Diggs is a stud. You have to start him if you drafted him. Receiver, when we're going over week 11 recap next week, no. I don't think he's going to be the number one guy, but yeah, I start him. He's a starter. He's never a flex for me. He's an absolute starter.
Absolutely. To kind of bring back the question I just asked you there, was like, what are the chances of him repeating? I would ask, what are the chances of Deebo Samuel repeating the week he had? And personally, I think it's greater chance of Deebo Samuel repeating his week than it is of Stephon Diggs doing his thing over again. I think Deebo Samuel is lightning in a bottle every time he touches the ball, whereas Stephon Diggs, he has to have a pass. He's not going to break over him, and he can kind of keep running. Deebo Samuel, you can hand the ball off to him as a running back, and he's still going to get you 20 points in a game. He doesn't have to catch balls. So, in that question,
who's going to be needed more in that matchup, though, is my only question.
Oh, Deebo Samuel gets more use today, I think, than.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think Jacksonville hangs in that game? That's my only problem, is if they get a lead and
I just think the game plan of Shanahan, if he goes back to that running game like he did last week, it called on receiver screens, and not just screens, but reverses and other things like those little quick dump shovel pass plays like they stole from Travis Kelce and use them there now. Yeah, I think that stuff's getting used for Deebo Samuel today a lot to keep the running game fresh, to keep it where Garoppolo doesn't have to throw downfield, but they can use the playmakers in the running game scenario, I guess the way of putting it. That's the way I see it going down. But Jefferson.
The way I.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say one more thing I wanted to put in on that game plan that I see is I'm a big Shanahan fan. I like the way he uses motion all over the place. And I think the run to set up the pass, more of like a lot of old school football. And
Sure.
I think there's going to be a small handful of strikes to Deebo, besides his running opportunities. So connect or not is one thing, but I think they're absolutely going to take their shots. I like Deebo a lot.
Well, yeah, and I think this is a case where there's no surprising factors on the recap list for wide receivers. There's nobody that's standing out that like, I don't think he can do it again. Like, I think Diggs can go bananas today. I think Deebo will go bananas today. I think Jefferson. I think these are three guys that we're probably going to see on our projections list. If not all of them, at least a few of them.
Definitely.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you guys. All right, so moving into Jefferson, this guy, he's lights out. I mean, he's fire every time. You're gonna throw him the ball, he's gonna catch it. He's got his hands all over the field. Doesn't matter.
Well, and I think if we're looking at just those three, I think maybe week in, week out that Jefferson has the biggest upside. Definitely. And I only say that because of what we touched on earlier. The same thing with Conklin over there. You have so many weapons, and I don't think Kirk Cousins is necessarily the best quarterback throwing the ball, but I think you have the most stuff to cover. Diggs, sure, you got to be accountable for Emmanuel Sanders. You got to be accountable for Dawson Knox now, but they don't have that triple threat. They don't have that Delvin Cook coming out of the backfield. San Francisco, I don't think there's a counterpart to Samuel. I think the effort that he has to put in a lot to get the ball gives Jefferson a bigger upside because they have to find creative ways to get Deebo the ball, which works. I think just a traditional week in, week out, I think Jefferson, to me, has the highest upside out of any three of those.
I think before this year, there were two receivers that you could go, who are the best route runners in the NFL? And one of them being D-Hops, Nuke down there, I guess in Arizona now, and then the other one being Julio Jones, previously in Atlanta. At this point, I think the two best route runners in the NFL are Justin Jefferson and Terry McLaurin. And I think those guys know how to get separation. If T.Y. Hilton was healthy for a year and a half, I'd take a considerable look at him. Tyreek is fast, but he's good at his routes, but he's not the prototypical Jefferson and Terry McLaurin. But to bring back to Jefferson, his routes and knowing where he's at on the field at all times and getting his feet down, that this wasn't Kirk Cousins, the quarterback. Kirk Cousins could lead him to a lot of records, but I don't think it'll be Kirk Cousins being the guy that's breaking all the records. Jefferson can make playoffs, and we get to see him. He doesn't get wasted like Megatron. But Minnesota probably won't go nowhere as long as they got Kirk Cousins. So let's keep an eye on this kid. He's going to be real good for years to come. Him and Terry McLaurin, really, to be truthful. But we don't get to see Terry McLaurin recap games that much. Early in the season we did, but not now.
Quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It relies a lot on that. It definitely does. So that's our recap for week 10. And now let's move into projections. Any questions? Nufo saying Jefferson to the moon. That's right. Robert Harris saying Huntley Jackson out. Huntley is starting. Jackson is out with the poop gate. I think that's what we're. Yeah. Beasley done.
I go Renfro. I think Emmanuel Sanders has the role that we thought Beasley might have had at the beginning of the year. Renfro.
Cash them Beasley chips in. They done. They done. Sorry. Got noises coming out of these other headphones behind me. I don't know if you guys hear it or All right. Jefferson gang, clown baby. Gang. All right.
So these projections, not a whole lot surprising up there.
Of course not.
No. I think the only one that we really haven't touched on, Devontae Adams, back. Do we need to say anything about Devontae Adams?
Shoulder greatness.
He did. Yeah, it's. I don't think we need to touch on him. I think really the only one that may be a question mark up there would be AJ Brown, only because of the game situation there, where we don't think it's going to be a competitive battle. But he's also the man there, and he's kind of shown that without Henry, no problem.
Yeah, I think pretty sure every single one of these guys gets their points this week, if not more. Every one of those projected scores are probably correct, if not better. The tough thing to keep an eye on AJ Brown. He's had some mental health issues. He came out and kind of admitted how he's been battling depression now for years, and that's something that isn't going to show up on the injury report. No. So I'm just coming kind of across this, and it's some of the things I'm seeing is to watch his social media to kind of give you some clues as to what's going on in his mind. Right, and that's what you have to do. Nanya, are any of those players up there sticking out for you, or are you thinking any of those are wrong projections or anything?
They're not wrong projections at all, in my opinion. And to be perfectly honest with you and the crowd, I updated these canvas this week, these little backgrounds, and this was the only one I didn't have to make, other than who was home and away and the projections. This was the same exact crowd of people, 1 through 5.
Right.
Exactly one, might not have been that order, but it was 1 through 5 who were the top.
Yep.
Last week and this week. There's no mistake why they are the studs. So yeah, I'm big bullish on all of them.
Yeah, and they're all part of their game plan. Their game plans are built around them. More likely, the way to say it. Yeah, especially in the case of Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill. Samuel, you could argue not as much. Diggs, you could argue not as much. AJ Brown, you could argue not as much. But for those first two guys, the entire game plan is built around what they can do on the field at all times. So, moving into buy or sell here. We've got Mr. Claypool. We kind of discussed him earlier. Mr. Gallup and Mr. Anderson. We're going to have some fun with that one. Mr. Claypool today is getting Mr. Rothelisberger back as a Pittsburgh wide receiver who has had a hard time being consistent all through the season of any of the 5 or 10 wide receivers they have there. How are you guys feeling about having Claypool on your roster, or are you going out to get him?
I'm not going out to get him. I like having him. I think him and Deontay Johnson, it's going to be a toss-up of who gets the bigger game. But I think it bodes well for him having Big Ben back.
Right. Nunya, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I agree. You could have put either one of those wide receivers up there. We could have had Deontay Johnson as well. They are kind of. It's going to be a toss-up week over week. So I'm not sure, and while I don't think Roethlisberger is as done as another quarterback we're going to discuss shortly, I'm not a giant fan of him. I actually think he gets hyped up for Sunday night, Monday night games, and he gets a Sunday night primetime game tonight, so that may bode well for him also. I like Claypool better down the road with a different quarterback, but I like him.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of with you guys on Claypool on this one. There's just no consistency out of him. I'd probably just ride and see if I can use him as a flex and see if he gets usage later in the year when they're trying to make a playoff push. But I don't know. I'm not going to go chase him down in any free agency unless I need him, unless I need a wide receiver. But I'm just, because I don't trust Roethlisberger to get me consistent points every week. All right, let's talk about Mr. Gallup over there in Dallas. It's been a weird situation in Dallas recently. Lamb catches some deep passes all the time. You got Cooper, who hasn't really been hot, but now all of a sudden Cooper is out. Gallup returned last week. Now he's basically getting forced into the number 2 spot. The C. Wilson dude's going to be playing 3rd spot. So, what are your guys'? Where are you at on Gallup? What are you projecting him to get targets and catches this week in the number 2 position in Dallas? MIA, where are you at on that one?
I like him. I think we'll see maybe not heavy doses of him. I think it depends heavily on how Dallas's defense plays, and I think it depends on how Kansas City reacts to the run game. If they're able to run on them, we might not see as big of an involvement, but if they can shut down that run even slightly and keep putting points on the board and turn this thing into a shootout, he could be in for a big game. I think it depends on the game plan right now. How do you think they'll play the Chiefs? Do you think it's going to be that they'll try to pound the ball with Zeke and Pollard, or do you think it turns into a shootout?
I expect them to think maybe that they can't run the ball, so I don't expect them to come out and try to pound Zeke. I think if they do pound Zeke, they'll find out they can't run Zeke because, like I've said many times before, the Chiefs excel against these big running backs. We held Derrick Henry to 70 yards. I think it's the Pollard style that hurts the Chiefs, the scat backs, the ones that can catch passes and do little moves. If anything, I think it's Pollard who destroys the Chiefs if they do get on a running game today. But that said, they've got 3 wide. 3 wide has hurt the Chiefs all season long too. So if they can use their 3 wide and Schultz as a tight end, they can possibly hurt the Chiefs in that way. But you still got to stop the Chiefs 35 points on offense. Can Dallas put up 35? Can they stop the pass rush of the Chiefs to get up 35? And can they get Mahomes off the field? That's where it comes down to me on that one. But as the case for Gallup against the Chiefs, they're going to have their second string tight end, or not tight end, cornerback on him more than likely. And Chiefs corners are actually pretty decent. So as long as there's a pass rush, I think Gallup's probably held under 100, maybe 85 to 100. But that's just where I'm at. I don't think he catches a touchdown, though.
What do you think, Nanya?
Yeah, I would take out my eraser and erase Amari Cooper and Gallup right in there and say he's going to get that mirror. I think he goes exactly in that same spot. I think he's. I'm a Cooper holder, and I've been very disappointed this year. Okay. And I've watched a lot, and he has a lot of wide open passes. So I'm hoping Gallup does well today, and if I have him, I'm selling like crazy fast.
Oh wow!
I think he's got the opportunity, and if he shows up well, he could sit Amari. There's not that much season left, or at least surpass him a little bit. He's been hands of stone a little bit this year, Cooper. So
what if
Gallup has a real opportunity.
If he lights it up and you could still sell Amari out on the open market, would you do that?
It depends on, I mean, you probably throw both of them out there on the trade block and see what you get back. Mm-hmm. But if this guy lights it up and you phrase your trade package the right way and you say, hey, I just found this guy and he's going to light it up and they're going to rotate everybody towards CD Lamb. Do you want this guy on your roster for the rest of the season? Like, you may be selling yourself out of it, but you may be selling yourself into a deal.
True. Because right now, Amari's still got some trade value, but it's fallen. You know what I mean? If you can walk away from him while it's fallen, it's not that bad. If he can return something.
He's got the name, but if you watch him closely, he's dropped a lot of very catchable balls.
Yeah, he's just not having as many balls thrown at him either to produce the money they're paying him as what was the number one, but I don't think he's the number one anymore in that case. All right, so here's the joke of the week. At least I don't know if it's a joke. It could be better than a joke. It could be real life. But you get Cam Newton, the joke quarterback of the league currently, throwing to Robbie Anderson for a touchdown last week. Most people have been looking for Robbie Anderson all season long to catch at least one pass a game on average from Darnold or whoever else has been there at quarterback. And now all of a sudden Robbie Anderson Gets this one touchdown pass from Cam Newton last week. Again, it was within like 5 yards of the end zone, so it wasn't a real pass. I don't know. Robbie Anderson, to me, I'm not putting any eggs in the basket there or anything, no matter what. I don't see this dude doing anything with Cam Newton. So it's kind of the joke thing. Can you sell him if you got him? Would you buy him and then try to flip him if he does get lightning in a bottle again one more time today? Or what are you doing here, MIA with Robbie Anderson?
I'm staying away from him unless I've held him through this mess.
Hold in.
Yeah, I think it bodes well, Cam, with him. There's some familiarity there, but I don't know. I got to see what he's capable. What's going to go on there? I think CMC benefits the most from Cam being under center, because you're pretty much telling the other team we're not going to throw the ball downfield.
Right.
So that's my thoughts on him. Nunya?
Big fan of the hairdo. Other than that, I think he needs a better quarterback to throw him the ball. I was high on him starting the season. I thought Darnold could get him the ball, and he was just invisible. I like his team. He doesn't have a shoulder anymore. We're joking about it. If you watch his throwing motion, he is pushing the ball. It's a shot put. He may be back, but he's not the old Cam.
It's not
That's
this
what
anymore.
I said.
He's not doing this anymore. He's literally doing the Phillip Rivers, but even worse, where he's got the ball here and he's just using his whole body to go and shot put the ball. Yeah. There's no trajectory on it. There's no accuracy. It's literally just put the ball out there and hope the DB doesn't snag it out of the air.
Yeah. All right. Link O has a question. What's happening, guys?
What is up?
What is ROS? Ingram or Conklin? Oh, that's a good one.
Return of sender? What?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Conklin, thanks in advance. I think this is some kind of daily fantasy ROS.
On message retracted.
Ingram, Conklin, thanks in advance. I'm going Ingram here. I love Conklin. I was talking him up, but for some reason, I'm kind of feeling Ingram has.
I think Ingram has to be a bigger part of the. Ingram has to be a bigger part of the offense than Conklin has to be.
Oh, that's true.
So I think he has more upside as far as Ingram, but I think if you're looking for the safe start, maybe Conklin. I don't know. What's your thoughts, Nufo?
Look at Nufo.
Why do when I read Nufo's name, that's the second time that I've called Nunya Nufo when reading Nufo's name. Sorry, Nunya.
Starting out with NU.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? You know, obviously a Giants fan. You know a little bit more about Evan Ingram and what the game plan is going to be over there.
I'm hopeful that he's, is the showcase to sell. They are obviously trying to get him the ball more. Again, on the inside, he is a problem in the locker room.
Yeah.
Hit him by the trade deadline and couldn't. He was sitting on the bench, and all of a sudden, when they couldn't trade him, now he's getting a lot of looks every week. He's caught a couple touchdowns.
Okay.
5 years ago. He's still a good talent. For some reason, he doesn't get along well with the coaching staff. We're trying to highlight him.
Uh-oh. I think we lost Nunya there for a second. Oh,
there he is.
There he is. I heard him. Jedi Sensei. Parkour. Half gainer off the trash can into the box. Let's do this. All right.
Robert Harris says Huntley or Cam Newton. I would still go Huntley there.
Yeah, I'd go Huntley.
Cam Newton, we don't know. He may start under center. We don't know what his role is going to be in the offense, if he's going to be in there. Huntley, we know he's the quarterback. We know he's going to be in there until he's not. But I would go with Huntley.
Huntley's younger, so we can assume he has an arm. I think that's a winning bet either way.
I mean, the upside of Cam Newton is this: you're going to get 9 to 11 dump offs to McCaffrey, any one of which can go for a touchdown. You're probably, if they're in position, you're going to get a rushing touchdown.
4 to 5 attempts on rushes, yeah, minimum.
So they're, we're clowning them, but there is some upside to Cam Newton.
A lot of experience
for me.
He can snap. Yeah. He knows how to make the team jump off sides on 3rd and long or 3rd and 1. He knows how to go up and do the inflictions with his voice and make teams jump off sides. There is a lot of experience and good things about having a veteran quarterback.
And he may have sparked something there, right? They were a team that got off to a hot start without good quarterback play, and maybe he sparked something. I just don't see him putting up any kind of fantasy numbers.
They may come back and use this 2-quarterback system where if they know they have a 3rd and long and they need to bring the other quarterback in because they know Cam can't throw a 15-yard out, they'll bring the other quarterback in and maybe put Cam in a swung out position.
Yeah, and I could see that leading to a situation where you're going back and forth with quarterbacks, and now all of a sudden you've developed a pattern, and then you might see Cam take a shot downfield. You know what I mean? Where if he runs 4, 5, 6 into the second half where we don't see him throw anything but check downs and run the ball and see the other guy come in to kind of take some shots downfield, I could see some trickery where then we see Cam taking a shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, sports nutritionist with Lamar out. Should I go with Daniel Mooney over Rashad Bateman? I would have went with Darnell Mooney probably anyways over Bateman. I like Mooney. I think he's the Allen Robinson not playing. I believe he's inactive, right? Allen Robinson.
He's out for sure.
He is gone.
Mooney is the number 1 man over there. I think Fields and him keep getting a little bit more on pace. So I would definitely, with Lamar out, 100%, I would start Darnell Mooney. Fantasy advice. Yes, it feels good to say I gave you advice.
Wait a minute, that's Rooney. It's not Mooney, it's Rooney. Rooney!
Who's winning? The Bears.
Yeah. Right, yeah. That's the Pizza Hut place or the pizza place he goes to, yeah.
Yeah, a little Ferris Bueller reference there for any of your old timers.
You guys not catching into that? All right. So we did with Lamar out, we did the Darnell Mooney question. So we've gone through the buy or sells. You guys, I think it's time for the last segment of the day. We'll get this finished up. We'll get out of your hair here. We'll get crypto and stocks moved back in, and we'll let you go set up your rosters in the last 15-20 minutes before any NFL kicks off. Like I said, get some popcorn pop, get yourself a soda, do some laundry like I got to do real quick, and then you can start the football day going. So let's move into QBs.
Guys,
Sorry.
please make sure you take care of your open roster spots. We definitely have somebody in our league who doesn't have somebody who's on a bye or who's hurt, not in. So please take a look, especially take a look at bye weeks and kickers and defenses. I'm sorry if that seems a little elementary to some of you guys, but it's an awful thing to look 5 minutes into the 1 o'clock game, realize you have a kicker in that is on bye this week.
Yep. And it's a free win to other people who are trying to play. If you're the guy that's like for the last week's had roster spots out and you're just giving wins away to other teams, it's kind of a jerky move. But just make sure your roster's filled. That's all you got to do. Win or lose, make sure your roster's filled. It's just good sportsmanship. All right. So
fair to the rest of the league.
Yeah. I'm just giving wins away, but I fill my roster. So, I'm sportsmanship all the way. Especially with Caesar this week. Good luck. Good luck, Caesar. Pick up your second win on me this season. Wah, wah, wah.
Thank you, Loki. Sportus, I believe, wasn't it you that was looking for the Discord? I just put the number there in the chat again for anybody looking to get in our free Discord.
And again, those pictures of yourself, keep them to 1 to 2 minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Tasteful, but telling. Tasteful, but telling.
Nufo says Baltimore's defense or Cleveland's defense. Man, two good ones there.
At Chicago or at Detroit? I think I'm rolling with
Cleveland's at home.
Yep. Oh, okay.
I think I'm rolling with Cleveland there too. Now with Lamar not playing, I think that may spark Baltimore's defense a little bit, but at the same time, young quarterback taking the reins for Detroit in Cleveland. I got to go with Cleveland's defense there, Nufo.
I think Snoop Dogg said it best. You got to roll with the dog pound.
Yeah.
Got to roll with the dog pound. All right. So week 1 or week 11, week 10. How many weeks am I going to count out here? Week 17, week 13, week 10. Week 10 recap.
Is it still Wednesday, Odefro?
Yeah, right. Is it Wednesday or is it Thursday? Let's count. Let's count the ways. Patrick Mahomes had the best week last week against the
Moving on, Josh Allen.
Josh Allen with 44 points last week.
Yeah, we all seen what they did.
Yeah. Buffalo, how did you respond to Josh Allen's points up there? We're not going to talk about the other response.
Well, I think we're in a situation here. Another, especially with the top two guys.
Yep. Same every
Nothing
week.
that we haven't seen before. Prescott,
Slips in and
good
out
to
when
see
he
him.
wants. Yep.
The only thing I think you're always going to have that with Allen and Mahomes. The only thing with Prescott, and you know how high I am on him, he's the only one that you can see. You're never going to see the Bills come out and just run the ball down somebody's throat. I don't think you're going to see that out of the Chiefs. I think Mahomes is going to be involved no matter what. I think with Prescott, the only knock on him is that they can have such a good running game when they get into that zone that it kind of takes Dak out of the game fantasy-wise.
Give me 1 second, guys, and we'll get us out of here.
No worries, brother.
Something's happening to the stream.
Oh, we're back.
Spinner.
Okay.
I think.
All right, we're back up to our QB recap. I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but I believe we are back.
Hey, they're telling us we're back.
We're back.
All right.
Thanks for
We just like
sticking with
Cam
us,
Newton.
guys.
I'm back. I'm back. All right, sorry. I had to get that out of my chest there. Sorry. Literally had to do the Cam Newton chest thing. So, coming back here to finish up the week. let's roll into quarterback predictions. You guys cool with that?
Yeah.
All right.
Get these fine people out of here so they can get their last-minute starters and get
popcorn pop, wings ready, get their beer, whatever poured there.
So we got a little bit of changes here because of what's going on this week. We know Josh Allen's always going to be at the top of this list at 26.3. Lamar Jackson, you out of the list, son. You're going to stay home with Poopgate Part 2. You're not playing. Your stomach's got the bubble guts. Get out of here with those butterflies. Patrick Mahomes coming into third place, shortly moving up to number 2 now with 23 projected points. Dak Prescott, I don't know what, Dak Prescott? Yeah, whack. They're going to get him out of there with 22.9 less points once he plays the Chiefs defense. Tom Brady, 22.9 points for him. I don't know.
That's the only one I'm leery of up there. Obviously, Lamar is a scratch. The only one that I'm concerned about is Brady.
Okay.
I think the Giants may be able to shut him down. I think.
Right.
I think maybe there's a little history. It might not be the same team, but maybe the Giants may have beat Brady twice in some big games.
There's something in the back of Brady's head that says the Giants, oh my.
yeah, and I think I think that defense, we've seen Washington's defense that isn't great, kind of rattle them last week. So I think we could see the same type of thing. Brady will probably still get his, some sort of points, but I don't know if I'm sold on him this week. What about you, Nunya?
Yeah, I think Brady gets his points regardless, one way or another. Wish it was in New York and not in Tampa, but I think they watched the Washington game plan. Whether it's the same team, whether it's the same management or whatever, right? They're in Brady's head, so I like their chances of trying to do something. But if their offense gives it away and gives them way too many short fields, that's my fear.
Yeah. Who do you think would be the new person on this list if we erase Jackson? Who's the number 5 new player this week?
That's interesting.
Herbert?
Probably. I mean, Herbert, I think you can have in the top 5 every week. We got Stafford on a bye.
Kyler would have been
maybe
here
Burrow.
if he wasn't hurt.
Well, and I think you have to look at last week and who the top guy was, and we'd be foolish if Burrow wasn't in that conversation, I think.
I just said possibly Burrow.
Yeah, it pains me to say that, but with what Mahomes did, coming off of a bye, I think no problem, David. I think, what do you guys think about that? Josh Jacobs or Jeff Wilson, PPR? I said Wilson. I just think, as much as I love Jacobs, and I think Jacobs, is what we think that he is, I just think the matchup is much better for Wilson.
All right, so Josh Jacobs is a proven commodity in the NFL. Has he been a proven commodity this season? Nope.
And definitely not by fantasy terms.
No, no, he hasn't produced nothing. He might have been a place setting in the team of the Raiders, but as a fantasy player, he's been nothing this year. So yeah, I'm going to take the gamble on Wilson, especially if I need to win this. I'm going to go ahead and go Wilson because I know Drake and the 9 other running backs that the Oakland Raiders employ tend to take most of the carries away, and they're not running the ball anyways. So
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Not just that. I really expect Cincinnati to test our defense, so I think it's going to be more of a throw type game.
Yep. All right, so projections here. We got them all covered. We've kind of discussed who we thought was going to be. Nunya, who was you thinking maybe be a 6th place running or quarterback there, or would actually be 5th now that Lamar Jackson's gone? Who do you think would be a shining star this week?
I automatically went to Burrow. That was my first one, and then it's hard looking over all these matchups. The next one, and it may be a run-heavy game plan. I think they're going to take their shots. I might look at Garoppolo.
Okay. Which is a perfect
may take
segue, yeah.
A couple, take their handful of downfield shots when they run. Go deep.
I think you already mentioned that with the Deebo Samuel as well earlier, so I definitely feel that you're being truthful there because I think you did mention that, the Deebo Samuel. So moving into buy or sell, I know you have Russell Wilson on a roster. I don't know if you're starting him today, but Nunya, where are you at with Russell Wilson and his gimpy throwing hand as of last week moving into this week?
He is still rostered, and he is on my bench.
Okay, so you're not starting him because you do not trust him yet.
I watched the game last week, and I think he did get better as the second half progressed. The first half, so maybe there was a little bit of ring rust. But I saw him badly overthrow people a couple times, and I'm afraid of that finger. So until he proves it, he's riding my bench. If somebody will pay me something for him, I'm good streaming a quarterback from here on out. I would sell him.
Okay. Nice. Where you at, Mr. M?
I need another game. I need another week to see where he's at, but unfortunately, I have him starting.
Okay.
I don't have many other options. He went down
where you have to start him. Yeah.
Yeah, in that league, I had him. He went down. My backup at the time was Jameis Winston. He went down. I picked up Tua. He went down. Then I had to start Tyrod Taylor for a week in there. It's just been kind of disastrous over there.
Okay. Yeah, that's painful. I'm not starting him. I don't trust his hand. I don't trust the grip yet. Show me another week. Show me he can throw 15-yard outs this week. Show me he can avoid runs without trying to protect his hand when he gets tackled, which he's going to do. There's no way he's not going to want to protect it. He just had surgery on the thing 3 weeks ago. But is it affecting the way he's playing the pocket? Is it affecting the way he's looking downfield? Like that's big on what this offense can do, because a lot of their stuff is deep strike off of the play action. So if they're not ability to do that, they basically are going to lose, and I'm interested in watching that. So moving forward, we got Garoppolo here. Had a decent week last week because of what he did with the run game. He was able to play a lot of outstretched screen passes and a lot of play action. Nunya, I know you've already said it multiple times. Do you see Garoppolo over 300 today with 2 touchdowns? You think that's a possibility?
This week, I think that's a remote possibility. I'm bullish the rest of the way for him. I'm really bullish on Shanahan.
Okay.
The last time Garoppolo was healthy for a season, they went to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I think
I remember that.
The kid was awful when he was healthy, so their first-round pick that they mortgaged the future for, I don't think he's in Garoppolo's head right now. I think he might be a little bit on the back burner for Shanahan. So I think this week they're going to run to set up the pass. I think for the rest of the season, I'm bullish on Garoppolo.
Okay. Bring it, MIA.
I'm not sold on him. I think as far as being a winning quarterback in that system, I think he can. I think as far as fantasy outlook and just as far as a quality quarterback, I've never been sold on him. But I think, to what Nunya said today, I think even if the game does get a little bit out of control where they have a big lead, I think they may, like you said, open things up just to kind of get a gauge. You know, we know they can run the ball. They know they can run the ball. Can they throw the ball? Can they be an aerial team? What does Garoppolo have? I think if they get up by 10 points today, I don't think it's going to be just slow it down. I think it may be let's open it up and really test what Garoppolo's capable of.
I don't ever see them as an aerial team anymore. I see the pieces they have, and that's really bad because Ayuk is a really good receiver. But he seems like a beast more than he does a finesse receiver. And then you got Deebo Samuel. He seems more like a beast than he does a finesse receiver. I don't see any finesse receivers over on that. And I don't see Garoppolo being the best quarterback to be that finesse. Maybe I just haven't seen enough throws from him enough, but he never seems like he's dropping things in the corner of the end zone. He never seems like he's perfectly laying receivers where they can just take the yards and run. it's always Kittle on a turnaround pass and then have to make 2 jukes and then maybe get some yards after, or hit Debo underneath and maybe he squeezes out like a run play that's 60 yards after a 5-yard catch. So
that's always a nice thing to have, though.
It's
like
great to
Debo,
have. Don't get
who
me
you
wrong.
can,
If your offense can manufacture plays that get you long plays off of short plays, that's great. But that goes to tell you that your quarterback can't produce 35-yard passing plays and 40-yard passing plays all the time. So, again, I'm kind of not bullish on Garoppolo ever, really. I'm kind of just like, whatever. If Garoppolo can keep his job there for a couple of years, I mean, there's a reason they drafted Trey Lance, so...
Well, this could be the first time that he's really pressed to have to keep his job, right? This is the first time he kind of got lucky got the job in New England off an injury, kind of got to San Francisco just based off that performance there. Hasn't really had anybody pushing him in San Francisco, and I don't know if Trey Lance is that guy, but I think this is the first time that I don't think he's in his head in a negative way, like Nunya said, like how I don't think that's looming over him, but I think at the same time, this is the first time that I think he may have the feeling of he has to put up or shut up. Like it could be go time for him.
Let me ask you a question. You see what is happening with Mac Jones right now as a rookie, and this goes to both of you. See what's happening with Mac Jones, and now you see what could maybe have been with Garoppolo had Tom Brady not stood in the way of it. Do you think Garoppolo could have been Mac Jones?
I would like to say no because I'm not sold on him, but I think that coaching staff continues to defy the odds in New England. And whatever your thoughts on Belichick and his boys are over there, they know what the hell they're doing. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. It's a tough call.
Is Garoppolo really that bad, or was it just Tom Brady getting him kicked out of there? You know what I mean? Because something got him sold.
Well, I thought the same thing with Brissett. Like, I still think Jacoby Brissett got a raw deal across the board from going to Indy. Not really. Kind of went there as a backup. Then the luck thing happened. He got thrown into the spotlight. He didn't perform too bad. He didn't have a lot to work with. Then getting Phillip Rivers, kind of putting him back on the back burner again. That's not to say that he could have been some kind of legend, been a Tom Brady or anything, but I think even him, they may have prematurely got rid of. And you have to think if you're a quarterback on the roster in New England, they've seen something in you, right? They're not just we haven't seen, since Doug Flutie was back there, hitting drop kicks, somebody that's just more a roster spot, Yeah. Well, I guess we did kind of last year with Cam Newton, but I thought that was I think that was by design. Now that I look at it, I think New England knew they had no hope of having a great year last year, with their cap issues, with everything that was going on. I think that's why they brought him in, because a rookie last year replacing Tom Brady just mentally, I don't think any rookie quarterback could have been successful in New England last year, replacing the GOAT. I think the fact that they let a year pass, then brought a rookie in, took the pressure away. Nobody really had expectations this year. Not that they did last year, but all eyes were on New England to see how they were after Tom Brady left. You know what I mean? This year, Mac Jones has been able to just quietly do his thing, quietly get a little bit better. And I think that was all by design. And as much as I despise the Patriots, I have to tip my cap to them on how they handled that situation.
True that. Well,
I think as long as Belichick has Josh McDaniels there, I think Garoppolo could have done it. I'm obviously bigger on him than both of you guys are as well. But I think Josh McDaniels, I think Belichick trusts him enough. And I think, it's no surprise that Hunter Henry's having this great year. Yeah. I think Josh McDaniels he game plans around talent. He game plans week to week around talent, and to take away somebody else's strength and to I think Garoppolo absolutely could have succeeded in New England.
Yeah.
Matthew Marketsworth. Let's not forget
Market. What's going on, buddy?
Let's not forget to throw Matt Castle in that bag of tricks too, as well. Another one with the same
Garbage ass and quarter.
But what do you think? Okay, but the same, I guess, could be said had Matt Castle stayed in New England. You know, he had one somewhat
Matt
successful
Castle, they knew
there.
what they had in Matt Castle. Charlie Weiss knew what they had in Matt Castle. Everybody knew what they had in Matt Castle. We bought it and paid big time for it. Let's finish up here with the joke of the week. It kind of goes along with that Robbie Anderson joke. Cam Newton, buy or sell. If you got him on your roster, and right now, what are you doing with him? Because I'm not only not trying to trade him, I'm just dropping him if he's on my roster. No, I'm just playing around. I don't chasing him. I'm not going after him. If I'm in a pinch, I might play him, but I don't really care what he does. I don't think he lasts.
It's intriguing. It's intriguing to me, and it's mainly because I like the guy himself so much. I like Cam Newton. I think I told you this when we were talking on Sunday. A buddy of mine lived right near down there, and this guy, what he did for the community, things like that. A lot of things that I like about him off the field.
Things that don't need to be talked about. You know, he just does them. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily say don't need to be talked about. They should be mentioned, but
things that you might not know on a national level. But that doesn't make him a good football player. I think that shoulder's gone. I think if you're in a pinch, you know, say you had Lamar today and nothing else was out there, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to have to start him, because I think you're probably going to get a rushing touchdown out of him. You're probably going to get 10 or 11 dump-offs to McCaffrey out of him. And who knows? He's fired up. He's still he's still an athlete. You know, I always say this. If you're able to be in the NFL, I don't care if you're the last guy on the bench. You have more physical skill, prowess than I ever had in my life. So I think he still could do something, but I wouldn't go out seeking him. He would be an emergency start for me at this point.
Nufo says he's going to go bench Mahomes for Newton this week. Of course.
And one of these weeks he's going to do it, and everyone's just going to be like, what the? He really did it.
What the Nufo doing? What the Nufo doing?
I'll finally be able to say yes when that bye week hits.
What do you think, Nanya? Cam Newton, rest of the season, what are you doing with him?
He's not touching my roster. I have no chance to buy or sell him. The deal is if it's 58 and I realize that Lamar Jackson isn't playing and he's the guy I can pick up, I'm taking him instead of a goose egg. But otherwise, I'm probably taking any other starting quarterback in the league.
Gotcha. I feel you there. Yep.
Big fan back in the day. I watched him try and throw it, and it's sad.
It's painful to watch. It really is.
And you know what? We seen the same thing happen with Peyton Manning, and he won a Super Bowl, but he is not Peyton Manning.
No.
You know, Peyton Manning's arm was shot that last year, but number one, Carolina's got a good defense, but not that Denver defense. And he does not have Tom Brady may be the only one out there that has the same football IQ as Peyton Manning did. So I would put the physical decline at the same exact level of what we've seen happen with Peyton. What did he throw for 5,000 yards the year before? It's his first year in Denver, or maybe that was his second year, or his second to last year, and then his last year in Denver when he won the Super Bowl, that arm was jello. But he was able to make enough adjustments and knew what to do with his arm, kind of like the way Drew Brees was at the end of his career. He couldn't throw, you know, but they adjusted. I haven't seen Cam make any of those adjustments.
No. And it's not going to come because there are no adjustments to be made. There's nothing you can do. You can't icy hot that shoulder back to being throwable.
No.
You can't put enough numbing pain in it where he's going to be able to push the ball 45 yards down the field on a rope. It's not happening no more.
No, he needs some rookie of the year Rosenbagger thing where his arm breaks and then he can just do the.
He just automatically pulls the tendon with the movement of his other side
Reset.
or something.
Yeah.
Not happening. With that being said, guys, that's what we got for you here today. We do want to thank everyone for joining in, hitting them 80 likes. I love to see that. Thank you so much for that. Everybody that's came through with questions and just thoughts, we really appreciate it. We are always here on the Sundays for the fantasy while the season's going, but you know we are always here Monday through every day, 24/7, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. We're here for the stock market Monday through Friday. We're here for the crypto every single day. Beyond that, catch MIA in the mornings Monday through Friday. Get yourself some birdie before that. Nunya's been joining into the mix now on the weekday evening, so get ready for more of that.
Yes,
Adam E, West Side.
Great job, by the way, Nanya. Great job. That was awesome.
It was a good job, sir. It was a great job.
Don't you sell yourself short, Mr. Odifro. We love to see you on the mic and those awesome classes you give.
Oh,
yes,
thank you. Glad you guys enjoyed that, and maybe I'll get some time.
Tell them Jim all day, day, son. That's what I'm talking about.
All day, day. That's right. Every day from the hours of 24 to 7. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But, all right, guys, we're going to bounce out of here. I'm going to go get you back over to the crypto stream, and we'll flip into the Discord. If you're a family member over there, come in, join some football with us, get yourself some soda, get yourself some popcorn, watch the Chiefs win and the Raiders lose. You know how it goes. I'm sorry, I had to throw that in there. But
hey,
I'm joking.
Until they win, listen, you guys have every right in the world right now. I wanted to call again, Nufo. You gotta change your name on Sundays because I look at the chat and I'm looking at Nunya's face and I still call him Nufo.
Perfectly too.
But yeah, Nunya kind of took it easy after that Giants win. He is a gentleman and a scholar. Odie, you and your good time Chief pals, you guys had a little fun throughout the week, but that's okay.
We're the reigning AFC champs. Knock us off.
Hey, I gave you guys props, and I even let everybody know in the chat when we were talking about it that you guys are real Chiefs fans and not bandwagon jumpers. So I give credit where credit's due, and I have no room to talk right now. But there's still a lot of season left, and we meet the Chiefs again. So
it is true. This is true. All right, everyone. I'm gonna cut their cams, and we're gonna get up out of here. Hope you have a good remaining of your weekend, and we'll see you next week. If again, check in on MIA in the mornings and make sure you're here for all the stock and crypto news that you can. Rest of the week coming up. Thanksgiving. Don't forget, markets closed, then be back here for Friday. We'll talk to you later, guys. Love you. Have a good one. Bye-bye. That was weird.
Later,
Later, guys.